Hello, Jolly. Hello. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh. Welcome in, Bright. Tomorrow, your copy of Nier Automata Switch version arrives, so you will start your speedrun learning hell. I wish the best for you. I wish the best for you, Jolly. Hi, Golsiv! Guys, you know how we always talk about streamer privilege in Final Fantasy XIV? I got a small bit of streamer privilege in real life to show off today. I was kind of thinking about getting a new mouse, and luckily the timing of this email was perfect because I was sent a new mouse to try out, and I'm so excited. Brief little disclaimer before we unbox it. I have already technically unboxed it because I needed to set it up and get everything good and ready, and oh my god, I'm so excited. This feels like a perfect MMO mouse because it has up to 29 programmable buttons. I don't think I'll use all of them, but I think there's definitely some that I'll already be using for like some of the longer cooldowns in the game and mounts and things like that, and so I'm very excited. It's a very beautiful mouse, it's a very aesthetic mouse, and 29 buttons. Yeah. Sell out. You would, Gulsif, you would. No, this is absolutely a mouse that I would have picked up like otherwise, because getting into MMOs especially, I feel limited only having like the 2 buttons that my current mouse has. I'm excited. I'm very excited. Even if I just use the extra buttons for like mounts and minions and things like that, or like glamour plates. Can you set glamour plates to hotbars? I don't know. Either way, very excited. Very excited. Let's crack this bad boy open. Let's do this. Where did I put my little knife thing? I would get so lost. I was already like, for a brief moment when I was setting some of it up, I was feeling a little overwhelmed, and I was like, hang on a second. And then I was getting the hang of it, and it's gonna work well. It's gonna work well. So do we get Terra Big Man MMO? It's pretty much. It's not like some of your other like MMOs that just have like your keyboard along the side. Also, hi Ray, welcome in Pepper and Bambi. Hi guys. Management has been replaced with an evil AI that has kidnapped multiple game creators and put them in subterranean labor camp. Most men have trouble finding one. Oh my god, Pepper, please. Please. Huh. Let me slide this bad boy out. Oh. Oh. So, here we go. Here she is. She's not plugged in yet. She's not plugged in. I will have to do that in just a moment. Here she is. It comes in white and black. And obviously I chose black because it goes with literally everything else of my... Hello? Camera? Can we focus? Hello? Do you not see in front of you this thing? Why do you not want to focus on this? Camera? I know you're looking at my face, but hello? We have shiny thing to show off. Can we focus? Can you focus in? All right, well, blurry mouse it is. I don't know why my camera is refusing to focus on it, but this is what I'm talking about. We have these 4 buttons here. We have 2 extra buttons up here, which I think by default they control your DPI of the mouse, which can go up to 19,000 DPI. Does anyone use even slightly that high of DPI? Like, that is so high. I think I use 1200 DPI or 1600 DPI. Like, I don't know who needs 19,000, but whoever needs it, it's all yours, okay? It's all yours. You can do it. So I've never experienced this on a mouse before, but this mouse has like left and right on the middle mouse. So it can scroll left or scroll right by default, which is crazy. I don't know why I would ever need that. So I've rebound them to like Control 8 and Control 9 for extra buttons in my Final Fantasies. And it's crazy. This one right here on the side, I really wish my camera would focus. I don't know why it's not focusing. There's a button right here on the side, which when you're holding it, oh, wait, hang on. When you're holding it, it's not being pressed. Like, you can rest your thumb right on it and it won't press down. You have to apply a tiny bit of force, and it's like a shift key basically for all your other buttons. So you can have mouse 1 and mouse 2, and then you can hold it down with your thumb, and then you have brand new button presses in mouse 1 and mouse 2, which is just crazy. It's just crazy. Like, it's so useful. Especially, I feel like this mouse was slightly designed with MMOs in mind, but I feel like you could get so many uses out of it in general. By default, one of the shift keys has like Control C and Control V. So just with my mouse, I was running around like Control C and Control V-ing things, and I was like, ah! It's really, really, really cool. And I want to plug this all in so it can be very beautiful. Whoops. Here is our base. This is our charger base. So once it's plugged in, it sits right on top of it like this, and it can charge 5 hours of battery life in just 10 minutes of charge. I had this thing on while I showered and it was fully charged. So like, boom, bam, easy, fantastic. And at full charge, it can last 100 hours, which is just like, you're not gonna game for 100 hours in a day. So just charge it when you go to bed, easy clap. You never need to worry about battery dying. Give me 1 second to plug this in and we'll be good to go. Also, Becky, I love you so much. And then we also have, if I can pull it out, Windows noises, hello.
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, Becky. It also comes with a little dongle here. So you can connect this mouse with Bluetooth, or you can connect it with their own little tiny dongle, which plugs right into the front of their charging base here. And this dongle is, I think, 2.4 gigahertz frequency. And then boom, there you go. You just have to turn the mouse on and it'll work. Or you can Bluetooth it if you don't have like a USB slot available on your computer or something like that. And then it can connect via Bluetooth. So fucking fancy. I know, it's amazing. I'm enamored. I'm in love. Ooh. Let's turn it on. Let's turn it on. Boop. So on the bottom, my camera doesn't want to focus right now, does it? Do you want to focus at all on anything but me? I don't know why it doesn't want to. It was earlier today. Oh well. There's a little slider on the bottom here, which the bottom puts into Bluetooth and the top turns it on to. Ah, look how beautiful. Look how beautiful. I'm so in love with it. This turns it on to its 2.4 gigahertz connection to the base, which is, it's just so pretty. It's just so pretty and amazing. It's fantastic. Although the green screen is a little scary, but it's beautiful. There's, I think, 5 LEDs that you can customize. Like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 that you can change to any colors, any like breathing or pulsing or blinking or whatever you want, whatever fancy thing you want. I just have it on like the default one, which is like the wave of colors, because it's so beautiful. Only gamers will get excited about new computer mice. Dude, honestly, I was like geeking out when I was like looking into this. But yeah, when you're charging it, you just bloop, ta-da, go to bed, leave it like that, boom, it's ready for video games when you come back to it. I do like the charging base. Tell me more, streamer. I have to plug my Logitech. Hey, get out of here. So alternatively, if you, for whatever reason, hate wireless mouse, like despite the fact that it can last 100 hours on a full charge, if you for some reason absolutely despise that and hate it, you can take this cable and plug it directly into the mouse and just leave it like that. Like Spess has a different brand of mouse and that's what he does. He doesn't like using it as the wireless, which I don't get why, because wireless batteries like in mice are so good these days, you don't have to do anything. Like you charge it overnight and it's gonna last you like 3 days on that charge, minimum. So yeah, but if that is how you are and you don't like wireless mice, you can plug it right in with the USB-C and have no problems and live your best wired mouse life. But 100 hours, like how can you go wrong? How can you go wrong? It's so pretty, isn't it, Bambi? So shiny. Pet owners, gamers, hand meme. Getting excited over mice, literally. I actually do not remember the last time I replaced the double A's in my mouse, right? Like you're so good. You're so good. And like, I only toyed around with the settings a little bit on what you could change here. It's so many. It's so many because you have all the buttons and then you have your shift thumb thing to turn any of your buttons into basically a brand new button. And it's amazing. It's amazing. I love it. I love it. Was there anything else I wanted to mention about it? No, I think it's good. We got the 5 LEDs. We got the Bluetooth or 2.4, 29 buttons. The 4D wheel I can't get over. Is this normal now for mice coming out? Having, like, you can click it in and you can click it to either side, and then obviously scroll. Like, is that the new normal? Because my mind was blown when I realized that there was 2 extra buttons by moving it to the side or side. It's wild. It's been blinking red for like 3 months, and yet it's still living on those batteries. Amazing. I don't play MMOs really, so I don't know what I would need that many buttons for, but shiny things make me spend money. Banby, so like I was saying, I feel like even if you're doing like photo editing or video editing or like anything like that, by default, one of the settings is copy paste. So you could set up anything. You could set up macros on it. You could set up any kind of keybind you wanted. Like, it's crazy. Mice are crazy these days, dude. I still never see my fan art. It's absolutely in there, Becky. It's 1000% in there. Don't you worry. Nothing changes when a mouse comes out. We only respect its decision. Oh my God, Charlie, why are you like this? But yeah, that's pretty much it. You can use the, I think it auto sent it, but we're just gonna !rocat. You can use the link there. I have a code there, G10 dash Terrabellum, to get 10% off the mouse. If it's interesting to you at all, which it should be, because look how beautiful. Look how beautiful and glowy. I love. I'm so happy. Oh my God, it was scrolling off my nose. It's so beautiful. Honestly, just fantastic. More buttons than you could ever possibly need. So good. I can literally, you know what the wild part is? I can literally control the music with my mouse by default. So if I hold down the shift and press in middle mouse, what happened to music? What happened? I mean, if you're watching this on the VOD, you're not going to hear anything anyways, but boop, music's back. You know what? I'm done with this song. We're on this song now. Hang on a second. I want to go back to the other song. Boom. Fantastic. Boop. So cool. So cool. Like, you could control like 50% of your computer minimum with just your mouse if you set up the keybinds and the macros for yourself. It's amazing. I love having like media control off of like Spotify itself. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Highly recommend. I like shiny thing. I like shiny thing. Also, Val, welcome in. Oh yeah, I'm enamored and I cannot wait, especially in an MMO scenario. It only is more attractive, but I think you can do so many things. The only limits are what you could do with like keybinds and hotkeys and stuff like that. Dude, I was even thinking I could set up like, because Snap Camera is set up on, Snap Camera is set up on like through hotkeys, and you could set hotkeys through the mouse. So I could literally set up like meme like hotkeys for Snap Camera, like meme filters on the press of a button with just my hand, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. / mod Valora, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And it's coming, maybe. Without further ado, let's jump into the story, shall we? Guys, thank you for attending my little TED talk, as it were. I'm very excited to dive into this. I'm immediately going to be setting up keybinds for a couple of my mounts, so at the press of a button I can hop on the mounts. And I think I want to set up some of the DPS cooldowns on the mouse as well. Give me 1 second. I'm wondering what the unboxing is about, but whatever it is. Oh, it's about this. Ow. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. The Cone XP Air from Rocket, it's called. It looks like Rocat, but it's Rocket is the brand name. The Rocket Cone XP Air. It's a brand new mouse, and they sent it to me to try it out and to open it up and to talk about it, and I'm enamored. I'm enamored. I've been having a problem with my previous mouse. Not like sometimes when I double click, it like gets janky and breaks, and like particularly playing like a character like Hanzo or like bow mechanics where you have to hold down the mouse button, it would like click and then let go of the arrow and like shoot the arrow stupidly. So it literally came at such a good time, this little sponsor. And another thing about it is, so here's my previous mouse, right? Like it's definitely, it's a bigger mouse, but it feels like they weigh exactly the same. And I don't know how they did that when it's larger, and yet it feels like it weighs no different. It's crazy. So it looks large, but it fits very well in the hand, and it's not heavy. 10 out of 10. Oh. Do. Literally dug up an old mouse a half hour ago because your left click finally pushed you over the edge. You were having the same problem, right? Boop. I'm Monsieur, this costs you one hug. Hey, what do you mean? Do 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 do. Your Stardew fishing wasn't working out. Pushed you over the edge, eh? I'm glad we have something we can distract Terra with and have him go on a long talk about it. Do you guys like seeing me nerd out like this? I was getting so excited. Like previously, like before I started streaming, I had to like get it all ready, and so it would be like a seamless experience. And I was just like, oh my god, I can do this. Oh my god, I can set up this hockey. Oh my god. I was having too much fun with it. And I definitely haven't pushed it to its limit yet, but I want to. Let's go! Oh, Q. Oh, if you don't understand, it's because about my message mentioning the unboxing. Got you, Al. Got you. Oh, so cool. Such a cool mouse. And the base station. I definitely need to do more with the RGBs. I just love that even this charging station has its own synced up RGBs. Do we need RGBs? Yes. They make gaming faster. They make computer faster. They make everything cool and nice and faster. And don't fact check me on that because it's legit. Oh, is it raining again? Boop, boop. I just imagine you mapping every PC function to that mouse and sitting there looking like South Park. Wow, nerd. I was thinking about it, Val. I was thinking about it because you could set up so many different things. So really quickly, I want to see system configuration, hotkeys, other settings. Wait, where are the hotkeys? Are they under other settings? Guys, where to keybinds? Keybinds. Hotbar. Is this hotbar 4? Which hotbar is this? HUD layout. It's hotbar 4. Okay. Hotbar 4. I think slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should be right. Boom. Oh, wait a second. I had 6 already set up on sleep. I should leave that. I should leave that for sure. Yeah, keep that there. So then our mount we can put here. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's 6. So then it would be 12. Yes. There we go. And then, hey, let's go. Instant mounting at the press of a button. He's nice. He's nice. I like it. I like it. Someone at work said it snowed in our city today a bit. Panic. Gamer skill increased by 150% minimum. Will make you an epic gamer guaranteed. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Oh gosh. Indeed, in other ways, it was indeed funny that it was only the mouse you were unboxing. Therefore, I'm correct, and you'll be enjoying it. I very much am. I very much am. I feel so giddy. I like new technology. Whenever I get a new computer thingy, I'm just like, ee! I'm remembering where Terra currently is in story, and I'm feeling it. Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs? If I don't enjoy, well, believe me, Al, I'm already genuinely enjoying it. Especially big, honestly, I don't know if they were going through the 14 category looking for streamers playing it, knowing that they're like, you know what, our mouse, good for MMOs, great for MMOs. I don't know if that's what they were doing, but if they were, it was so smart because perfect timing. Perfect time. I'm gonna map so many things. I can now use sleep at the press of a button. What else can I hotkey? I should hotkey limit break. And does anyone else desperately need a hotkey right now? My umbrella. Yep, my umbrella, I think. Let's set up limit break. Hotbars. This would be hotbar 3. Slot. Wait, is it slot 11? Boom, 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 boom. Commands cannot be assigned to that key. Well, that's sad. How about umbrella? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one? Oh, commands cannot be assigned to that key. Sag. Well, we'll try again later. I might have screwed up what hotkey I put it on. Oh, I did. That's okay, I'll fix it later. That's a user error, that's my problem. Happy with my fall chilly weather right now, thank you. I want to enjoy fall without getting hit by snow already, so I'm kind of panicking a little bit. Instant mounting? Dang right. Like Shulk, I'm really feeling it. And by feeling it, I mean the story. Mouse characters are usually good for MMOs, I'd assume. I mean, I am mouse-like in size. Okay, Eorzea, what you got for me? The limits of our endurance. A new weapon upgrade, potentially. What is with these like non-upgrade upgrades? Like +1 intelligence? Critical hit though. Okay, you know what? That's a good upgrade. That's a lot of critical hit. Terra's teeny precious boy, yes I am. Also, Terra, while you may not be able to put glamour plates on the hotbar, you can make a macro that will insta change to a specific glamour plate, and then I can hotkey that macro, potentially. Okay, let's dive straight into it. I tell you the rest and leave the rest to the others, but seeing as that isn't in your nature, Lise returned but a moment ago, looking a bit worried. It would seem that trouble is afoot in Namai. You may as well go and ask her about it. As for me, I will not impose upon you any further. Hi, Gala. Terra? Sorry. Terra? Sorry. Terra? Sorry. Dude, I want to set up those kind of memes on my mouse, because then I could do it without even moving my hand. Muffin, I love your face too! Which size are you doubting yourself, saying you're small? Hey, it's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean, Al. Everything's fine. Peepo Terra, I love that emote. That was made by Buckma, hey? The Peepo Terra? Buckma's too sweet and pure for this world. We've barely got enough armor as it is, huh? Hi, Dolly. Oh, you're here to help. That's a relief. I've been trying to help the villagers in Namai get ready for the operation, but we've run into a few problems. You remember how we're supposed to stir up trouble as a diversion? Well, the thing is, we don't have enough armor to go around. I thought the Domin Liberation Front would be able to furnish us with some, but it seems that's not the case. I was about to go and tell Issei. Why don't you come too? You keep sneezing? It's been days? You're definitely dying. 100%. Can you sneeze to death? You're about to find out. You'll show me something you did? I also have that top. I forgot to make a comfy glam. I forgot to make a comfy glam with a sweater. Go to my state then. If you don't want snow falling on you while it's fall. If it does snow, do know you will still need boots and stuff. I like the amount of snow that I get in my city. I just don't like getting it when I'm trying to enjoy fall. Love snow. I love winter. I'm one of those weird people that love it, but I want to be able to enjoy a bit of fall before it's jumped straight into winter. You booked an eye test and a massage? Do you wear glasses already, Muffin? I need to go for a re-examination to see if my eyes have gotten worse from staring at a screen for minimum 10 hours a day. Last time I went, they surprisingly hadn't gotten worse, so I should go again. Snow's nice when you don't have to shovel or take the bus. It's nice to see, and then if it melts right away, you know what, that's fine. But if it's already gonna be staying on the ground in October 6th, no sir, no thank you. Used a macro to have your snap emote go into a class change. I need this. Oh, you're here too. I heard about those soldiers you and Eorzea encountered. I'm glad you're all right. Right then. Issei, we've gathered up all the rope we could find in the village. And every tool with an edge, but it's still not enough. Even a hoe would suffice. But there are no more to spare. I'm a child. Thank you, Chigusa. Ryosen. Ryosen could use a hand if there's nothing else. As for more tools, I may have some in my home. Go and search it. Take whatever meets your needs. Right? Why am I like this? Driving in snow is awful. That's the other thing, Becky. The minute snow hits the floor, the ground. So like I said, I live in a city that gets a ton of snow every single year. But for whatever reason, snow hits the floor. Why do I keep calling it the floor? Snow hits the ground and everybody forgets how to drive. Nobody knows how to drive anymore, and so there's a bajillion accidents. People drive like they're gonna die. 100%. I made enough rice balls for everyone, including some special ones for Lady Yugiri. Can I go and give them to her? You silly little girl, of course you can. Hurry. You never know when she'll have to leave on a secret mission. Just go slow, it's fine. Literally just drive 20% slower. Literally just drive 20% slower. Don't get into accidents. 20% is even like exaggerating. The ground is just nature's floor. Don't worry, Tara. Thank you. Thank you for reassuring me here. High gear, low speed. Sorry about that. Everyone's been trying to contribute since Lord Hien returned. There's so much to worry about. You're doing well, you say. Though I have to ask, have you had any luck finding more armor? Unfortunately, no. Unlike weapons, there are no substitutes for proper protection. It's not as though we need full suits of Imperial plate, but we're not soldiers. If we attack without any equipment...
Less than 3.
Marwick! Hello, Marwick. Thank you for the 15 months. I love you. I love you. Ground is technically earth floor. True. Thank you, guys. Thank you for making me feel better. The Doman Liberation Front doesn't have any armor to spare. I suppose we could ask Hancock. There's no telling how long it would take for him to send us supplies. Do you have an armorer in the village, or anyone with some skill to fashion armor? There's one man, a craftsman who fled the Enclave. He's experienced and may be able to help. I don't know if I can persuade him to, though. Maybe the two of you could come with me. His name is Tsuranuki, and he lives in Kusakari in the south. Come with me. An armorer? I almost reached down to click my mount, but I don't need to because I could just press the extra button. I love. He's perfect. I wonder if maybe I should put something easier. You know what? I'm gonna put Surecast right here because this is now bound to my mouse. Oh, yes. Now I can actually use it. Because hitting Control 5 is kind of awkward, but being able to just like quickly press it and then I won't get any knockback or draw-in effects on me. I can actually use my abilities? Oh my goodness, 10 out of 10. Oh. Okay, missed you. Hi, Jelly. Hi, Mom. Marwick, I love you so much. How has the command station been? Has it been agreeing with you? Has it been perfect? Being back at a grounded PC. I love you too, Cybex. Cybex, how are you? I have a macro for me equipping glamour. Hit me with it. Which I can also use to set specific glamour plates to specific classes. The only downside to that, I guess, would be I need to be inside a sanctuary, right? You had a dream? Were we kissing? Were we kissing, Cybex? Were we holding hands? Such a romantic dream. Wahaha, who are these starry-eyed youths who stand before me? Ones who sing of rebellion, of liberation. Surely they would not think to trouble me with such foolish dreams. Oh, go and say what you will, but do not take offense if I die from laughter. Rude dude. Give me my new sword. Uh-oh. Wait a second. What are we gonna look like if we equip all these? Please don't make me ugly! Ugh! I mean, the hat is a little unfitting, but I wish the feather would die. You know what? We're gonna rock this hat. We're gonna rock this hat. We're just gonna dye it. That's kind of cute. Wait, the hat's kind of cute though. And the gloves don't clash horrifically. The boots are not as cute as our previous boots, but like, it's not bad. It's not bad. Volta. I want to dream about kissing Terra. Becky, aren't you doing that in the waking moments? It's good. I still need to clean it up, but I've been exhausted. Do you know what I realized as a gamer? I need like a duster, like a Swiffer duster. Like, especially when I was like wiring things up, I was like, oh my God, like how did stuff get so dusty? It hasn't even been here for that long. How does dust just be everywhere all the time?
You're my superstar.
Terab 16 excite, Terab 16 excite, Terab 16 excite 7 months.
Vox! Oh my, no way it's been 7 months. Vox, thank you for the 7 months, you beautiful soul. I hope your day's been fantastic. Hat's cute? Nah, you's cute. No you, Al. No you. Precious fancy man. Only thing I remember you saying in my dream was just you on the street yelling at people, I'm Canadian, freak you. Oh, I'm not a fan of the new sword. Yeah, it's definitely something I would do, Cybex, 100%. Seems canonical for me. This sword looks strange. It looks strange. Swiffer Duster is essential, especially with cats. See, both my boys don't shed all that much. It's just dust. Dust coming out of nowhere. How does it just exist? How does it just be everywhere? I don't understand. How does it get in my house? Like, what even is dust? It's been good. I'm in my 2nd week of being sick. Oh no, did you get COVID? Fox, hugs. Drink orange juice, rest up. Do you know what I used to do, especially if I was like stomach nauseous sick? Orange juice mixed with Sprite, like 50-50. So good. So good. Can't believe Terra still missed the highlighted message. Sorry, do / gear set change, gear set number, glamour plate number. Okay, can you DM me that on Discord, Jolly? Because I want to set that up post stream. / gear set change. Yeah, DM me that on Discord. You're COVID proof. Let's go. Just a regular stubborn cold then, eh? I'm so sorry to hear that. Colingal? I don't know words. Use dumber words for me. I cannot. I'm sorry. Do 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 do. It's kind of gross, but a lot of dust in the home is dead skin. Oh no! Guys, we're on level 67 quests in Stormblood. How did this happen? How are we here already? Eh, say again? You'd have me fashion armor for villagers who wish to fight Imperial regulars? Bah! Mad fools charging boldly to meet their deaths. Bring me steel and I shall give them shells to shield their soft bellies. Yes, yes, plates of steel, all that you can carry, the better to shield them from blade and bullet. If only it were so simple, Master Tsuranuki. Steel plates are not so easily procured. Blind, deaf, and dumb you are, boy. We are awash in broken steel. Magitech of great cylinders come crashing to the earth from on high. Shatter them to bits with my explosives, and they will not fail you, for I have made them to kill Imperials. Bring me my steel and you will have your armor. Hi, Waffle! Well, it's not like we know any other armorers who can help. At least we get to blow things up. To bits, you say. To shreds, you say. You may lurk at some point because you passed out. Did you fall asleep? Did you neglect to get a proper amount of sleep last night? Doo-doo. I am helping. Hello, I am helping. Unable to attack target, your level is too high. Oh, eh. Huh. I am helping. I am helping. I am helping. Give me gold contribution. Is that gold or is that bronze? I contributed! Is the point. DM me a thank you, Jolly. I appreciate you. And then I can bind it to my mouse buttons. I'm so powerful. So today at work, I was told I could go get a flu shot. It was free. Go back, and the guy was like, do you want both in the same arm? It's like, what do you mean? Oh, you got your flu shot and your COVID booster. Oh, Marwick, you are going to be in pain. Your arm is going to be... Was it both in the same arm, by the way? Did you tell them yes? Because that, I think, is a little bit ill-advised. You're going to be in very ouchy. Yes. Oh, no. That arm is going to be so dead. Make sure you're, like, moving it and, like, lifting it as much as you can now before it's hurting, and it'll hurt less. I know some people who got like a COVID booster and then just like left their arm neutral, and then they were like, "Ugh," the next day. Nice, you work with your boss tomorrow, gonna make her do everything. Perfecto, perfecto. After my COVID shot, I couldn't lift your arm past your shoulder for like 2 days. Were you not stretching it? Were you not stretching it, Becky? Because literally, like, the person that gave me my COVID booster was like, just move your arm like crazy. Just like all over the place. I was like, okay. And I did. You did windmills? Press X to doubt. I doubled down a few weeks back on the shots and your arm was fine. You had awful chills. Oh, I misread. I thought you said for 3 nights. 3 hours, 1 night. Okay. Whew. I think it might be a bold statement here. I think I would rather have the sore arm than the chills. Because having like fever chills is like such a scam. You're sweating bullets, but you're freezing cold. Your boss bought you an emergency escape window ladder. Reminder, I live at work. Right. You're on the upper floor, right? And like the establishment's on the lower floor. Y'all don't get chills regularly. I do when I listen to music. That's about it. Actually, the music in Final Fantasy has been giving me chills. Like some of like the big like swelling moments. So good. Such a good soundtrack for this game. First COVID shot, I got really hot for like 10 minutes and then you were fine. What a scam. Burger King foot lettuce. Bumper 15. Burger Bing foot lettuce. Pepper, how is Control, by the way? I saw you playing it. And I like didn't fully invest in watching because I still kind of want to play it myself because it looks so cool. But how is it? How would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10? You're probably not done it yet, but what is the early review? Jolly, what is this even? Marwick, you don't know Burger King foot lettuce? Literally go on YouTube right now and just look up Burger King foot lettuce. Just do it. It's like, it was all over the internet at one point. It's also very funny. Eh? You have the many plates of steel I demanded? Show me. Don't watch if you want to play for sure. It's a good, it's good as a mystery. Probably an 8 so far. Okay. That's a hard sell for a Pepper. Right on. Or not a hard sell, but like a good sell. Ugh, fine. We're like twisting Marwick's arm. Living at work means you can't be late or stuck in traffic. Oh my God, true. And if you call in sick, they'll like come up to check. Like, are you actually sick? Sorry, I have the best Chills voice impression. Dude, I love Chills' voice. Then you are committed to your cause, dressing villagers as soldiers and marching off to war. Stupid, stupid fools. Doma is dead, and so are her people. Lord Kyan, Lord Hien, all dead. Their blood is on our hands. I hope Lord Hien just like waltzes up right now and like, yo, what up? 'Twas Lord Kyan who saved us, who spared us the worst when the Garleans came. Every shred of pride and honor he cast aside without a second thought, all to win their trust, all to serve their puppet, restored to his throne years later, a paper tiger. Such shame he must have felt, but no matter, he would suffer it for his people. A life as slaves is better than none at all, he believed, but not us. After my lady died, we began to whisper in his ears dreams of freedom and liberation. We pushed him to take action, if only a little. 10 years of preparation, of machinations, so careful we would be, and yet, Doma burned for our foolishness, not for that of Lord Kyan, Monzen, the Enclave. They were raised for our sins. We murdered them all, don't you see? We murdered you all. Terra Bugsnax stream when? Bugsnax looks so cursed. I've seen a little bit of it played. It looks so cursed, like weirdly dark. Doma machine broke. Wait, am I literally looking up the phrase Burger King foot lettuce? Yep, you'll get the result you're looking for. Exactly, Waffle, exactly. Thank you for sitting in my stream though, you sweet bean. My pleasure, Pepper, my pleasure. Whenever I see someone, like especially in the self-promo channel in Discord, I like almost always, if I'm at my computer, will open up a tab, at least. Ooh. You're wrong, Master. We are still here. We are still alive. Lord Kyan too lives on in our hearts, and in his son, for Lord Hien has returned. Lord Hien? Alive? It cannot be. You lie. Why did we nod? We're like, yeah, we're lying. It's the truth. Hien came back to Doma to help her fight for freedom. Could it be? My lord Hien yet lives? Oh. Oh. Oh? Are you reinvigorated? Bands of steel to bind the chest and belly. Yes! I must heat the forge and begin work at once. 10? 100? How many do you need? All that and more you shall have. That was like a light switch. That was easy. He's inspired, dude. These boots are not giving. Do you see this? It's not working. We have to glam over them as soon as possible. I kind of like this hat though. I feel like fancy boy. But the boots are not giving. Bug Snacks is just the retelling of the Bible. That's what I mean by it's like wild. That's a cool cup, Terra. The this one. The like mostly invisible cup. Your hands are freezing. Well, have a nip. You should get gamer mittens, Vel. Like fingerless gloves, but for gaming. I'm sure they exist. Even after 25 years of oppression, they still have it in them to stand up and fight. We just have to show them the way forward. Issei and I will stay and help Suranuki finish the armor, so you've no need to wait around. Why not go back to the House of the Fierce? I'm sure there's plenty of work left to be done. Ask about and see what you can find. Is Lua, what did I unbox? Hi. Wait, let me get it nicer looking. Yeah! The Cone XV Air. I'm in love with it. It's so nice. And my camera does not want to focus today. My camera's having a day. Of course, on like one of the major days that I need it to focus, it doesn't feel like it. It is beautiful, beautiful mouse. Look at this. Look at this beautiful glowy mouse. I love when it turns green. I love when it turns green. But it's the Rocket Cone XP. You can type !rocket and it'll link you to the mouse if you want to see all the deets. But especially for an MMO, this mouse feels perfect, and I'm so excited. It starts getting Thanos snapped when it turns green. Yeah. Thank you, Golsif. So the chat is full of paid actors coming in to ask what the unbox is. No, people are just curious. They may have missed the start of it, but yeah. I was sent it for free to unbox it and try it out on stream, and I'm loving it. I'm really loving it. Came at a perfect time for my MMO adventures. One of the weird default settings of it are, because it has 29 programmable buttons, by default, one of the settings are Control-C and Control-V, so you can copy and paste something with just your mouse, which is very fun. I was like copying and pasting everything in the Discord because I just wanted to play with it. Goals, if it's not my fault, I'm working when Terra starts stream. It's okay, Zlua, I'll start earlier and then you'll miss more of it. I take back about asking about the brand, just being a bully because it's not a popular brand. So I'd never heard of Rocket Brand before, but when I brought it up, a lot of like my friends were like, oh yeah, no, that's a good brand. Like I've heard of that. I was like, oh shit, okay. They're like, yeah, they make good stuff. And I can now attest to it. Also want to get paid because that's, I'm a seer now. Terra's not paying with his hug. There you go, Al. There's your payment of hug. Rocket is what your current keyboard is? Okay, so listen, I kind of want to get a Rocket keyboard now so it can sync up with the RGB of my mouse. I kind of want more. They don't make it anymore, but I love it because it has a giant area. Define giant area, like it's big buttons. I just want EU-friendly streams back. So Vox, I'm actually thinking, because we have been getting a lot of EU gang like in lately, I have been thinking about bumping my stream like 2 to 8 my time rather than 4 to 10. So 2 hours earlier start, 2 hours earlier end, because I noticed that like a lot of people have to go to bed by the while there's still like an hour left in my stream anyways. You've heard of Rocket? Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. I can put my tablet on the area. It's like a big flat space. Well, that's so convenient. The only thing I know about Rocket is they used to have a League of Legends team in EU. I didn't even know about that. Pray, hi! Thank you with that. I'm retiring. We'll be getting everyone's hugs per month. Retirement house is just my heart. Oh, Al, it's so cute. Then I can even watch when I have work. We love a work lurk. Oh. But yeah, I'm not sure yet, Vox, but I've really been leaning it like more and more, especially because like we have so many EU. We have so many EU gang rolling up. And then it would still overlap enough with like my Western time slot, because 4 to 10 and 2 to 8 are not drastically different. Like, it's not a massive difference. And then more people can even catch like the end of stream. Everything is in order, sir. Under Lord Gosetsu's sage tutelage, we grow stronger by the day. But I think I can confidently say, talking about like time slot and when I stream, I think I can confidently say the noon time slot was rough for me. It was like hard for me to like feel ready for the day before a stream when I started at 12. So that was like a little experiment of a time zone, or time slot, and 2 to 8 sounds better to me. Help? Oh, no. I will not impose upon you without cause. Rest assured that everything is in its place, and everything is fine. Okay. EU better than NA, at least in League. Are EU League of Legends players toxic? Because NA League of Legends, very toxic. Very, very toxic. To be fair, this was my boyfriend's keyboard first, but it's just nice for you. You just yoinked it. I require no assistance, comrade. Lord Hien's instructions to me were quite clear. I need only transcribe them for the benefit of our Zela allies. Speaking of Lord Hien, if you are eager to be of service, mayhap you could seek him out. Keep an eye on him, perchance, should he decide to venture outside. I can bodyguard Lord Hien, gladly. NA is straight up friendly when compared to EU? Oh no. Oh no, it's that bad? Terra, it's lol, everyone is toxic, true. Let me guess. Someone asked you to act as my protector? To hear them mutter, one would think I intended to stride up to the castle gates on my own. The truth, of course, is rather less dramatic. I had hoped to look on the castle one last time before the battle. Would you care to join me? You would be setting a lot of fretful minds at rest. Yes. Very good, then let us depart for Monzen at once. Which way? This way. It's so funny. I keep instinctively reaching down to my hotbar. Let me move out of the way. I keep instinctively reaching down to click this, but I can just do it with the new mouse keybind. I just need to retrain my brain. Ooh. And now I feel like I could play a class, because like this feels like my upper limit of number of buttons that I could easily press. But there are some classes that have more buttons to press than this. And now with this mouse, I feel more confident that I could like effectively play it, because I have 29 buttons to work with. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, this region's beautiful. Terra can finally play more than 3 classes. Yeah, because part of the reason why I was not interested in Scholar, like playing Scholar at all, is because my friends told me Scholars have a lot of buttons. And I was like, look, I'm already at my button limit. I can't put any more on my keyboard, but I can put it on my mouse. Damn, that's even more buttons than I have. Yeah, like even I'm thinking back to the old like the WoW branded mice that had like the keypad on the side of it. And I think this is more buttons than that even, in like a smaller area. It's fantastic. One thing I'm kind of thinking of rebinding. So these 2 buttons up here, if you can, I wish my camera would focus. These 2 buttons right here, by default, they set your DPI higher and lower. But once I have my DPI at a level that I'm happy with it, I don't know why I would need to switch it on the fly. So I could rebind those to whatever I wanted and have them be useful cooldowns in the game. I have another mouse with a numpad, but I prefer the single large button on my current mouse because it binds to the one key. Use it for melee in games as well as switch to primary weapon. But you could do so much more. You could be so much more powerful, Waffle. You could be so much more powerful. My issue with the other mice that had the key, what is essentially a keypad on the side, was that my brain never knew where my thumb was, so I couldn't realistically bind things to it because I never knew which one I was hovering over. But like this only has 4 here, 2 here, and then it's got like technically the 4 inside the scroll, and then the shift one. So it's like, it's easier for my brain to understand rather than having a whole numpad on the side of my mouse. I really like its design. It's great. Love my 12 buttons so I can play WoW without breaking my fingies. Exactly why I'm so excited about this one. I can take less of the weight off of my left hand with all the hotkeys and split it evenly between my hands and then be like, blah, 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 be like actual gamer. Monzen was home to many great and powerful families, men of honor, samurai once. Great swaths were raised and people put to the sword. What little remains stands as a testament to what was and what never will begin again. Come, I would take a closer look. There's big angry, hello? There's big angry, hello? Hello? You know what I want to put? I want to put sprint on one of these buttons. Control Q to sprint is kind of awkward. I kind of want it on a one button press. Whoops, I was slow on that. Control Q is your sprint as well? Why? Why did we do this? Now I'm playing a lot of Valorant. I'm thinking about getting a lighter wireless mouse. Well, let me tell you something, Vox. This mouse is only 98 grams. It looks big, but it's very light. I'm kind of shooketh because it's the same like weight as my previous mouse. So this one is much smaller and less buttons and less things to do. And yet they weigh the same, and I don't understand how that's possible. I don't know what witchcraft it is. Can I get that in freedom units? Oh my god. You have an MMO mouse, you love it. It's basically a knockoff, some parts minus the price. Gotcha. Is that why Marwick wants it in freedom units? Can you rebind the DPI buttons? Yes, you can. That's what I was just thinking about doing. So these two buttons up here, right next to my like mouse 1 and 2, I can rebind those. And I don't think I need to switch DPI on the fly. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. But even then, the Imperials walked among us, sometimes openly, sometimes discreetly. But we were always aware of their presence, and we were complicit. He did what he had to do to preserve the peace and to keep our people safe, but at what cost? Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for such dark musings, though they did serve to remind me of the barracks, which once stood to the west of here, where there may yet be weapons our comrades could use. Be sure to use Terra's discount code, yeah, !rocket, if you want to see the discount code and the link. I thought I understood ounces the other day, but I messed up big time. Everyone just needs to use grams and centimeters and like proper measurements. !rocket. I forgot we had !rocket. Ah, close, Marwick, wrong rocket. If you head down that street, past those makeshift barricades, you will come to the ruins. I will search elsewhere. Meet me at the water's edge when you have finished. Also, Vox, to further that extent, these two DPI buttons that I'm planning to rebind are technically 4 buttons, because next to my thumb there's a shift button that I can press down, and then these are 2 brand new buttons. So it's technically 4 out of the 2. And I was really worried that just resting my hand near the shift button would press it, but you have to be pretty deliberate to press it, which is cool. Like my thumb is resting on the button technically right now, but I actually have to push down to press it. Not sure if it'll ship to Switzerland. That I don't know. I know there's a little like region thing in the top right of the link, and you can switch it to... I don't remember what all the regions were. Rip frames? Did they die? Are we okay? Are we okay? It might just be you. Looks okay on my end. Search the ruins for usable weapons is what we're looking for. Hi EJ, how you doing? No, it doesn't. Oh no! Rocket, come on! Ship to Switzerland. I don't see equipments. Oh, your whole laptop is stuttering. Pray for your equipment. You're good. Glad to hear it. Do, 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 do. I wonder if it's overheating, Muffin. Am I too spicy for your screen? Oh, sheathed katana. Unsheathes katana. Do, 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 do. Well, I found one single weapon. Does that count for anything? I found a weapon. Alas, I found not a value. Did you? Yes, this one. Bum, 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 bum. Still sheathed in its scabbard. Though even shielded from the elements, it will need to be cleaned and oiled. I recognize the crest. It belonged to the son of a samurai I trained with when I was young. He never even had the chance to draw it. There she is, Doma Castle, my home. They let us keep her for a time before gradually moving their forces across the Fluminous. Now her every court and corridor belongs to Yotsuyu. Though father spent much of his time there, I did not. I may only have visited him there on half a dozen occasions, if that, I cannot remember. But I remember the view from the keep. Doma seemed much smaller from there, like you could hold it in your hands. Well, Monzen at least. Doma is so much more than that. There, beyond the moon gates, onto the shores of the Ruby Sea, and here, in the places that no man can see or touch or take from you. We carry her with us wheresoever we go. Not the land or the soil, but the story. And what is life if not a story? The story of our journey from dawn to dusk, day after day after day. The story of our mothers and fathers, our families and our friends, our peoples and our nations. I think a part of me understood that when I looked out from the keep. Hien, son of Kayan, another caretaker of the story of Doma. It's a fine castle, truly, with an even finer view, but in the end... In the end... She will be ours again! It's like straight up Frozen. Rest in peace, Muffin laptop. Fluminins is so close to fluminis, Latin for lightning, and my language brain is upset. I can't remember the context of what he used it in. Kami, strike me down. How could I be so blind? We must return to the House of Fierce at once. I have what can only be described as a revelation. Ours is an excellent plan, but not so excellent that it cannot be improved, and I know how. Eureka! Him have a Eureka moment. Did I give you the factoid about Cyan from Final Fantasy VI Roman numerals? I don't think you did, Rando. What are you thinking? I don't know. Just did a hard shutdown, hoping it helps. I would like leave it off for a bit too. Did it feel like it was overheating or did it just like die? On second thoughts, sir, I ask that you return to the House of the Fierce without me. Tell Alphino to call the others together for a meeting. It is imperative that the Kojin emissary be in attendance as well. I shall join you in on. Learned something very cool today. Hit me with it. I love fun facts. It's not massively hot, although you do need to replace the thermal paste at some point. Right now? No, don't do it right now. That would be disastrous. Dude, okay. The internet has cursed me. Every single time that people talk about thermal paste, all I can think about is those computer gore threads where they put like toothpaste in place of thermal paste. And like it can kind of work, but it's monstrous. Do not ever do that. Never, ever, ever. You've never heard of that, Becky? Clearly you haven't been in computer gore threads. There's some horrible things that people have done to their poor PCs. Lord Hien wishes to discuss the details of our plan. Very well, if he insists, I shall summon the others at once. As for the Kojin, I believe one of their emissaries was already en route. Nevertheless, I shall contact them to make certain. It doesn't mean you should do it. Exactly. Exactly. Just because it can work doesn't mean you should even remotely attempt it. Even in like the most desperate of times. Oh, I'm missing the facts. According to numerology, 420 equates to Ashan, which means...
May I present the Blue Kojin's emissary?
It means to smoke? Huh? Did they do that on purpose? Or is that just a happy accident? So Cyan was mistranslated, and it should have been Cayenne, the name of Hien's father. A version of Cyan's theme is used as Hien's theme in 14. So when I go and I should say, when I go and visit 6 for the first time, I can go in with that knowledge, knowing that it's Hien's father. What? That's so cool. I don't know, but it's true. That's so cool. Having a minty fresh motherboard. No!
Greetings and well met, old friends. The Elder sends his regards.
Pray, you want kiss? Boop, boop.
Soroban,
I give you.
it's good to have you with us.
I just wanted to feel included.
If you might humor me.
Vox, thank you for the hydrate.
Thank you for coming, Soroban. Doubtless
Ooh,
you
and
have
the
already
stretch.
been informed of our plans and the role we would have your people play. However, I seek your counsel as a Kojin of the Blue.
Kojin of the Blue. It's so bad that I'm procrastinating on MSQ because I don't want to lose my sprout. I will be devastated. I will be devastated when I lose my sprout. Like full on sobbing, crying, having a terrible time. Oh, you did the thing? You did the thing? Pray. You did the thing. And you can DM me it if you want. Thank you for coming, Soroban. Doubtless you have already been informed of our plans and the role we would play, have your people play. However, I seek your counsel as a code. Oh, why am I reading that? He just read it. I got distracted. I got too excited about
Be
Prey's
it by
developments.
spell or siegecraft, could your forces destroy the underwater foundations of Doma Castle's outer wall?
Huh? He wants sneaky underwater attack?
Yes, that might produce sufficient force.
Hi, world.
Such a thing could
Hi,
indeed
world. How
be
are you?
done.
You lost yours after Stormblood because Endwalker wasn't out yet. I will be devastated. Bye, Terra, bye, chat. Head to bed, so take care of our Tamagotchi, Vox. Have a good comfy sleep. Thank you for the resub. Love you. Hope you've been fantastic. Hi, Crystal. Crystal hath awoken. Hello, Crystal. How are you? Oh, okay.
Then I wish to revise the plan.
We're gonna do underwater subterfuge.
Instead of assisting the Confederacy in securing the Enclave, I would have the Kojin advance upstream beneath the water and breach a segment of the outer wall.
Ah, smart boy. Hi, Kyo.
I mean to flood Doma Castle.
But I guess they could
My
always
lord.
build a new one.
The castle is a sacred symbol, the very heart of our nation. To destroy it is unthinkable, unconscionable. You cannot do this.
Next, he'll say, "The castle is not Doma. Doma is its people."
I can and I will if it improves our chances. By flooding the castle, we remove the better part of their forces from the field and force Yotsuyu to retreat to the highest levels of the keep.
Wait, he's not saying it.
Tell me that is not a worthwhile
But that's definitely his sentiment. His sentiment is definitely that, like, the castle is just a castle. What matters is Doma's people, not its castle. I'm taking the sentiment even though he's not saying it, okay? Dang it. The guy totally looks like one of the Dynasty Warrior dudes. Oh my god, he does. Why would you say this, Crystal? Game broken, he didn't say it. He should have said it. Flood my castle.
But my lord, that castle was entrusted to you by your father and his father before him. I say to you again, it is the heart of our nation.
Maybe now he'll say it. Maybe now he'll say it. Okay, Prey, can I just say really quickly, you said a DM was sent, my lord, and Gosetsu said my lord at the exact same time that I was reading your text. So he was narrating for you. So your entire message just turned into Gosetsu voice. I hope you know. It's not important to of course it's important, but I will check later at my leisure. Yen could flood me anytime. Muffin, I love you. He'll say the thing. Say the thing.
Stone walls do not a nation make, my friend. Her people do. And as long as we yet live, we can rebuild.
This is what I said. This is what I said he was gonna say. I'm so smart. No, it's pretty obvious.
So
It's
let
kind of
us
like a
only
trope.
think of this battle, of victory here and now. For without that, we have no future.
Exactly. Win the battle, build another castle later. He said it!
I see that you are resolved, Lord Hian, and I would not presume to gainsay your decision.
God, I love Alphino's new voice actor. We haven't heard him much this X-Pack, so I keep forgetting how good his voice actor is
I will
now.
inform the Elder of your revised stratagem and instruct our sappers to make ready.
Our preparations are all but complete. Once we receive word from our Korjin allies, we shall set our plans in motion. We shall fight, and we shall prevail.
Genuinely, it's a good plan. I actually much prefer our chances this way. Keep forgetting how Soroban sounds. It's jarring. It catches me off guard, literally. I like this hat, but we need something to match the blue. We need something to balance out the blue here. Maybe if we had our blue blade. It's a cute little hat, honestly. I like it. Do I like it more than the Sky Pirate hat, though? I don't think so. The Sky Pirate hat's just too banging. Where is it anyways? Wait, where is my hat? Hey. I don't know where my hat is. It's dead. Oh well, doesn't matter. Oh, it's in the glamour plate dresser. That's why it's not in my inventory. Never mind. Sir Terrabellum. Gotta change my name. Gotta rebrand. Sorban is just a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Correct, correct. That's all the coaching. When myself and the drivers at work are going, oh yeah, over the CP's magical. Why you guys like this? Can I get a oh yeah? Becky, same brain. No plan is perfect, and there is ever room for improvement. I expect my comrades will be refining their approach until the moment they begin. In case you are unaware, the other Jonin will lead the assault on the moon gates, not I. My place is at Lord Hien's side. Let's go, you giddy. I love her so much. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to Namai. Tsurunuki's working hard, and Issei's doing what he can to help, but there's more that I can do too. He was like a different person when he began hammering those plates. Younger, brighter, more full of life and hope. It just cracks you up that the guys in the 40s are doing it. It makes you people happy. Dude, it's so cute. It's like that video of that, like, oh, I don't know how old he must have been, like 70 or 80-year-old man, like going like this, sheesh, and like screaming it, like really loud. The plan is set, and all that can be done has been done. Rest and relaxation are now paramount, for tomorrow we may die. Have you, too, not done enough? Will you not pause a moment to gather yourself on the eve of our grand design? Go not unto battle with weary eyes or lingering regrets, my friend. Gosetsu, I love you. Boo doo doo doo. Soroban informs me that his sappers will be ready within the day, which means that we can proceed as planned and attack Doma Castle tomorrow. Considering the key role you will play, I think it only prudent that you refrain from further labors and rest until tomorrow, agreed? No rest for the righteous! No rest for the righteous! True enough, true enough. When you have seen to your sundry tasks and are ready to retire, I pray you let me know. Oh, I have to rest? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We rest. Always end it with that sharp upward inflection, as it should be, Notters. Far be it from me to refuse, I guess. We shall speak again in the morning. Take care, my friend. We're gonna take the Summoner book, just in case. Upon sleeping, several cutscenes will play in sequence. No sleep for the righteous, Jolly. I'm
You're
for sure.
awake. I was just, well, they threw me out, actually. Told me I needed to get some sleep. Ready for the big day.
Me too, Lise. Me too. I fear no man, but several cutscenes playing in sequence. That scares me.
Not long now, eh? I'm nervous, of course, but I also feel like I didn't know where I was going, but maybe finally.
She doesn't know where she's going, and she doesn't know why.
Something's gonna change,
Something's gonna change, you know.
Really, really change.
Really, really change.
And when the dust is settled, we'll see what we've won and what we've lost.
And what we've lost. Sorry, I felt like singing it. Subnautica 3 is in development?
I'm going to give it my all tomorrow.
What else could they
Everything
cover
I've
in that
seen
world?
and felt, I won't let it be for nothing.
That's so exciting, Crystal.
Right, off to bed. Don't want to overdo it, and neither should you.
Sons of the Forest Prey. Maybe I should revisit the forest in preparation for that.
Before you sleep, you should look in on Elfino and Alize. Quietly, of course.
I will quietly look in on them. If you're still streaming into the 3 years, play Sub 3? I sure hope I am. Maybe Sub 3 is going to be the multiplayer one. It's going to be the forest. Aww.
Another restless soul. Come, come. Raise a glass to freedom.
I still can't wait for Subnautica 3, so they make it early access and have a good story that they will completely overhaul for whatever reason for a more meh story. Did that happen with Sub 2? Or what happened, Jolly? I liked Subnautica 2. I did not like it as much as the first game. I liked finding the story myself in the first game, and the second game was so much more like narratively driven. It was like very hand-holdy. Like, here's the story. Look, watch the story. Look, we're talking a lot. And that was Subnautica 2 for me. But I really liked Subnautica 1 in like discovering it all myself. I still need to beat the forest. My friends and I just kept freaking around and building, destroying, igniting our base. Fair enough, Prey. Fair enough. All right, let's beat the forest together. Hien just said, come. He sure did. At least let's try to be quiet. Hien shouts, right? I mean, Gosetsu is for sure going to be even louder. Something we can never take away. Our freedom.
Good. Good. I should be interested to know his thoughts on the matter.
Are you drunk, bud?
Ah, that's enough, Gosetsu.
Are you
Do
drunk?
not convince anyone with your drunken ramblings.
You guys are going to be hungover tomorrow. Stop.
We've talked about this, all of us. We are flooding the castle tomorrow, and that's the end of it.
I know. I accepted your decision, and I do not intend to go back on my word. Nevertheless, as the battle draws near, I cannot help but recall our many travails, and it fair compels me to speak.
What many travails?
In all my time serving as a leader of men, there are two failures which haunt me to this day.
Okay.
The first,
He's trauma dumping?
a defeat at the hands of the Empire 25 years past, and the subsequent imprisonment of your father.
I love Gosetsu, he's such a good bean. He's best boy.
Long did I consider offering up my life in atonement, until Lord Kyan allowed at last to receive visitors called for me, of all people.
Absolutely not, DR. Thank you for asking first. Also, DR, I love you. Welcome in. But see, that's a good strategy. Be hungover, so you're even more pissed off that you're fighting your enemy. Oh, dude, I could not. I would be crying on the couch, being like, fight without me. My head hurts. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. That would be me. I would not be a good warrior hungover. If you want to see some playthrough of the original, Jack Spadicy did the early access version. So it's quite changed, hey? Of Below Zero. Yeah, I assume that's what you're talking about. Subnautica 2. Your character also started as an Altera researcher on the planet and would end up going through the whole biz with Alan. And then they just scrapped that? Well, DR is typing, no! Terra has a tummy ache and is not being brave about it. Literally me. Literally me. Which in my personal opinion has a much better dynamic and story than what we got. Okay, here's what I'll say. The story in 2 was not bad. I just liked the way you discovered the story in 1 way more. I didn't like how like hand-holdy 2 was. Whew.
For my unborn child, he said. For my dearest Shun, live.
Aww, his little smile.
My second failure, of course, was the betrayal of that self-same command. When in the rebellion I failed to protect not only Lord Cayenne, but Lord Hien too.
He's beating himself up. That's cool, Jolly. I just read the second bit, or the first bit, I should say.
That I yet live, having known such disgrace, is an affront to the Kami themselves. Yet you, all of you, saw fit to grant this shameful creature, this failure, another chance to serve a greater purpose.
No, go Senzu. Don't beat yourself up.
Thank you for pitying an old fool.
No! It's not pity, it's respect. And love.
Now, it is far too soon for that. Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair. Even that sounds morose. We who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms.
He's so cute. Inigo's son. When it comes to Asian names, I never know how Q's are pronounced.
We have you and yours.
I'm gonna say Sun Quan, that's probably wrong. It's probably like Sun Xuan or something. X's and Q's in Asian languages are usually like a crapshoot on how they're pronounced. Gosetsu! My boy, I love him so much, why must he hurt? He's so pure. He's so pure and honest.
All debts will be repaid. On that you have my word. But first we must live past tomorrow, no?
Yes.
If you've no intention of sleeping, Yugiri, you may as well join us.
How dare you eavesdrop the whole time, Yugiri? You could have just sat with us.
Forgive me, my lord. I did not mean to... if that is your will.
The pronunciation depends on so much, like dialect, what language, etc. It's well, yeah. So whenever I see them, if they haven't been pronounced for me already, I just like internally panic. I saw Crystal say that earlier and I straight up avoided the message because I didn't want to have to try and pronounce the name. I'm not even kidding. That's how intimidating those names are. Not to mention, inflection is a big thing in a lot of Asian languages. Like I saw a whole TikTok on, well, Westerners will call it pho, the P-H-O, like the noodle soup, but it's actually pronounced pho, but it's actually pronounced pho, like kind of like a question mark at the end, kind of like you're asking a question. And I can't even get it right, but that's how the inflection is supposed to be. It's yikes. It's yikes. There he is. I trust you are none the worse for wear after last night. We received confirmation from the Kojin not long ago. Their sappers stand at the ready and await our signal. Let us not keep them and the others waiting. Gather your things, we depart at once. It's happening! Am I standing in the fuck you? No. Oh, the clock app? Yeah. Almost typed that without the L. Oh boy. That's a different app, DR. It's called Grinder. Alphino, instruct Lise and the others to move into position and launch their attack. Our scouts report no change in the Imperial's disposition, but I would leave nothing to chance. We must act quickly, lest we lose the element of surprise. Understood. I will relay your orders to her and rejoin my unit. Gosetsu and Yugiri await the two of you at Monzen. Good luck, my friends. I will see you both again soon. Dude, we're about to go on like full-blown war. We are literally moments from like an actual war, like a big one. This is kind of exciting. Are you dancing around me? Standard step. Standard finish. Damage dealt is increased. What the heck? What the heck is even a dancer? What the heck is even a dancer? Wartime! Yay! And so we go to war. Pepper myself. I am peppered. Did I miss any air currents? Let's do a little ding. Oh, 1,211 yalms to the south? Nah, it's nowhere near us. It's a class? Well, I know that. But what even is it? They were just flailing around near me. Eat your boiled eggs, everybody. Eat your boiled eggs, it's very important. Yalms. Yo, can I get that in malms? How many yalms is a malm? Also, do they have like centimalms in this in this universe? How do they do smaller measurements? Hey. Hey, excuse you. Oh my god, what is wrong with your face? You got like a cat tongue. It's so gross. Why is it like that? Yalms are yards. Okay, and how many malms is that? 1760 yalms in a malm. Wait, Random, why do you know this? I love you. Oh man. Mac, look at Mouse. Look at Mouse. It's so pretty. I love when it goes green and gets green screened. Look at the mouse. Look how pretty. And so many buttons. I love. It's perfect for MMO. It's perfect for MMO. It's so beautiful. Bro, give, right? I was so excited when I was contacted about the mouse because like my other mouse was on its like last leg. So I was like, yes, I would love to showcase your mouse. Hello. I've already started binding things to it.
Wish us luck.
My mount is already bound to it, so I can mount up with just a single button press.
Right. You all know what you have to do. Are you ready?
Aye.
Oh yes. Ready to show them what a good job they made of breaking us.
I like how I was about to comment how they were making their rounds nodding, and then it got back to Lise, and she's like, yeah, yes, nodders, / nod. It's so good.
Why must we waste our time guarding this blasted...
Dude, I hope they get great waved, like Numenor in Lord of the Rings. Or not Lord of the Rings, in like Tolkien's universe, I should say.
Sound the alarm!
I want to see it happen.
Fluminous is under attack! Armed insurgents have breached the perimeter! We need reinforcements!
Just got back from my 4 o'clock appointment. I hate waiting at the doctor. Oof. Oof. Hi, Echo. Echo, welcome in. Free glam here. Do you mean the Imperial outfit? Because I already have it, Kia. Literally villagers with a pitchfork. It's okay, they're going to get flooded. Pitchfork them! Yo, the flying dropkick. Does he have an earpiece communicator? Yep, a link shell. We basically all have them, actually. I should have dressed up as an Imperial for this, just to throw them off.
This is Lise. Imperial forces converging on our position. Looks like we've got their attention. We'll be sure to keep them busy for as long as we can.
I want to see them nod one time while on the link shell. with how often they nod. The Empire doesn't use link shells. They have Magitech something or other that basically does the same thing. Oh. It happened in ARR. They nodded. Do 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 do. Let's go, the Zayla!
Ah, war. To wield power to make men kneel before you. There is no better feeling.
Agreed. I mean, what?
A pity I must share this pleasure with a feral dog of a Dothal.
No, we love her. Do not talk about my girlfriend that way.
Oreneer. You fear that she will put the sun in shade. Those are for you. Go, claim your prey.
I love her. Use that hat for so long, to be honest. We share hat fashion and I'm here for it. I was like, I saw it from the quest. I was like, you know what? I kind of vibe with this hat. I miss my little pirate hat a little bit, but I kind of vibe with this. These are very cool turrets. Magitech is so cool. It's too bad it's mostly like used by Imperials because Magitech is so cool. Yo. Yo, let's go, Magnite. Yeah! What a badass. It's too bad he's such an asshole. Terry, I love your in-game outfit. Your avatar is so fashionable. Thank you, princess. Thank you. Go, Sadhu. Call down a meteor. I mean, that works just as well. That works just as well.
Come to me! Come to your death! With each that falls, my soul soars higher!
Bum, 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 bum.
Swiftly, brothers! Fall not behind! Make an offering of their steel to Father Azim!
Hi, Gay.
Hi, Izagi! Do, 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 do.
They seem to be enjoying themselves.
They genuinely are. Had a mandatory meeting at work. Ended up playing bingo. Somehow at least 5 people didn't know how to play bingo. What? How do you not know how to play bingo? Everybody knows how to play bingo, right? Bingo easy. They called number, you stamp number. And then if you have a bunch of number, you go bingo. Like what? Sadhu is a little crazy. Big red flag, but red is my favorite color. See, but Sadhu is like the correct kind of crazy, whereas Yotsuyu is just like yikes. Yikers. Yotsuyu very hot, but very yikers. However, Sadhu, I could get behind. Sadhu, little crazy. I'm kind of here for it, right? It's human base kit knowledge.
The barrier.
Sadhu's just kind of wild woman, exactly. She's like a little bit feral, and I'm kind of into it.
That it should fall so soon. Truly, our allies seem determined to surpass each other.
Everything's coming up, Millhouse. Let's go.
The Magitech field is down. I repeat, the Magitech field is down.
Are they with
Confederate
John?
vessels, you are clear to advance upon the Enclave.
Are they with John Final Fantasy? There was just like some nameless dude behind them. John Final Fantasy. Let's go, pirates! Dude, okay, this is so cool. This is actually so cool. Like, I'm feeling really giddy because this is the culmination of everything that we've done this expansion. We helped the pirates. We helped the Zayla. We saved Hien. Well, we went and just like got Hien. Like, this is the culmination of everything we've done so far. Oh, the Kojin. We helped the Kojin as well, and they're here. All our work's paying off.
The wall is breached. The Kojin too will not be outdone.
That's it. That's the phrasing you were looking for. A little bit feral, yeah. I'm looking at stuff I uploaded to the Sims gallery. Realized I spelled paranormal wrong in one of them. Oh no. Paranormal pack echo. Is there any way to fix it, or is it just like that forever now? Is it always the paranormal? It's so cool, right, princess? I am very smart. Yes, you are. And attractive, don't forget.
Our allies have set the stage. Now we must take the castle.
Ooh, remove and re-upload? Yeah, that's work. Just be paranormal. It's fine.
With me.
Aye. We have a very tiny task force. It's me, Yugiru, Hien, and Gosetsu, and that's it. Just enjoying my reactions right now. It's so cool.
My lady, the riverside wall has been breached. The lower levels are already flooded and the water is still rising.
We must evacuate.
So I gathered. You would tear the whole thing down, all for the promise of freedom. A noble sacrifice, or the last desperate flailings of a fool.
Noble sacrifice.
Speaking of which, how fares my brute?
The procedure was carried out as instructed by Lord Owless. By all indications, it was a success.
Procedure? What in the Frankenstein?
Is that so? Then he may yet be of some use.
Oh no. Is Grinwat actually going to be a threat? Taze emotes are so heckin' cute. Someone give me millions of dollars so I can have all the emotes. I love Taze emotes. Dude, if I could sub to all the people I love, I would be broke as shit. And like 15 people that are following you, but in on the cutscene. Yeah, exactly. On a happy note, got yourself sushi. I have such a craving. Spaz, can we get sushi soon, please? He's a ghost. She makes me think of a praying mantis. Like she would lure you in and then afterwards she would eat your head. Yotsuyu, 100% muffin, if that's what we're talking about. Terry, you just like food? While that may be true, I specifically like sushi.
Devotees of vengeance should rightly pursue their cause unto the bitter end.
Yes, Yotsuyu.
Don't you think? Their hearts aflame with passion until the last few embers fizzle and fade, leaving naught but ash.
She's definitely giving praying mantis energy. You're right. That's why I think I can
the Viceroy's orders
be attracted to her from afar.
If Doma falls, none shall be spared his wrath. Tell the men to fight as if their lives depend on it. Because they do.
Okay. That's why I can say she's attractive from afar, but I can't fix her. And I know that. I'm not strong enough because she will eat my head like a praying mantis. Do we have people fat? Oh, I don't think we do. I will cushion Yatsuyu's fall just so she can step on me on the way down.
As you command, my lady.
Nobody's strong enough to fix her. Oh, wait, we do? Oh, we do.
Again, they come to make you kneel, to make you grovel and suffer. But you have endured their worst and survived. You know their tricks. They will not find a flower simply waiting to be plucked.
This is true. She has gone through turmoil. We've learned her backstory. Femme Fatale is cool and all, but she's a sociopath. Exactly, Izagi. I can accept her as she is. I support women's right, but I also support women's wrongs. I love it. Aye, there can be no doubt. The Viceroy is trapped, and so comes our part. Our Kojin allies will deliver us to our destination, to the Western Dock, and do not forget to bring your fellow adventurers. Oh, this is going to be a dungeon, hey? Are there any gamers? Any gamers around? Oh, by the way, Tara, what's up, Kyo? I should watch a video? Sure. She feels emotion and everything, but no remorse for her actions. Exactly. Sociopaths mimic the emotions of others because they don't know how to emote. They don't understand it. We gamers are waiting for you at the dock. Are you guys actually? It's gonna be like 9 of you there. Oh my god. Hi gamers. What is this? What in the cube? Send it later, please and thank you. Thought I could get around my work site blocker mission failure. No! Still killing your battery, hey Prey. Greetings and well met, my friends. Climb aboard, climb aboard. Oh, that's somebody's mount. What the? Interesting. There's a room enough for you all. I thought the Kojin were gonna lead us through like a portal. Cube can also sphere. That's so cool. It's worth being here though, nutters. Just gonna have to bring like, oh, Prey, you're gonna have to start bringing one of those like mobile batteries to plug your phone into and then have permanent phone for your whole shift. Had it backwards, I thought sociopath was the inability to feel remorse. Wait, yeah, sociopaths are the ones that can't feel emotions, right? Or like have no like, they don't understand them, they just mimic them. That's the Demi-Ozma mount from clearing the Eureka raid. Which X-Pack is that from? Your work Wi-Fi fricks up Discord and it makes me sad. No, man. Sociopaths also don't feel remorse for their actions, but they are also devoid of emotions. So they mimic emotions, got it. Oh, it's from Stormblood. I have a charger, but the cord is small, can't be plugged in any closer to my corner. No, Prey, you need like a mobile battery. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like a battery pack. Cause I when Pokemon Go was like big, like way back in the before times, I literally bought like a mobile battery for my phone so I could always have it charged wherever I go. I was deep in the Pokemon Go sauce, let me just say. In the before times, yeah, pre-COVID. I shall sit this one out so I can level dance more. Okay, Jolly, no problem. It's the biggest raid in the game outside PvP. Wow, okay. Bought 3 of those battery packs. I'm hella nerdy. And you will never be without a charged phone. Sir, that we might improve our odds of success, we will divide it to 2 parties upon arrival. One comprising you and your adventurer comrades. The other, Gosetsu, Yugiri, and myself. Each will enter the keep via a separate route, dispatching any Imperial forces that attempt to bar their path. Even should one meet with misfortune, the other will reach Yotsuyu. Agreed? Agreed. Then let us be about it. For Doma! Wong! Doma Castle. Now accessible. Yeah, it's basically a battery block that you charge so you can plug your phone into it and charge your phone. Exactly. You charge it like in your home outlet and then it like is full of charge and then it can charge your phone mobilely. I played Pokemon Go in the city with 500 others at 2 a.m. We have a canal walk here and it was packed for months when it came out. Yeah, we had like hot spots and people would be like all hours of the day doing it. By the way, what's up? So Jolly is sitting this one out to level Dancer, but we'll bring Golchef. But we'll bring Vani. And we'll bring Rando. I can't click you. I can't click you. I'm having a struggle. There we go. Terra sponsored streamer. Echo, did you see? Did you see what we were unboxing today? It's the Cone XP Air. It's so beautiful. I love it so much. It's so perfect for MMO. Look how nice. Look how nice and beautiful. And has so many buttons. It's beautiful. I love it. I love it so much. It's got like little, it's got its own like glowy little charging dock. So you could like, boop, ta-da. And you just leave it like this overnight and charge it. And it has 100 hours of battery life. So I don't even think I'm gonna have to charge it that much. Does it have the full numpad on it? No. So it actually has, it's so cool. It has 29 like buttons that you could like map. Because it has 4 here, it has 2 here, and then the mouse has like the left and right are also buttons. And then this one by the thumb is a shift button. So if you press this one down, it changes all the other buttons. So all these buttons you basically have double of as if you press down the shift, which is wild. Like it's perfect for MMO. Thank you, Becky, for the exclamation mark rocket. It's so nice. It's so nice. I'm gonna need you to turn off your green screen so you can show us. I like when it gets Thanos, when it gets Thanos snapped. It also has 5 LEDs, so all these are customizable. There's 2 LEDs here, 2 more higher up, and then a 5th one there. And you can change it however you want it. I just have it on the base like pulsing wave. Or do a TikTok so to fully appreciate the beauty of it. It's not a bad idea. Okay, I think we're ready, huh? Boom, 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 boom. Toma castle! Here we go! Are we all set up? We got a summoner, red mage. Yep, we're ready. That was... Oh, right, we have a full party. Boom, 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 boom. How I send it? Oh, Kyo, are you in the Discord? You could either... I think you're following me on Twitter. You could Twitter DM me it. You could Discord DM me it. Or even Twitch DM. He'll forget. I always do. And to post schedule. Okay, listen. Listen about the schedule. How wall to wall do you want to go, Gulsif? Gulsif replied, yes. Done. Appreciate you. You think I'm kidding about an automated message? I am not. This is a cool dungeon. I just want to quickly say those words. Also, the music be banging. Brando appears to be missing pants. I approve. We're looking respectfully. We're looking respectfully. Oh god. Okay. The only thing we were hearing about the schedule being posted is silence because it doesn't get posted. I'm getting blasted. I'm being put on full blast. I'm looking disrespectfully. How dare you? Dude, the music do be a bop though. I'm jamming. I'm jamming out. The coffee was awesome despite being decaf. I'm so happy. Gotta love bean water that isn't gonna leave you jittery. Should we just embolden right away? Yeah! Press the DPS buttons. What is that? A mortar launch. Hi, Duck. Don't you look dapper? Thank you. I love turtlenecks. I've never worn turtlenecks in my life, and then I picked up a couple and I love them. Oh, what are all those on the side? Those are not looking healthy or happy. I don't know what's going on with those, but I'm scared of them. Okay, good. I'm in the safe spot. Oh, that blows up on you if it reaches you. Okay, good to know. Okay. Do 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 Rather than level dancer, I think I shall save that for tomorrow. Let my eyes rest for a bit and enjoy stream and unwind. It's a good plan. I like it. I fully endorse it. I swear to get the gelato I got is basically lasting forever. Wait. You got gelato? And you didn't share with the rest of the class? Honestly, disrespectful. Love the turtleneck. Haven't worn one in a long time. I think I own 3 now. I went from owning 0 to owning 3. I like went clothes shopping on a mission. Get your own gelato. Hey, I'm being cut off. This is disrespectful. This is homophobic. Help! Oh, this is so homophobic. Help me! I didn't dodge it. I don't even know where I ended up. Wait, this is very homophobic. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, I'm gonna have to kill myself. Did you just get teleported? It's because I displacement, which jumps me backwards, and it didn't know where to put me, so it like threw me through a wall. Bro, these AoEs are bullying me. I don't appreciate it. Yeah, playing 14 until like 2 a.m. will not be good for your eyes, considering you're going to be needing them to learn the automated speedrun. Dang right. That's coming tomorrow, you said, Jolly? For the Switch? Wow, this is so homophobic. I just love saying that. Oh, it released today, but you're getting your copy tomorrow. Got it. There's a lot of explosions happening. Whoa, we're fighting a little tank, dude. Whoa, this is a cool design. God, I love Magitech. I love it. Oh, get me out. Get me back in. I feel like I'm in danger. Oh! Okay. Was I supposed to eat that? I don't know if I was supposed to, but I definitely did it. Okay, what's going on in chat? Hi guys, I miss you. What's happening over here? He just notified it with, I don't like hearing the fan and I'm getting a PS5 video. Oh sir, you're not helping it? Wait, what? Something over PS5s? I'm missing parts of the conversation. I'm sorry you guys. This is a very involved dungeon. There's a lot of explosions. No matter how bad I think my Sims builds are, they'll always be better than the EA builds, so you must be doing something right. At least you're beating EA. That's all that matters. Gonna watch stream till end of dungeon, then gonna sleep. See, Jolly, you're part of why I need to start my streams earlier. My poor EU. My poor EU humans. Oh, ow. That was painful. It's midnight and you shouldn't be getting gelato, and yet here you are. I mean, who said you shouldn't be getting gelato? They sound very toxic. I feel like you don't need that kind of negativity. That's for ninjas, that's for white mages, that's for machinist. Mia will be able to sleep, you'll be fine. You'll just have weird dreams. It's a ghost. What did they do to him? Hey, our friends have arrived. Oh, they're just like, bye, have a beautiful time. They're just running right on by. This is Grinwad, isn't it? It is Grinwad. Hyper-tuned Grinwad. Yikers. It's like all his name days left at once. No kidding. I'm emboldening. Rip and tear! Oh, rip and tear! He's a Doom player? Rip and tear! Boom! Huh? Is he aiming at me? We go together! Oh, Jesus. What's with the discs? They don't look friendly. Oh, he does aim at one person, I see. Die! Boom! Maniac laugh. I don't know where to stand for this one. I think here? Die! Perfect. I'm going in. Oh, I'm going out. I'm going back in. We go together! Nice. Honestly, it isn't how late you start for me. Your eyes just suck. I mean, isn't it literally midnight for you? Nitro, thank you for the hydrate. Honestly feel bad for this guy. I doubt he wanted to become hyper-tuned. Yotsuyu probably forced him into it. Slash cheer! Yay! We did it! Machinist, don't want. Red Mage Earring, probably an upgrade. Yes, it is. I will have the earring. I won't have that. I won't have that. A lot of ninja stuff today. Yay! Let's go! Thank you, gamers! Thank you for help. That was a fun fight. The Grinwad fight? It was nice. Jolly is UK too, yes. Do 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 do.
Have you aught to say for yourself? For what you have done to our people? Your people?
Quick cue, streamer privilege. Everything is streamer privilege. My cute little voice, are you kidding? Lalas are perfect. Lalas are so cute. I do not regret changing to a Lala at all.
My people, he says. The precious lordling beloved by all come to confront the wicked witch. My parents taught me no better. They woke me from dawn to dusk like an ox or an ass or some other beast of burden. Until, that is, my brother spied a chance to transform the family fortunes. And so I was married to a vicious old drunk, who beat me as he pleased. And when I pleaded for help, I was told to grin and bear it. For the family, for him, for everyone's sake. They pretended not to notice, but they knew. They knew!
Bro.
What did it matter? I was nothing to them. Less than nothing. I wasn't of their flesh. I wasn't a fellow Domon. I wasn't even a person. Whoa. I might just as well have been dead.
Hi, Froggo.
And then my husband passed away one day. And so I was sold off yet again to pay his debts. But this time, I found a way to live for myself. To survive. As a spy for the Empire. Oh, those were the days when the scales first fell from my eyes. No longer would I be a slave to my parents or my husband or the pleasure house. I would be free and receive due compensation.
Bro. So yeah, this is why she's such a...
That would be enough, I thought. Until I saw a Doman in the road. Beaten and broken. And my heart skipped a beat.
Why they gotta make me sympathize with her? Her story is hard, yeah.
Lying at my feet, groaning in agony, sobbing in despair. Powerless, helpless, hopeless. A vision forever seared into my soul. Oh! There was nothing I would not do to feel that joy again. To bend this cruel, twisted world to my whims. Now, having borne witness to my life's work, have you aught to say to me?
Listen, I'm not saying, but I'm saying you only work in a pleasure house if you're good at it. DR, come on. Her family is the real villain, agreed. However, there's something to be said for rising above your situations, right? To want to subject other people to the horrific things she lived through.
'Twas kind of you to lend me your ear, my lord. But now it is time for us to conclude our little tete-a-tete.
Why is she speaking French
now? With a
now?
final game of chance. Who shall stand and who shall fall? Let the die be cast.
This was her plan from the first, to bring the keep down on our heads.
Oh, we'll just walk out of it. Like, I saw the opening, like, right over there. Whew. Whew. Oh, that stressed me out.
I will remember your words.
What a badass.
We must flee. Order our forces to withdraw.
Run! People run! Like, what are you? Stop looking at the ceiling! Literally just run! Oh my, these people. Stressing me out. Oh, we're unscathed. I'm all in favor of revenge. Not like torturing a whole country for it, but get back at the parents for sure. Gosetsu?
Go, my lord! While you still can! I cannot hold it forever!
Excuse me? Don't you dare, video game.
No, we will not leave you behind!
Don't you do this to me.
Do your duty! Deliver Lord Hien and the others to safety! Now!
No.
Forthwith! I shall manage on my own!
I'm gonna... No. I refuse to let it happen. Oh no.
Gosetsu!
Bro.
No. No one leaves. Not you or anyone else.
Oh my god.
"'Tis naught this old frame cannot bear. Go now, all of you! The day is won, and the morrow beckons.
It's not over. It's not over.
Do not despair, my friend. Never before have I felt so alive. My eyes unclouded, my purpose clear. This is right.
No, it's not.
Gosetsu. You never failed us. Not once. You served my father faithfully. And I'm a better man for your guidance. And the Doma we build together shall be better for it too. Be proud, my friend. Be proud.
I am, Shun. More than you know.
Hien! Hien!
No.
You cast the die. Gambling was never my vice.
Oh.
How merciful the gods that I should find you in time.
This game is non-stop pain. I'm okay, Froggo. I'm okay.
We must turn back now before it is too late.
The riderless Yol Gosetsus. I can't believe you've done this. I love you too, Mac. Oh. Thank you for the hug.
Eyes forward, Cyrano. That was his wish.
I will deliver you to safety. The others are waiting.
We're not allowed to have friends. I keep trying to not love any of the characters. Oh, and then I do anyways. Do I have trust issues yet? Immensely. So much trust issues with this game. I'm not gonna like anyone else. I will not like anyone else. I give up on liking people. Terry, you gotta hate everyone. I'm gonna. Okay, but Gosetsu's too damn hard not to like. Dude, from the moment we met him, he was so fucking endearing. To bring back a bit of lightness before Hien nods to someone flying by outside. I did not see any of chat. I'm sorry, I was so engrossed. Hi guys, I love you. I'm sorry if I missed anything big. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Same, Muffin. Same. Ooh. Oh. I like that I have no idea what's going on in the story. I'm just here and I'm just in immense pain. I also hadn't developed the trust issues yet. Dude, Kay, right after Moonbreeda, like the Moonbreeda thing happened, I was like, I knew it. I never should have liked anyone. She was way too amazing and funny and quirky and awesome. Giving up on liking characters, good luck with that. Right. They're also throwing me through so many loops because like when Y'shtola stayed back at camp, I was like, okay, she's safe because she's at camp. Like, I don't know, nothing is safe. Nothing is sacred, nothing is safe, and I have anxiety. It makes it so much worse that Gosetsu just previously had his last drink and poured his heart out to you and he had exactly. He was literally just like, I want to make up for letting you and Cayenne down by not doing my job properly. He's like, I'm gonna do my job properly going forward, and then. Oh. Okay. Oh. Same, Serena. Thank you. The occupation is ended then, and the people must be informed of our victory. But I will not simply give up Gosetsu for lost. Before aught else, we must needs search the ruins. Allow me, my friends. The castle is still collapsing into the river and could easily drag you to your deaths. I can navigate the waters easily, without fear of drowning. Be reasonable, brother. You know he is right. All I saw in that scene was an old man saying some stuff and then Terra was crying for some reason. Noble sacrifice, Froggo. It was noble sacrifice. Sir, a word if I may. My lord withdraws him into himself, unable to turn his thoughts from the keep. He needs us now more than ever. My friends, I am returned. I swam as far into the ruins as I could. And, did you find him? Nay, lady, naught remained of the keep for me to search. Undermined from below and shaken from above, the manner of its collapse was most unusual. If the floor beneath him gave way before the rest, it's not impossible that he could have been sent tumbling into the river. But the water is thick and silt with silt and debris. Despite my best efforts, I could not find him. I'm sorry. There is naught for which you should apologize. Thank you, Soroban, for taking it upon yourself to search. The castle is in ruins, and the people are eager to learn the fate of their nation. We leave at once. The Warrior Light is a danger to those around him because this is the third time someone has sacrificed themselves so that the Warrior Light was saved, more or less. Yeah, this is why we should not have friends, or we should not like people. You're keeping it together better than I did. I'm impressed and surprised. See, my issue here and why I didn't lose it is because while it was happening, there was so much racing in my brain. 1, why don't they move? 2, why can I not heal him? I have Vercure. 3, we stood there for so long. There were so many other thoughts in my brain of like how to fix the situation. Like 4, she was showing up with the Yols. We maybe could use the Yols. There was so much like, it was all like denial. It was all denial. And it wasn't until Hien's speech where I was like, oh no, it's happening. And so that's when I started to lose it. Oh. I'm going down to the docks to see if I can get, can't get one of the Confederate ships to take us to the Enclave. Gotta go back to work. No more crying tonight, Terra. I won't, Froggo. I hope I won't. Have a good day at work, Froggo. Terra healing him was not gonna work because a little band-aid ain't gonna move the big ass building currently on top of him. Jolly, I know. I was just in big denial. Working with the Confederacy? Sue? Mayhap we should tell the others of the House of the Fierce to gather here, or gather there. Magni and Sadhu know not of what happened to the castle. I will go and tell them. They fought valiantly and with honor. Serena, I pray you tell them that as well. You too, my friend, were instrumental in this triumph. I must insist that you be present when we bring these tidings to my people. And I shall. Terra's only emotion during 14 has been denial. Dude, all of the recent occurrences, I've just been like huffing that copium and the denial. I like refuse to believe anything that's on screen. It's so upsetting. You all look like shite. Hi, Tansui. The captain thought you might need a ride to the Enclave. Ready to come aboard? Let's go. Wait a second. No, wait. I wanted to... Shit. I don't know what happened in there, but it's over. You won. That's cause enough for celebration, and those you're about to see need something to celebrate. Fuck, I wanted to talk to the people. Terra's put up amnesia walls in his brain to block it out. I keep trying to think of like how it's gonna work out instead. Post-ARR in 14 can be summed up as a series of unfortunate events. Yes, it can.
You were the last to arrive.
I see. Thank you. We owe the Confederacy a great debt.
I have waited 25 years for this moment. You owe us naught.
He's a leader, Muffin, a great leader. And he knows he needs to, like, celebrate. Because we did win. Blue! Hi, Blue. Thank you for the hydrate.
I love you, bitch.
I love you too.
Look! It's Lord Hien!
And he was having that moment, Muffin, previously. When he wasn't facing anyone.
Lord Hien!
It's him! He lives! He lives!
Some few words of encouragement would not go amiss, my lord.
Right. Yes, of course.
And see, he's not fine, Muffin. He's holding it together. But he's not fine. Like, he's not, like, perfect and fine. He's distracted. If you won't say something, I will. You're their lord, remember. Stand tall.
Forgive me. This is rather more daunting than I had anticipated. But you are right. I must be strong. Wish me luck.
We picked the same on this one. Be brave. Golsif, the crowd's like, Calculon's back. Jolly, have good sleep.
We are a sorry lot, are we not? Tired, dirty, stinking of blood and sweat and ash. The people pushed to the point of breaking. And yet, we won. The perseverance to endure decades of oppression. The will to carry on the legacy of those we have lost. These were the bonds that held us together and gave us the strength to reclaim our home. After 25 hard years, the shadow of the Empire no longer darkens these lands, and we may at last look forward to the dawning of a new day. But, my friends, it will be a day of work.
A lot of rebuilding to do.
So I ask you, have you yet the strength to stand? To rise up with me once more, here and now, and begin to rebuild our homeland?
Oh, they got up quick.
Lord Ian!
Oh, Issei sobbing in the background.
This will not end with Doma. We will see to that, right, Lise?
Right.
Indeed, this is but the beginning. The tide is turning, and it shall soon bear us back across the seas and onward and to the next battlefield.
Nodders. So what now? I mean, Xenos is still out there, but Doma's been liberated. Have I forgotten what our main goal in coming to Doma was about? I believe I have. It's been so long. Yeah, 100% I did, Izagi. 100% I forgot about Alamigo. 1000% I did. Honored hero, you seek passage across the one river. Yes. Smooth. Sorry, we've been building up an army in here for so long. I was like, Doma, save Doma, and I forgot why. Are you quite certain you would not prefer to stay a while longer? There are sure to be festivities at which you would be the guest of honor, like as not. Very well, there are other ways in which we might celebrate. By rejoining the fight for freedom in Girabanya, for one. Short though our time here has been, we have all come to regard this land and her people as our own, I think. But we have done that which we came here to do. Word of Doma's liberation will soon spread throughout the Empire, and we must seize this opportunity to rekindle the fires of liberation in the West. We dare not allow the Imperials a moment's respite, lest they march on Doma again. For the sake of all concerned, we should leave immediately. Sloppy, a little bit sloppy. Did I hear you right? You're leaving? I'm afraid so. We've got our own battle to fight. What about you? Will you be heading back to the steppe? Yes, the war here is ended, and there's no cause to remain. The Oranir and Dothar have already withdrawn. I will follow them anon, but I wish to bid you farewell first. The Blue, too, must return to their homes, but we'll be back. Doma has need of merchants and builders, and we are eager to offer our services. And just like that, our grand fellowship is broken. Without ceremony or pomp, you steal off into the dark. No matter, we have plenty to be getting on with, places to be, people to rob, and so on. And the captain never was one for mingling. I am a pirate. Give me a song at the tavern, and I'll be happy. Hobnobbing with Lord Hien? Nay. No taste for the finer things. In any event, we need not part ways here. If you are for Kugane, we would be happy to take you. Her waters have always been fruitful. I wish you well on your journey, my friends. May you ever walk in crimson. Thank you, Serena, for everything. May the Kami speed you on your way until we meet again. Bye, Soroban. Hobnobbing? I also thought sexual with that. I'm gonna talk to Alpha now. Hi, buddy. We've said our goodbyes. Though it be with heavy hearts, let us board the boat and begin our long journey home. How you doing, Lise? I'm glad we could be a part of it, that we could see with our own eyes that things can change if people have the courage to stand up and fight. And Alizé for good measure. We journeyed here from the opposite side of the world, but until now, it didn't seem half as far. I think that means our work here is done. Naught remains undone. Are you ready to depart? We're ready. To Kugane, then. I want to say something, but it's not Saturday. I appreciate your restraint. Have everything? Good. We will need it to weigh anchor before the Sekisegumi arrive. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for what you did. Give my regards to the Uldan. I informed Tataru of our coming. She and Hancock should be waiting for us in the Ruby Bazaar. Then it is here we part ways. Best of luck to you and yours. Piratical endeavors, I suppose. Hobnobbing is like mingling, usually with higher society people. See, I've never heard the term before, so my brain read it secretly as something else. Hobnobs are also a British oat cookie. Is that what coined the term? Eating British oat cookies with high society? Hobnobbing was first. Oh, okay. I'm heading to where? Ruby Bazaar. Okay. That's a very cool helmet. Oh, it looks even cooler because it's on a bunny. So it like goes up their ears. Thank you. Love you. Appreciate you. He smells good. Ruby Bazaar. Introduced around 1763 to drink to each other. From Hob and Nob, 1756, to toast each other by turns to buy alternate rounds of drinks. Oh, okay. Bunny, more like Bernie. You're not wrong. I was saying boo earns. The more you know. Welcome back, everyone, and congratulations on a job well done. It's a pleasure as ever to see your smiling face, Tataru. Less so yours, Hancock. Though Rasho and I are sincerely grateful for your assistance. The pleasure was all mine, Master Elfino, I assure you. Anyway, you'll be glad to hear that I have already chartered passage for you back to Limsa Lominsa. The ship is to leave port this very day, but the captain has agreed to wait until the 4 of you have boarded. The 4 of us? You mean to stay here in Kugane? Yes, I gave it some thought and I realized that even with Doma free, there's still a need for a woman in the middle. Maybe even more than before, considering the friends and alliances you've made. Hi Taco! Happy National Noodle Day, streamer. Have you done your part, Patriot? I'm eating pasta. It's kind of like a noodle. A little bit. Kinda. It's Noodle Day? Evidently, Sareth. Welcome in, Taco and Sareth. How you guys doing? I have stuff to do and I hate silence, so I started rewatching The Walking Dead from the beginning again. Have you seen all of The Walking Dead? Because I fell off around whatever season had the Whisperers. I just lost interest and stopped watching it. Were they called the Whisperers even? I don't remember. Yeah, it didn't grip me anymore like it used to. As I told her many times before, I would be more than willing to assist you. And as I told you many times before, I'm not about to let you worm your way into our affairs and exploit our connections for your personal gain. That's her job. Must you always presume the worst? So there you have it. I will remain here, and you needn't worry. I'm a regular at the hostelry and a half dozen other local institutions. Everyone loves me. Hi, I failed. 8 fried rice. Sareth, come on. Okay, wonderful. I'm gonna head to bed. I love your face. I love your face too, Muffin. Wonderful, deserve good things. No, you. P.S. nice butts. I've been doing squats. Thank you for noticing. Watched all the way up into the last episodes that just started airing. Wait, there's another season? Does it get better? Does it get better? So go. Don't let me keep you. Buy your supplies and souvenirs while you still can. When you've finished, make haste for the docks, pier number 2, to be precise, and I'll be waiting for you there. Don't look at me, Tara. I'm a noodle disgrace. Oh, I'm looking. I'm looking, Sareth. I am looking. This year is the final season. Isn't there more in the Walking Dead universe that they're making though? But it's nice if they have some sort of finality to the like original series. It just, for me, it went on too long. Izagi, that's when I began to lose interest. And then I lost it like a season later, I think. Liked it personally, but it's subjective. Yeah, there has been several spin-offs, right? Like Fear the Walking Dead, and I know there's countless others. Sareth, how good was Telltale's Season 1, though? Oh, it was so good. I haven't played the others, but I have played the Season 1 of the Telltale games. First to arrive, as always. Hopefully others will not be far behind. I sobbed, same! I cried so hard. And got so fun.
Ah, there you are. All packed and ready to go?
We are.
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Apologies for the wait. The task of tying up loose ends invariably takes longer than one allows. Happily, however, all now seems to be in order.
I was nodding at you, Sareth. Yeah. It's a great game. If you guys haven't played,
there's nothing left to do but to board the ship. Do try and enjoy the journey, won't you?
If you haven't
it may
played
be your last chance to rest for a while.
Season 1 of the Telltale's The Walking Dead, you should. It's wild. It was very good.
That would depend on the good captain's choice of route.
As ever, Tataru, I pray you take all due precautions while making your inquiries. Better to avoid the local authorities altogether than risk a repeat of our Ishgardian episode.
And what sordid episode is this, pray tell?
Not to speak of, I assure you.
You can't buy it anymore?
Hold that ship.
Because Telltale, I think, did fold, did they not? Like they had to, like they went bankrupt or something like that? Oh no, the company did not flop? No company flopped? What happened? I'm confusion now. Because I thought I heard that as well. I thought Telltale was like in hot water. Hi, Julie. You people cutie. How you doing? The company did go bankrupt,
What are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be in Doma?
Yeah. Honestly, there should be like celebrations. Why are they here right now? Telltale folded because they treated their employees like garbage. Then they deserve it.
Shouldn't you? You left with nary a word.
Oh.
I half wondered if I had done something to offend.
Yeah, we didn't say anything. We just slipped out.
Upon learning that you had departed for Kugane, we immediately resolved to give chase. Our comrades can manage affairs in our absence, and it seemed the least we could do.
Aw, wait, that's cute. But they're reviving some of the games with the former employees. Wolf Among Us 2 had an announcement this year. I haven't played the original Wolf Among Us, though I did know that people liked it. I think if you already own their stuff, you can keep it, but you can't buy it anymore. That's so sad. I mean, that being said, Rando, you probably could get it on the high seas, if you know what I'm talking about.
You mean you came all this way just to say goodbye?
That too, aye. But there was something else I felt I had to say. You helped us win our freedom, and for that I cannot thank you enough.
You don't need to.
Accordingly, after we have established an interim government and so forth, I think it only meet that we repay the favor by dispatching our own forces to Eorzea. If you would have us.
I'm pretty sure that's why we came, so I'm glad that you offered, Hien.
We harbored no expectations of such generous aid, and as there is no telling when the Empire might strike back at you, would it not be wiser to concentrate your resources on the defense of Doma?
Says the company is back. Yo! Kura and I were playing these guessing game songs videos on YouTube. We found your host song. Did you, Julie?
I had a mind to pursue a more aggressive
Also
defense,
rip hosts.
To which we will send forth shinobi to provinces far and wide to spread word of our victory, that we might inspire others to take up arms as we did.
And they likely would.
Even the Empire has its limits. If the Garleans cannot be certain where and when the next rebellion will take place, how can they commit another force to Doma?
Especially if the whole country is rallying. It's a fair point.
And besides, so long as this debt remains unpaid, how am I to face myself and Gorsetzer?
As you wish. I will relay your offer to the Eorzean Alliance.
Gorsetzer! Too soon.
All of Doma is counting on you to finish what we have started.
The Walking Dead series is available on Steam. All of them? You didn't know it was a Wii song? Come on, Julie.
Have it in you, Lise. To seize the future you want. Never forget.
All of them. Nice.
I won't, Hien. Not your words or anything else. Everything that led us here, that will drive us forward, I'll carry it with me always. And that's a promise.
Believe it.
I will hold you to that. Go with them to Eorzea. Tell their people of our triumph and of our pledge to stand with them.
By your leave, I shall pave the way for our new alliance.
Hurry up, you lot! The ship's about to weigh anchor!
So as far as Nintendo consoles go, I went from the Super Nintendo to the Switch. That's a big jump. Holy heck. I missed the company King? They used to make visual novels. Went bankrupt though, not a popular game genre. Yeah, VNs are quite niche.
It seems our time is at an end. Go well, my friends. And may we meet again beneath a western sky.
Yes, please. Hey, EJ. Bye, Hien. Be safe. Damn, I only skilled GameCube and Wii U. Wii to a lesser extent since I got it after its life cycle. Have I had every Nintendo console? Meanwhile, in the Royal Palace of Alamigo, I think I've had almost every Nintendo console, thinking back on it. Except for GameCube. Didn't have GameCube. My husband! Hello, husband. It's been a minute. How are you? How are your swords?
I always knew that woman was unfit for command.
Aye, when you think of all the resources we've poured into that hole, and for what?
Why? Everyone else was just unflinching. He looks bored.
Beast yet lives. Mayhap it is time I sharpen my claws.
He is bored, Sereth. Xenos' like whole thing is he's one of those villains that just wants to fight powerful foes.
I wonder, will you walk into my parlor once more?
He literally got like a battle boner while we fought with him, and like held our ground basically. He was like, oh my.
For Dolorem Lupus, come at the command of the Lord Viceroy to present the prisoner taken by the Cranie Lupi.
The who? Prisoner? How did they get Kryl? Oh, you get your stinky grubby paws off of our sweet little bean.
Xenosie Galvus, I presume.
Fortola.
It's true what they say. You do have the eyes of a monster. A ravenous, insatiable fiend.
You, give the butcher your weapon.
Yes, my lord.
Xenos, yay, Galvus.
My lord, this is...
A reward given in recognition of your service. I trust you will prove more capable than its former owner.
Is that a gunblade?
I swear, I'll not disappoint you, my lord.
Who else used a gunblade? Nero? No, wait.
Good. Now,
I can't remember who used
that
gunblades.
mewling little piglet. I would not hear another sound pass her lips until I strip the fat from her.
No! Don't. Don't do it. Okay, they didn't do it. Gaius used one. Nero had a big hammer. Thank you. I couldn't remember, Lymph. Appreciate you. Gaius used a gunblade a lot like that one, so it's probably Gaius Van Belsar's. Okay, Nero had gunhammer. Right. It's been so long since we've seen either of them. I couldn't recall. Squall? Wrong game. Could be Squalls? Who knows? I don't know how liberally they've pulled from storylines of other games. Noting that Final Fantasy VI's Cyan is a mistranslation of Cayenne, makes me think they might have some interlocking stories going on here, at least in like their like world histories. Before I complete this, I have to pee. I'm sorry, I just went off on a tangent, but I have to really pee. Crystal Towers from 3, yeah. So they pull like history things from it a lot then, eh? Particular gunblade just belonged to that one random Imperial officer. The one that handed it over. There you go. Here's my sword. Terrabathroom, yeah. Terrabellathroom. I gotta pee so badly. I'll be back. Subterranean. Cranny, I love you. You're so handsome and attractive with a big wiener. You. All right, I'm gonna have a quick power nap while we're on the elevator. All right, I'm gonna go kill myself. I'm killing myself. When's it? Just do it. I'm so scared.
Don't be scared.
I am scared though.
Hey.
Hooked on murder, do 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 do. Bang and boom, do do do. I am killing you. Wait.
We're done with this.
I want to kiss him.
Actually, wait.
Oh god. Oh god. For thee, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Hi everyone, welcome to my stream. I did the thing. Let's get some squat music going. Beep, 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 beep. Why do I ever open my mouth? All right, phone, get ready. Couple of hams over here. Ham Central. Oh, dog. You know what? I'm glad you're dead. I'm glad you got murdered. I'm glad that this happened to you. You won't share your cake with me? Glad you're dead. Come on in. I hope your stream was amazing.
Perry the platypus, you're no match for my potatonator. With this device, I will turn the whole tri-state area into a giant baked potato.
Wow, was that clip not meant to be? What? What? That clip was made for this moment. That clip was made for this moment. How is that so? It picks a random clip, Tooltails. Axe guy. Ah! Oh my god. Oh, rival. Holy crap. Just like normal. Holy heck, you got me. Wowza. Oh no, there's an opening in the fence. Oh! Saved by the bell. Pimp Jiggle redeemed. End the stream. Well, hang on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I have a plan for this. Give me 1 second here. Oh my god, dude. Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Here we go. I now have 2 minutes to find a raid target until this song is done. Jesus Christ. We need a raid target. Oh my god. A few more emotes for better Twitch TV emotes, and also for every time I accidentally click on a door, it scares me. I need to commission them for a tier 2 and a tier 3 emote. I already have an idea on what both of them will be. I have an itch I can't scratch. Who's gonna scratch it? What kind of itch? Fucking! It needs Annie's. I can faintly hear clicking coming from the ceiling. I don't know what will happen now. If it is out and alive, then this is probably my last resort. The clicking is getting louder now. Don't know, generic lab assistant. Guys. I just scared my cat off my lap. That was a very genuine scream. Oh my god. Bees. Hello, yes, you have come to the sensual reading of Red Dead Redemption 2. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Today we are going to be exploring the curvature of Arthur's body. Oh no, is my bitrate fine? Oh no! Oh no! Wait, how long has my bitrate been fine? You can't climb ladders, right? I'm back. I had a few bites of food. It's so good. It's so tasty. Back in Eorzea at last, ready to pick up where we left off and finish the fight. We're not who we were when we left. We're stronger and wiser. Hi, Soma! I never realized what was said in that clip. Not the curvature of Arthur Morgan's body. Such a fire clip. So let's do it. Let's get back to Alamigo and defeat Xenos once and for all. We got a Kryl to save. Do we even know? They don't know, chat. They have no clue. Oh boy, more upgrades. How ugly are we gonna be? I mean, that's actually not the worst. I'm not mad at it. Someone thank you for the 25 minis. None of those are for me. Okay. Here we are, home at last. I must say, the journey passed more quickly than I'd expected. That would be due to the absence of the otherworldly interference, I expect. I should be glad if we did not speak of that unpleasantness again. But in spite of all that and more, we return better for the experience, and more importantly, triumphant. Indeed, and with Doma freed of imperial oppression, it is only right that we turn our thought to the plight of Alamigo. Well, I'm all for that, obviously, but I think you should go and see the refugees at Revenant's Toll before doing anything else. They'll be thrilled to hear what we've accomplished, and it would sound best coming from you. Thank you. I shall do as you suggest. Merlwib von Blüffischwin! I see I'm not too late. Admiral, what are you doing here? The East Aldenard Trading Company informed me of your impending arrival. I have tidings I thought best to share with you in person. From Girabania? Aye, the Alliance still holds the wall, despite several Imperial counterattacks, but we have been unable to press further into occupied territory. Commander Kemp and his men, meanwhile, have made great strides toward rebuilding their depleted ranks. They have taken it upon themselves to attempt some few operations, with mixed results. I'm sorry to say, 'twas a complication arising from one such venture, which moved me to seek you out. Meanwhile, in Limsa, I just have to say that blue is so cool. It really highlights your hair. This blue? This subtle blue? Off the screen? I like it. Limsa? Yeah, Limsa Lominsa. During a mission to transport wounded resistance fighters to the Rising Stones, Kryl Baldesian was taken prisoner. Oh, so they do know. Kryl? Do they know where she's being held? They do not, but your comrades were informed at once, and I am told Thancred in Girabania is looking for her as we speak. How could this have happened? We must seek out Thancred without delay. Nay, Kryl taught me better than that. It would be unwise to act without first acquiring a full understanding of the situation. Thank you for informing us. Tired though we may be, we must make haste to Castrum Oriens. Pray excuse us, Admiral. Lady Yugiri. Off we go to avert another disaster. Oh my god. Oh, it feels framey in here. Help! I'm getting out of here. There's too many humans here. It's prime time in Limsa. I was in fucking Limsa. Yes, I was. And now I'm not anymore. Oh, it's way too framey in there for me to hole up EJ. It's way too framey. I was getting like 2 frames a second. Kryl herself is also a reference to another game, Final Fantasy V, I believe. Dude, if I go and revisit all the other Final Fantasies, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna be gasping. Oh, you were in Limsa! Just missed me. If it was not so framey, I would have stayed, but that was bad. There you are. You've heard the news. In broad strokes from Admiral Blüffischwin, what happened? Kryl and a squadron of resistance fighters were escorting Y'shtola and several other wounded to the Rising Stones for further treatment when they were ambushed by— Wait, so what happened to Y'shtola? Arenvald and his men fought valiantly, but in the chaos... Hello? I'll make no excuses. We failed to protect her. Do not be so hard on yourself. You protected Y'shtola and the others, did you not? Tell us about the attack. It was the skulls. They knew a path across the wall we hadn't found. We thought we were safe once we reached Black Shroud. We weren't expecting an ambush. During the fighting, I caught a glimpse of their leader's memories. It was all planned. The advantage of having a walker in the field. I'm not as strong in the Echo as Sir is, of course. Half the time, it's enough to knock me on my ass. And I've taken a dose of concentrated ether. So you walked in Fordola's memories? What did you see? A woman promised the world education, training, citizenship, all that and more if she but sold her soul. A traitor to her people, a pretender to her masters. Quile and a squadron of soldiers. I don't know what happened to my mouth. It was Xenos himself that gave the order, told her to return with Cryle Baldesian, alive. Our agents have been carefully monitoring Imperial communications since the attack, but have yet to intercept any transmission making reference to Cryle or her current whereabouts. If their orders were to bring Cryle back alive, we can save her if we move quickly enough. As you say, time is of the essence, which is why I intend to slip past enemy lines and see what information I can uncover on my own. In the meantime, it is up to you and our allies to command the Imperial's undivided attention. Lots of shouting and explosions and so forth. Keep them distracted, and I will find her. Very well. I wish I could do more to aid you, but I understand. Commander Kemp is on his way to the Castrum as we speak for a meeting with General Alden. If you hurry, you can find him on the road and discuss the situation beforehand. I think Sir and I are going to see Conrad like he suggested. You all wait here. I'm back with pasta. I also have pasta. Are you abiding by National Noodle Day? Look at this unsuspecting summoner with a very schnazzy book. Look like an Asian nun. Toa, check my eventual plate. I be cute. Oh, he's a precious. Assy nun. He's a precious. You gotta fill out the other stuff. I don't even know what time you play, EJ. Oh, I ran past my quest. Yeet. Hi, Conrad. Long time no see. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Fills my heart with joy to see you two hale and healthy. Welcome home, Lise and Sir. I'm sure you've heard about Cryle by now. That's why we're here. I'm still not sure what to think about it, but we'll save her. We'll definitely save her somehow. I have no doubt that you will. You look stronger for your time in the Far East, lass, and that's good news for Cryle. I'd like to think so, but enough about me. How is everything with you and the Resistance? Better than when you last saw us, and no mistake. Arenvald's been a godsend. Him and Minago and all the other young bloods have achieved so much in such a short time. We've been blessed to receive this. My tongue is tripping over itself, you guys. I need help. I just choked on my Red Bull. EJ, you can see server time, and I'm pretty sure that's what you're supposed to set up your adventure plate for. Server time, Eorzean time, local time. Anyways, it's up there. Boop. If anyone's a Game of Thrones fan, Arenvald is voiced by Gendry. Oh, cool. Do English Bish, do you speak it? Not right now, Mac. I'm having a struggle. We've been blessed to receive the support of the Flames Alamegan Brigade, who've been instrumental in freeing our countrymen from labor camps through Girabanya, as well as some political prisoners from the city proper, believe it or not. Together with the refugees returning from Ul'dah and elsewhere, we've had no shortage of able-bodied men and women eager to join the cause. I knew you wouldn't stop fighting, even after what happened at the Reach. Force of habit, I suppose. Though we've come a long way, we still have far to go, but we'll fight for every ilm, and sooner or later, we'll get to Alamigo. But listen to me prattling on when we should be making haste to Castromorians. There's no point you telling me everything now when you'll only have to say it again for the Flame General's benefit. You're right. I'll go on ahead and tell the others that you're not far off. I want a motorbike. I want a motorcycle. Pippin! Have you spoken with Thancred then? Good. Take heart. If anyone can track her down, it's him. I believe I hear Commander Kemp's party approaching. If you're ready to address Father and the others, let's be about it. That one is Island Sanctuary, but the other one is Mog Station. Oh, the motorcycles. There you are, and there's Commander Kemp, I see. I know you are eager to speak of our next move, but we would first hear more of your last. Tell us of your deeds in Doma. Oh, I see what you mean, EJ. I don't know, Limsa was so laggy. I guess because it's like close to prime time, and Limsa is like one of the most bumpin' cities. It was so laggy.
Pray, join me in welcoming our Scion allies, but recently returned from their mission to the Far East. We have been most eager to hear a first-hand account of your time there, eventful as we understand it was.
Mac, it's time to buy a whole new one. You've had endless
Very
issues
well.
with that
Allow me.
poor dishwasher. EJ,
Such
you're not
victories are
unique in
rarely
that, don't
won without
worry.
sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price. Doma, free after all these years.
Bloody hells. Flooding their own castle for a better chance at victory. We could learn a thing or two from that lad.
Our agents report a flurry of communications between Garlemald and Alamigo in recent days. 'Tis plain they are in the midst of deliberating their response to the Doman uprising.
Good. Every Imperial unit in occupied territory will be on the lookout for civil unrest. The fear of leaving critical locations undefended will make commanders think twice about committing their forces, giving us a chance to seize the initiative.
It's a good situation to be in.
We have a chance, aye. Mayhap the last one we're ever going to get. While we've done our best to rebuild the resistance, the Imperials have only increased their efforts to root out sympathizers.
Kyo, have a good sleep. It's 15 years old, Mac. Yeah, it's time to put it to rest, I think.
If we keep on playing for smaller prizes, it's only a matter of time before they crush us again. And that we won't come back from.
We gotta go for
A
gold.
swift advance seems best for all concerned. Not least poor Mistress Kryl.
Yep. Agree.
Then let us waste no more time. The campaign for Alamigan liberation begins now. Our first objective will be to capture Castellum Veladina. Take the bridge, and the whole of the fringes will be ours. From there, we can push east towards the peaks.
I was saying Veladina. Exactly
I
what I
name
was
this
thinking, Mac.
operation Ralga's Beacon. For as Ralga once sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands, so too shall it see us home.
For Ralger's bacon! So much. The success of this operation is paramount, so long as the Empire holds Castum Veladina, the main host cannot advance. Xenos knows this, which is why he has ordered Fordola and her men to cede to the bridge's defense. so we'll get to fight the skulls again. The Butcher is not to be underestimated. She is decisive, ruthless, and feared by foes and friends alike, but we have a plan to defeat her. First, we send an alliance force down the main road, signaling our intention to mount an all-out assault. The garrison will muster their forces and prepare for a protracted battle. However, they will soon find that we are ill-prepared for their counterattack. Our men will begin to break ranks and flee. I see. Show them your backs and give them a target too tempting not to pursue. Aye, Fordola is too aggressive not to press the advantage. She will order her men to give chase. We lure them as far as East End, where the commanders will rally their forces and attempt to hold their ground. If all goes to plan, we should be able to keep the greater part of the garrison occupied, leaving us to tackle the bridge's remaining defenders. Very clever, I'm sure. But what are we to do if the Imperials smell a rat and return before we've taken the place? I don't need you to take Veladina, Commander Kemp. All I need is for you to fly your flag from its tower. You mean to trick them into believing that the bridge has fallen? Aye, we convince them Veladina is lost, hit hard with our reinforcements, and watch them go running for the hills. Then, when the dust has settled, we regroup at the Castellum. What say you? It's a bold plan, but a good one. We'll do it. In that case, we shall support both the Resistance and the Alliance forces. Sir, Lys, Arenvald, I ask that you accompany Commander Kemp. Eorzea and I will remain with the Flame General. We will return to Rhalgr's Reach and make our preparations. As soon as they are complete, we will join you in the field. Godspeed. Yeah, that just means you have to wash more dishes by hand, Mac. And do you live alone, Mac? If it's okay to ask? Because like when you're single, it's much more easy to manage your dishes. The minute you add one other human into the home, you do live alone. Yeah, okay. The minute you add one other human into the home, it's like suddenly dishes just start exploding exponentially and coming out of nowhere. I don't know how it happens. But sir, I have a busted foot, so I mean, true. You set up a tall chair, like a bar stool in front of the sink. Easy. Easy clap. And you vibe out and wash dishes. Spez cooks, that means dishes? You're right. I should talk him into ordering food every day. It's definitely way better. Whenever my friend and I get a place together, I want to get one of those countertop dishes. Oh, fancy. What are you, rich, Echo? Holy shit. I have an ultra bachelor dish package, one small plate, few Tupperware for bowls, one spoon and knife fork. Exactly, Soma. Exactly. In case you haven't noticed, the flag flying above Veladina is bloody massive. It'd take a dozen men to change it, and far too long besides. But there's no need for all that, right, Monago? Not so long as I have my griffin and a satchel of glamour prisms, no? Arenvald, you're in charge of the runners between us and the Alliance. No link pearls. Lys, I want you to look in on the squadrons. Make sure they've got everything they need. Everybody clear? Aye, sir. I got a roommate and got 73 dishes. Like, why do you need so many dishes? Plus, Soma, I was about to make the joke about when you run out of bowls, you use Tupperware, but you're already using Tupperware for bowls, so never mind. Look, I'd rather save up for a little while to get a dishwasher I can use to do our dishes every day than have to do them by hand. Easily my least favorite chore. That and putting my clothes away. Dude, same. I literally have a laundry basket. I literally have a laundry basket full of clothes in my hallway right now because I didn't want to put them away. Also because I don't have enough hangers, okay? Don't come for me. I have slightly too few hangers to hang all my shirts. So the drying, is it called a drying rack? The laundry rack, because I don't machine dry all my shirts or all my clothes in general. There are some things that I don't machine dry, and I throw them on there and they stay there until the next load of laundry is done, and then they take over the hanger space that's opened up, and then the new freshly washed clothes take the space on the laundry rack. It's the eternal cycle. It's the eternal cycle for me. You have two laundry baskets full of clothes. One is clean, the other is dirty. Okay, that's bad. I only have one laundry basket, so I don't let myself get to that level. Look, if I go to a dinner party and you send me home with food in your Tupperware, don't explicitly tell me you want it back. I have new Tupperware. Isn't that how most people collect their Tupperware? Does anyone buy Tupperware? I thought that's how everyone got theirs. Like, you go to your parents and they give you something in Tupperware and it's just yours at that point. All forces are to depart for Castellum Corvi when ready. That will be all, sir. Stay with me a moment if you would. You bought your Tupperware? I don't believe it, Izagi. I need to see the receipts. I highly doubt this. No, I'm kidding, of course. I have two because one for room and one for bathroom. It doesn't always work out that way, though. Oh no. You got a Squishmallow today! I love Squishmallows. I have some nice containers that I bought. Of course, they get used by my... Okay, listen. Okay, listen. We went to IKEA, right? Spess and I. We bought these fantastic, amazing, super nice glass Tupperware, glass containers. And I love them. They're perfect. They have like the nice seal on top that like latches on, and it's perfect for leftovers. And then my psychopath of a partner who loves to bake and make things and make food for people, it's his love language, gives them all away. And so now we have none. Because other people never give back the containers that you give them food in. And now we have none. And we haven't been to IKEA again. I'm like, you motherfucker are buying me like 10 of these things if you're gonna keep giving away these fucking containers. Like, I was so mad. I loved those containers, and now they're dead. Forever. Oh, you wanted it all to match, so you got the big pack with the red lids. Oh my god. That one Tupperware pack with the red lids. I know exactly the ones you're talking about. 2 laundry baskets, one with clothes that just pulled out of the dryer. One for them to go into when I'm done with them. The Rubbermaid pack, exactly. I asked so nicely, hey, please don't use these because I got them for soup because I don't like using regular bowls. And then one of them is fucking gone. You got scammed. You got scammed. It's an axolotl. Ah, that's so cute, EJ. You have 2 packs of them? Oh my god. Okay, now Izagi, do you guys actually have your Tupperware organized? I saw a TikTok the other day on the Clock app where it was like the way I put away regular dishes, and it's like gently putting the fork in the cupboard, gently putting the plates away and the bowls away, and then when they get to the Tupperware, they just fucking throw it in the back of the drawer and then close it while it's like falling out. And I'm like, I like that this is a universal experience of putting Tupperware away. You just throw it in there, unless you're like crazy and keep it organized. Ish. They're stacked in a cabinet. Ish. Rubbermaid Tupperware is to plasticware what Pyrex is to glassware. Yep. Your wife has decided to rewatch OHSHC. Orlando Heart School has Christmas. That's what it is. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that acronym is. Someone doesn't put them together by the same size. Oh, someone! Hang on, this sounds like passive aggressive. Izagi, do you want to call out your partner? I give you full power. This is a safe space. Let it out. Let it out. Orin High School Host Club! I should know that. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. I loved Orin High School. He's a mess. I spelled that first word wrong, I'm sure. You did. You did. It's okay. It's okay. It's O-U-R-A-N. Cancel Terra immediately? No, I got there. It just took me a long time. Give me your weeb card! I refuse. I'm death clutching that. Orin was one of my first animes as well. I heard Oran? Oran! Such a good show. What's happening in the story? There's a few men I'd like you to look in on personally. Each of them has lost people, and I can tell that it weighs on their hearts. Okay. There have been a lot of new faces since last you were here, so it's best if I just tell you where to look. One's an officer you'll find in the barber. Another's an older fellow who likes to pass the time on the shore of Starfall. The last is a fiery young lad from Little Alamigo, who I'm told trains by himself by the river to the fringes. You'll know them when you see them. Come and find me when you've finished. I'll know them when I see them because they'll have massive quest markers above their head. Easy clap. You've surprisingly never watched it? Really? I feel like it holds up. Has anyone other than Ray's partner rewatched Oran recently and can speak of if it holds up or not? Oran. I say, if it isn't the lad who helped me find the ward I misplaced. Hey, welcome in. Thanks so much. You have a fantastic name. Thanks so much for the follow. Y'all ever heard of like fandom in-laws? That's what Oran is for me. I have had friends who were really into it, but you never got into it. So you had like secondhand adoration of it? Maybe? Because your friends loved it so much? It has a few problematic jokes, but I still like it. Ooh. Ooh. Some things maybe don't hold up fully. But there I go again, treating you as an equal. It wasn't until after you'd gone that some of my comrades pulled me aside and told me it was the bleeding hero of Eorzea who had taken time out of his busy day to help me. Well, what's done is done, but know that I will fight with every ounce of my strength in this coming battle, and the next, and the next. Mayhap that will serve to repay the favor. Fare you well. Second-hand exposure. Good. Good. It's a good show. I don't even really like slice of life animes, but Oran is great. Have to rewatch it. It's not even that many episodes either. It's a small commitment. Oran's like what, 24 episodes? I don't recall. I don't think I really watched Oran. Tend to stick with action anime or fantasy or sci-fi. Dude, I still need to watch Jujutsu Kaisen. So many people have recommended it. Wait, I know you. Private Terrabellum of the Maelstrom. It's an honor to meet you. I was living hand to mouth in Ul'dah, but decided to enlist in the flames after I heard tales of your daring do. And now, as fate would have it, I've been sent here to join the fight for my homeland's liberation. But this is no time to talk. I've got to prepare for the operation. Take care, Private. We'll give those Imperial horsens what for. Soon I'll have time for anime. I pray for you, Mac. From what I've heard, some of the comedy is kind of in the whole twin thing, but most people are nostalgic enough that with it that they look past it. Yeah, the twin thing. We just look past the twin cest. It's fine. It's fine, I'm sure. I'm sure it's fine. Horsens? Yeah. Sir, am I right? I doubt you remember me, but I'll never forget you. Saved my life in Little Alamigo, you did. Wilrid and the rest of us had gotten it into our heads that if we had enough crystals, we could summon Ralgar like the Amalja summoned their god. Thankfully, you put a stop to it. Ever hear about what happened to Wilfred? Or Wilred, not Wilfred. Joined the Braves when they came calling, only to turn up dead one day. Never found out how or why, but I reckon it doesn't matter. Dead's dead after all. But at least he died doing what he thought was right. And maybe that's the best folks like us can hope for, eh? Not that I'm in a hurry, mind. Dude, everyone's just ready to die. I need to watch Haikyuu. Isn't it sports ball anime? I've never properly given a sports ball anime the time of day. And I feel a little bad about it. Because I know a lot of them are supposed to be very good. But it's still sports ball at the end of the day. You don't need to care about sports to like it. I promise. We need to fully decide, because we're getting very, very close to the end of JoJo's Bizarre. We need to fully decide what our next watch party show is going to be. Like, as a community. Because as of this upcoming Sunday, we're done part 5. And then we can start part 6. And then beyond that, I don't think there's much more. Or break for /movie, and then, yeah, we should watch a movie or two in the upcoming Sundays, and then we'll decide what our next, like, show will be. Slash announce, go to bed, EJ. EJ, go to sleep if it's too late for you. You've had a word with the men I mentioned, then? Have I ever seen Yuri on Ice? Isn't it very gay? Like, I mean that lovingly. It's like that where it's technically a sports anime, but the story is so much more than the sports. Yes? Oh my god. Should we watch really gay anime? Like canonically gay? Let's go. As I'm sure you noticed, they've another thing in common aside the tragedy. You've touched each of their lives in one way or another, but that's not the reason I wanted you to speak with them. A man who's lived in Garabania his entire life, who bore witness to the realities of the occupation for 20 unbroken years. A man who fled Alamigo in search of a new life, who swore to serve another nation, only for fate to conspire to send him back here. A youth born on foreign soil, who never knew his parents' homeland, yet, nevertheless, felt kinship with our cause. 3 men, 3 stories, 3 reasons, yet all belong to the Resistance. In growing larger, we've grown more diverse, and while there is good in that, there's also the potential for strife and discord. It'd take a special sword to lead such men to Alamigo, don't you think? Good thing they've got you. Wait, no, Lisa's not ready to lead. Are you kidding? Good thing they've got you. Lisa's not, I'm sorry. Lisa's growing, but she's not ready to lead yet. For now, but not forever. And, to be frank, I don't always know what to say to the ones who left, not to mention the youths. Nay, the Resistance needs a leader with a wider view, someone who's not lived their whole life in Garabania, who's known death and hardship, but not been ground by them. As you may have guessed, I've been thinking about asking Lise. I don't think she's ready for leadership. But it'll be her decision in the end. I don't think she's ready. I don't know if she's grown enough yet. I trust I needn't say that this conversation is just between you and me, of course. Good lad. Right then, we'd best head to Castellum Corvi, or what remains of it, rather. Haikyuu is also very gay, not canonically, but still very gay. It's got about 2 million male characters, so it's bound to be. They like to make like the yaoi friendly jokes in predominantly male animes. I knew sleep. Don't make me time you out. Do it. Too much stuff going on in October. Probably dive down the anime rabbit hole come November. It's spooky season. Speaking of, guys, I don't know if I want to do... I was kind of thinking, because Becca's at TwitchCon, right? I was kind of thinking, do we want to do horror Friday and Saturday this week? Because Saturday, I kind of like leaving open to whatever we feel like. So either we could do double horror this week, or we could maybe do more Slime Rancher. If we liked the cozy stream, we could do a bit more. Or something like Drink on Death. I don't know. I haven't been like super craving the Drink on Death streams. Favorite sports anime is Run with the Wind, no contest. I actually haven't heard of it. I need to run my bum there. What's closer? We'll just run from here. And since we have a long run ahead of us, loud Shiva music. I need it. I like the Shiva music. Back my suggestions will always be Soul Eater and Kill la Kill. Yes! Kill la Kill is such a good entry anime. It's not even really an entry anime, but like you'll love it regardless. My first animes were Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon. I feel like 99.9% of people's first animes were those. And it was Cowboy Bebop and Inuyasha, yes! And I don't mean that those are people's first animes in a bad way at all, just to clarify. But since it was like easily accessible and on TV, it's like, it's a good intro to it. Started Soul Eater once upon a time, it was good. We'll do again, you should finish it. It's a shame that the anime ends very not great. Still an amazing show. I would still recommend Soul Eater, but just brace yourself for a very like mid ending. Without spoiling. We're not gonna talk about it. But just know that going in. I heard someone call Kill la Kill a magical girl anime once, and I'm like, no, that's 100% accurate. Are you kidding me? Kill la Kill is absolutely a magical girl anime. 1000%. Dude, I need to rewatch Kill la Kill. I love Kill la Kill so much. The pacing is so chaotic and so fast. Your brother wanted his drag persona to be based off of Kill la Kill. It better have been Satsuki! Terry, I struggle to finish things. I'm working on it. You have commitment issues like me, hey? Before I was a streamer, whenever I get close to the end of a game, like particularly an RPG, I would just drop the game because I didn't want it to end. So rather than deal with it ending, I just never beat it. Soul Eater isn't quite as off the rails for the ending as certain other well-known animes. Death Note? Excuse me, spiders. Oh, you missed because of Fast Chat Terra. Did you enjoy Outlaw Star? I have never seen it. I've never seen Outlaw Star. Your first enemy was Code Gay-Ass? I only know of Code Gay-Ass because of the name. Because I like calling it Code Gay-Ass. I don't think that's how it's pronounced, but I love pronouncing it that way. But what is Outlaw Star about? Because I don't think I have seen it. The Death Note movie, though, I've never seen any of the live action Death Notes. I've heard of them. I've heard one of them was received well, but I have not seen. We'll lead the way while the other units launch their own separate attacks. Remember that we need to hold out until Minago sees to the flag. Got your gear in order? Any moment now. Wait, do I have my gear in order? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We're ready. Outlaw Star was kind of space opera, if I remember correctly. Speaking of space, I didn't watch all of it, but I think the show was called Space Dandy. Space Dandy was chaotic and fun. Hi Neon, welcome in. Netflix needs to stop thinking they can do live action anime even mildly acceptable. I thought people received one of the Death Note ones well though, Prey. I thought people genuinely enjoyed. Organization leaders have giant magic sky swords. In what, K? I've never heard of K either. Anime does not work in live action. That's why it's anime. Yep. Do I want you to log in? I don't know if we have any dungeons or anything coming up, Neon. But I'll let you know if I need you. There were multiple Death Note things. I thought there was like 3 live action Death Note movies. And then the Netflix one? Question mark? I thought there was quite a bit of live Death Note. Or live action Death Note, sorry.
Good. It's the waiting that drives me mad. Standing around, knowing what's to come. I'll never get used to it.
Calm before the storm.
Calm down, Nago. You're making her nervous.
Ooh, there's an 8-player duty soon?
We've come
In
this
that
far, haven't
case.
we just need to make it the rest of the way.
Right.
If they did, it should be the Netflix one, because it was horribly off source. They literally made their own movie and just threw in the book and Ryokan called it Death Note. Disastrous. The Netflix Death Note was meh. Yeah, I heard that one was not received well at all. There's at least one live action movie that I know of. That's the only Death Note I've seen. You haven't seen the actual anime itself? I feel like Death Note is it a must watch? Because I feel like it is. I feel like Kill la Kill is a must watch. I feel like Death Note is a must watch. Arguably, I say Soul Eater is a must watch as well. It was so good. Kenshin's getting a reboot.
Looks like the bastards went for the bait. The bridge is ours for the taking.
Let's go!
Now remember, Minago, I want you to
You
make
agree,
for the
Neon,
tower
right?
as
Must
soon
watch.
as you see an opening and get that flag flying. We'll see to the fighting.
And it's a big flag.
I won't let you down, sir.
Come then. Rolga's star shall burn bright this day.
Literally because of the subbed Death Note, any single time that I see the word juicy, I always think of Ryuk saying juicy. So every single time I see the word juicy, all I can think of is juicy. Gotta reach Veladina before General Alden and his men are overwhelmed. Scouts, dead ahead. If they see us, they'll warn the others. Not if we kill them first. Kill them dead! Unalive them. Break their bones.
Here it comes!
Also, rest in peace, Neon. Oops, I'm hard casting Bird Thunder. That's embarrassing. All right, we got the scouts. That's the last of them. Let's keep moving. Now, Death Note didn't really catch my attention enough to watch it. I may give it a try at some point, but haven't been motivated to watch anime much lately. That's okay. You have Twitch streams to watch anyways. No sign of sentries. General Alden must have his hands full. Then let's seize the bridge and be done with it. I hope Nago's all right. Me too, at least. They left a token force behind. Nothing we can't handle.
Take this!
Take this! I like when the characters just randomly start yelling. Been watching the new Gundam. First one with the girl pro tag. She accidentally won a fiance in a duel. What the frick? Oh, I probably should have focused the cannons. I didn't even realize you could attack the cannons. Oopsies. Excited for Chainsaw Man? Chainsaw Man's only a manga right now, right? It's soon to be a show? Oh, come on. How did that not die? Fordola! Think you're clever with your little tricks? Think again. None of you are leaving here alive. Anime comes out this month. Sheesh. Alright, Fordola. I'm gonna shoot you with my magic. She's interrupting my melee combo. How dare you interrupt my melee combo? Hey! Stop this. And Mappa is doing the animation, so it's decent. What else have Mappa done? I don't know them by name. Oh, rude!
Meet my new friend!
Who's your new friend? Oh. Oh, she's placed so many of them? Okay, she's dead. Mappa's done a good amount of Attack on Titan. They've done Jujutsu Kaisen. That's all you can name off the top of your head. Okay, so like good animation then. Dude, the running animations of some of the Titans in Attack on Titan are wildin'.
God damn you! No more running! No more hiding! Let's finish this!
Aye.
Look! The flag!
The bridge is ours! Al amigo! Al amigo! Al amigo! Yeah!
People run!
Stand your ground! It's not over yet!
Oh no,
Damn it!
Pray. Wait, did she smoke bomb?
Let them go, Lise. We've done what we came here to do. That's enough for now.
So we were successful. How about the rest of the gang? Oh, oh, oh. Oh my god. The Eorzea Alliance getting bopped a little bit. Praise a bully can confirm. Roban. Mission
Villadina is fallen?
complete.
Impossible.
We have them on the run! Forward! No mercy!
I'm sorry, Neon, I couldn't pass on that opportunity. In solace, timing out yourself.
We have to regroup! All units, fall back!
Mac, goodbye, little one.
Commander, the 4th cohort has been routed. We'll be at the mercy of the enemy's reinforcements if we don't fall back now.
Idiot! We have the stronger force by far. Don't be taken in by their tricks. Or would you rather tell Xenos you lost to this rabble?
No, but if the snakes betray us in the confusion, we'll have no way out. I'm begging you, Commander. Give the order, or we'll all die here.
As common traitors who drank of muddied waters. For all the good it did us. Schools with me! The day is theirs, and so is this bastard bridge.
Yo!
Someone bring the snake.
Snicks. So now, Xenos will probably not be happy with her, so she won't be able to return to the Imperials? Question mark? Because Xenos will be like, you fled!
I suppose. It's our first victory, isn't it? And that has to be worth something.
Hi, Buckma! Thank you for kitty bitties. I do too, Becky. It's a shame Fordola got away, but we did what we came here to do. I have to remind myself that it's just the first step, but it's a big one. We're going to take it back, all of it. One ilm at a time if we have to. There's still a chance some Imperials are holed up inside the Castellum. We'll need to search it top to bottom to make sure it's safe. In the meantime, I want you to rendezvous with the main host. Keep your weapons at the ready. There's a chance you might come face to face with soldiers on the run en route. On second thought, it might be prudent for you to do a preemptive sweep of the region for soldiers that have gone to ground. We shouldn't afford them any time to regroup and launch a counterattack. When you've judged your work to be done, report to General Alden in Bittermill. Do I gotta go kill some downed people? Is that basically what he told me to do? Ananta is dope AF. Isn't Ananta the snake people? Yes, those are the snake people. She was cute. Yeah, they're like a whole race of people. Some soldiers attempting to regroup. Not on my watch. Saw this, I'm not dying today. You haven't a choice in the matter. I'm back, baby. For now, at least. Welcome back, Neon. I actually feel kind of bad that I have to kill these people. That guy literally said when I approached him, "Don't come any closer." I just like the giant bugs. So you didn't like grounded then, did you, Becky? When Becca and I were playing it. It's an antlion. Antlions are so scary. They literally make sinkholes for poor little insects and then chomp them when they slip in. Scary. Grounded makes your skin crawl. Yeah, it takes some getting used to. I feel like the longer that I play in Grounded, the more desensitized I get to the spiders. So it's kind of like exposure therapy a little bit. But then if I see a spider in real life, it doesn't help. I'm still terrified. It's fun to watch you guys scream and throw your fleshy bodies at spooters. It's a fun game. Well met. All's well at the bridge. Pray, without spoiling it for anyone else, have you had any dreams in Grounded yet? Because they're wild. Good, good. The fight has died down here too, as you can see. Pippin left but a moment ago with the contingent of troops to occupy Veladina. If and when the Imperials return, they'll find us dug in behind their own walls. I cannot have hoped for a better outcome, General. Splendidly done. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It'll take more than one Castellum to turn the tide. Oh, that's too bad, Prey. They're wild. We're currently in tier 2 gear, if that helps you establish where we are. Been trying to find a video where Xenos' voice actor says, "This is a certified hash brown moment." In what context would he ever say that? My men and I will deal with the remaining enemy forces. Scions, I bid you return to the Commander Kemp and his men. Yeah, and it's such a good game. Delight not overmuch in victory, not for when the battles are left to fight. Our work here is finished. Our resistance allies are waiting. No, I haven't yet, Prey. You got it when it was early access? Me too. I did, Becky. I may not be streaming Phasmo like at all. I think I may still play it in my own time, but I would hate to give them extra publicity and like get people to want to play it, which is a shame because I was planning to play some of it with Becca, but Becca and I were talking about it and we were like, I think no. I think we can't, like, at all. You deleted it straight up, yeah. Echo, literally, it's probably still all over Twitter. If you just search Phasmophobia on Twitter, you'll probably find it. And there are so many Phasmo clones anyways, exactly. I feel the most for, like, dedicated Phasmophobia streamers that are probably kind of, like, a little bit at a loss on what they should do now. Because I'm sure they're out there. But it's yeah. I'm not gonna touch on the drama here, but yeah. Search Phasmophobia on Twitter, you'll probably find out what went on. And it's gross. Back so soon, I suppose the general and his men had matters well in hand. The vice marshal and his men showed up not long after you left. If the gods are good, there'll be no one left to fight. I was wondering what you thought since we were talking about yes, and that's where I'm at. I don't think I'll be streaming it. A few of my friends still really love the game despite the drama, so I may occasionally play with them, but I absolutely don't want to draw like... I don't want to stream it and basically promote the game is my whole thing. Have I fought Susanoo? Have I fought Susanoo? It doesn't... It sounds familiar, but I can't place it. I'm so bad with names, though. Totally understandable. Yeah. I know you're not one for waiting, but if you'll bear with us. Oh, Susanoo was Turtle Man! Oh, Susanoo was such a good fight! I can't believe I forgot their name. It was such a cool fight. Such a cool fight. God, so anime. Commander Kemp, Marshal Terrapin, reports that their sweep of the Castellum's interior has been completed. So it's finally over, eh? Pray extend to him my deepest thanks. It's official then. Castellum Villadina is well and truly ours. Perhaps this calls for... Wait, where's Minago? She took her bird and flew off towards the Peering Stones, the village of the M tribe where she was born. I doubt the Imperials who fled Villadina had a mind to give them trouble on their way back east, but she was nevertheless worried, so I gave her leave to go and see that her people were safe. Though I pray you are right, 'twould be best if Minago were not alone if she should encounter the enemy. Agreed. Agreed. Let's all go to the Peering Stones and make sure that everything's all right. Identity theft is a crime, Prey. You wouldn't pirate a DVD. You wouldn't download a car. If that is your wish, then I have no objection. Just let the guard know when you wish to cross. Also, Julie, because I haven't seen their face in here in a little while, could you please tell Kuro that I love them very much? And I hope all is going well. I would download a car. Criminal! Criminal! Lock them up! Lock them up! If I could, I would download a car. Woo, woo, woo! Get them! Get them, FBI! Get them, FBI agents! Get them! They're admitting to crimes! Greetings, Scion. Do you wish to pass? Yes, please. Woo, woo, woo! Lock them up! They're criminals in my chat room! Time to start pressing this button, because we're in a new region. Wait, if Carvana sells you a car online, then delivers the car to you, isn't that technically downloading a car? It's a real stretch of the word, download, but I want to say yes. I want to say yes, Soma. I want to say yes because I like where you're going with this. Whoop, whoop. It's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. You'll never catch me alive because I'm already dead inside. Finger guns. Great, now we have to define download. Not pray in Peepo jail. Oh, thunder. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me. I'm doing a story. Yes, I am, Paragon. So bye, Paragon. The path of the village is through a tunnel just east of here. Follow me. Alright, bye. Very, very frightening. Wait, east? Why did I go west? Why did they go west if it was west? Wait, never eat soggy wieners. This way. Streamer, I give my Prime sub as probs, switching over to YouTube, so now it goes towards these emotes. Ooh. I wonder how many people are going to make the jump to YouTube. YouTube is only taking steps forward, whereas Twitch seems like so resistant to any form of change or improvement. Oh, speaking of YouTube's improvements, I heard, I don't know if this is true, so you'll have to fact check me, but I heard that if you have copyrighted music in your YouTube videos, like going forward, you'll have the option to actually license it for like X amount of money. I don't think it's supposed to be expensive, but you're supposed to be able to actually license the song that was detected in your video, and then you can get like full revenue, like full AdSense revenue from your own video, rather than it being claimed and them taking a portion of it. But I don't know if that's true. I only heard that today, and I didn't look it up myself. Pay a fee and move on, exactly. That's smart. Sounds like a tiered licensing will be coming depending on chart popularity statistics. That's what I'm thinking. Wait, where is this tunnel to the west? Did I miss it? Did I miss the tunnel? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. I'm going back to the west now. Help me! Help me! Show me the way! Save me from myself. Twitch not resistant to change, they just prefer changes community doesn't like, honestly. I love this platform for all that I've been able to accomplish and all the people I've met, but holy shit, some things that they do. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. She said it's to the east and then went west. I got scammed. I got absolutely scammed. I cannot be to blame for this. Twitch only want changes that give more money. Well, it's because Twitch is hemorrhaging money, right? So YouTube might be moving forward, but sad truth is they're behind. They are still behind, yes. And that's exactly why I'm not like super interested in moving to YouTube streaming, because they are still behind. But they are moving forward. And if Twitch doesn't like smarten up and start making like big changes in like favor of their creators, then YouTube may just surpass them when it comes to a live streaming experience.
Ah, you've come. Welcome, friends.
Oh, that's an interesting idea, Echo.
My home.
How is it hemorrhaging money? I think Prime subs are a big part of it, Becky. Because it's free money for the creators, right? I would not be surprised if they take away Twitch Prime.
How fare your people?
At some point in the future.
Good, all things considered. Better than the Enanta at any rate.
It's not free though. I'm aware.
I'll take you to her.
But a lot of people already have Amazon Prime for their own needs, for their own wants, like Prime Video or like fast shipping, whatever have you. And then therefore having the Twitch Prime as well as part of it is like strictly just less money for Amazon. It's Riri because I don't pay for Prime. Good, all things good. Oh, she read that. Whenever I'm told that Twitch is hemorrhaging money, Becky, the Twitch Prime always comes up. So mark my words, I will not be surprised if Twitch Primes die eventually in the future.
Will you tell us what happened?
Aye. It began with a quarrel between the Imperials
I think
and
it's,
the
yeah,
Kalyana.
I think that's it, Prey, because Twitch is its own thing from Amazon, so Twitch is losing money. Like, not its own thing, but like its own little like subdivision, like you said. So Twitch is paying out money that they're not getting from the Amazon Prime subscriptions, right?
The Kalyana are another Ananta tribe, the strongest and the most influential. Unlike the Vera, they want no part of our troubles. They swore fealty to the Empire and were content to remain within their borders.
I don't know, Becky.
Just so. The Kalyana forsook their pride in the fight and yielded to Garlemald long ago.
I'm not intelligent enough to speak on it, but every time I hear somebody say about the
But
fact...
then a new commander was sent to hold the Black Bridge. She demanded the Kalyana surrender a hostage, this butcher.
Anyways, I'm not smart enough to tell you all the facts on it, but whenever I hear humans that are more intelligent than me talk about the fact that Twitch is hemorrhaging money, always comes up is Twitch Primes. Losing money because it's tracked in different books seems like not actually losing money, but I'm not corporation, yeah.
Fordola. It doesn't make sense though. The Vera are the ones working with the Resistance. Why would she threaten the Kalyana?
Which you would think it's all the same pool, but it really isn't. It goes into the same pool, but it makes the Twitch division look like they're making less money than other divisions, so they'll want to try and counter it to make it look better and more profitable, yeah. It's like how, I don't know how it is in the States, but stores that are like owned by the same like company, such as in Canada, there's Safeway, which is a grocery store, and Sobeys, and they're both owned by Sobeys, but Sobeys is afforded more unique products and benefits and better prices compared to Safeway's, which is so weird because they're owned by the same company. I don't know why they wouldn't just like amalgamate them and instead of like keeping them separate while treating them I don't know. It's so weird. Is a poor excuse for making their service worse. It is what it is, right? I hate capitalism. We can't have anything. I think that that's also the same for Future Shop and Best Buy. Again, it might be only Canada. You guys might have no idea what we're talking about, but they're both electronic stores, and I think it's the same thing. They're technically competitors, yet they still have the same, like, I think they're both owned by Best Buy. I can't remember. Brand demographic targeting, yeah.
Because she is ignorant like all Imperials, she knows not the difference between Kalyana and Vera, nor does she care to learn.
You guys have Best Buy,
I
yeah.
see. All Fordola knew for sure was that the resistance would come from the west. She reasoned, therefore, that if the Ananta on the east bank turned their coats, she would be trapped. I take it the Kalyana had no choice but to oblige her.
Wouldn't that be nice, Buckma? Wouldn't that be nice?
No, they did not. The Imperials left with the Kalyana broodmother's own daughter, Anamika. Long days and nights she looked out on the Black Bridge weeping for her child. Until you came. The broodmother knew at once which way the winds would blow. She and her warriors met with the fleeing Imperials in the road and demanded that her daughter be returned.
Yeah. Usually try to cut some of the corners in the other divisions that... Yeah, exactly, Prey. We yelling about capitalism? Always. Always.
bad idea. Fordola's not the kind to take threats lying down.
You know her well. The Butcher turned her blade to Anamika and bade the Kaliana move aside, but the Brood Mother would not yield.
Uh-oh.
I know where this is going.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yep.
The Kaliana surrounded the Imperials, one of whom, whether out of fear or stupidity, cut the child down.
Aww.
There was naught that could be done.
What madness.
The true madness was yet to come. For in her despair, the Kaliana broodmother cried out for her daughter to be restored to life. She beseeched Sri Lakshmi's intercession.
Another primal?
She summoned a primal then and there?
That she did, if only for an instant. Bereft of courage and honor, the broodmother sought solace in her faith. The Imperials fled in terror at the sight of the goddess, abandoning these lands to the Ananta. Now the Kaliana bid us make pilgrimage to pay proper respects. Yet though we Vera revere Sri Lakshmi as the holiest of the holy, we will not prostrate ourselves before her.
And so you turn to us?
Aye. All who have fought with the Resistance have heard tell of the warrior, the Icon Slayer.
So we have a primal to kill. People talk. The gist of it is, we have a primal to kill. A Sneck primal.
I believe we have heard enough. Inconvenient though the timing may be, if a primal has indeed been summoned, we can scarce afford to ignore it. We must needs discuss how best to resolve this situation.
Aye. Ooh. 17 brands that to the consumer are competitors, and how these brands are distributed regionally. Soma, yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no, maybe it has something to do with, like, no one company should have like a massive monopoly, and that's why they're technically separate, but I really don't know. It's so bizarre to me. Should have gone to business school. I mean, I don't think what do you call it? Degree, an education in business will ever do you wrong at any point in life. Saw a diagram illustrating that recently when it really doesn't matter what I buy, does it? It's all evil. It's all supporting capitalism. There's like almost nothing you can buy that doesn't. You don't want 200,000 of debt? Massive debt and pretty much nothing to show for it. Isn't that the pain of school? Unless you're going to the medical field or something, college is basically useless. And then even if you're going into the medical field, you're going to be in debt for like, you're not going to have your life for the first half of your life, and then you're still going to be in debt and paying it off for like years. It's brutal. Even despite making a crap ton and working insane hours and everything else. Unless it's a true mom and pop that manufacture their own goods, likely anywhere you shop or anything you buy can be tied to a company with nefarious histories, 100%. Everything is evil. We're all supporting evil capitalism, and there's very little we can do. Competing sub-brands are really just marketing, acquisition history, etc. I don't think there's much beyond that. I don't know enough to speak on it, unfortunately. I mean, Prey, I will say it's never too late. It's never ever too late. And I don't think you should lock yourself into that kind of mindset. But I get where you're coming from. Imagine paying your student loans. Could not be me. Rip Echo. Oh, I don't pay that shit, Echo. Did I level up again? Oh my god, I did. I have to stop leveling. I'm level 71. Help. This is kind of cute, this coat. This is a little bit cute. I'm kind of about it. At the risk of sounding hopelessly naive, there may yet be a way to avoid a violent confrontation. In the past, I fear I've been rather too willing to accept that we have no other recourse than to risk our lives, or rather, your life, to address these threats. Yet the primals we have faced thus far have demonstrated a variety of temperaments and objectives. Ravana may delight in battle, but Ramu would sooner keep to the forests with his children. Ere we decide to challenge Sri Lakshmi, it would seem wise to learn more of her nature and those who summoned her onto this world. If that is your will, then so be it. To the north you will find our village. Sarisha shall unfold all. I refuse to pay for school anymore. Oof. We shall leave at once. Minago, can you inform our comrades at the bridge of what happened? Of course. Be safe, my friends. Oh wait, we have the new jingle. I've been broke long enough, for long enough that when I would apply for income-based payments, it was $0, then Rona hit, and they were put on hold. Now you're gonna apply for the Giveness since it was less than 10k. Oof. Oof. So we should starve, the double-edged blade of capitalism. I plan to get a bachelor's degree in business once I'm higher up in my company so that they can pay for it. That is the most ideal situation. Genuinely. I know people who think that way. They scare me. Then the hours at work, it isn't feasible to try and tie that into school too. Yeah, Prey, you're already working like 14-hour days. I couldn't imagine you attempting to pick up. Did I attune with the crystal? I did. Oh, thank God. I can't imagine you trying to do schooling as well. That would murder you. I'm excluded from the forgiveness because I have the wrong kind of loans. This is so sad. Rest in peace, Buckman. It was so nice knowing you. Boomer voice, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Oh no, Soma. Ah, pain. That sucks. Oh, ether current. Crap, I forgot to look for the other ones. I got distracted. Hello? Hello? Hang on, I have an idea. Sleep. Sleep, it's bedtime. Him sleep. I actually knew that one, Rando, but I keep forgetting that you can hold control and pop out the crystals. Hi, Sarisha. You got a lot of gold things. 60-hour weeks and going to school. Oh my God, I could not. We do not often receive guests. What is the purpose of your visit? Greetings and well met. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and we come seeking Sarisha of the Vira. You are she, are you not? You had petitioned us for aid and succor, and we intend to provide them, but we would first learn of Sri Lakshmi, that we might better understand the nature of the threat she poses to you. A simple request, and one I shall gladly oblige. In the beginning, it was Sri Lakshmi. We were created in her image, daughters blessed with her beauty. Her breath became ours, her serenity our solace. There is naught she would not give. 'Twas the Kalyana broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection, which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the ether. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. That would depend. The primal's motives will have been colored by the summoner's state of mind, namely, that of a grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she may have harbored thoughts of vengeance. Moreover, the Kalyana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the Vira. This is true. The Vira and Kalyana do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. To the Vira, Sri Lakshmi embodies freedom. She would not suffer her daughters to be bound to another's will, and so we stand with the resistance against the Empire and give our lives for the cause. To the Kaliana, however, she embodies transcendental beauty, which they strive to create through their craft. To shape crystal is less art and more ritual, a sacred duty wherein each tribe is imbued with a fragment of the soul. School with 40-hour work week was bad enough. I can't imagine 60-hour and then also school. Absolute painful. Holy heck, pray. That's how it should be? Like, nah, it should not be that way for you to make a decent living in the future. 80-100, need job to pay tuition, job slows finishing school, long cycle. The Imperials do not interfere with this holy work, and so the Kaliana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. Until reality asserted itself, and they summoned a primal, a fever dream to soothe their aching hearts. But surely they can see it won't do any good. The Imperials will still rule these lands. Nothing will change. The Ananta will, and Kaliana bade the Vira make pilgrimage to pay proper respects, remember? Those who do not wish to partake in the primal's bliss will be made to do so. Not while we're around, they won't. Though our beliefs are not the same, we are still kin to the Kaliana. Will you help them to see reason? You can count on us. I had a professor with that mentality that ruining their health for school was the right way to do things. Guess what she was a professor for? English! Oh, I didn't read that. Something about stopping them. If you do not act quickly, more lives will be lost, more families torn apart, more children made to suffer. Then it's settled. We're going to find that primal and put an end to this. My sister Vajra will guide you to Janankat and shall pray for your success. They always nod. It's the one constant of this game I know I can always rely on. Well met, scions. I am Vajra, she who shines bright and unbroken. I stand ready. We leave upon your command. Give me that shirt. Give me that shirt. Give me that equipment. Well, this is cute. Hang on. Can I undye this? How do I... Guys, how do I remove the dye? This? No. I need to take the dye off. I don't know how. Terrabellum from Diebender. Shit. Well, we got a weirdly red hat. Do I have some in my inventory, maybe? Maybe I got some from like a quest. Potions. Ether. Doesn't look like I have it in my inventory. RIP! Do /I search Terrabellum. No matches found containing it. Okay, I don't have it. Dye removal is under black and white. Okay. Well, we have a weirdly red hat now. The question is, do we dye it all to match? Oh, I'm out of Dalamud red. Well, shit. Oh, it looks so nice red, though. I need more Dalamud red. It actually looks quite nice red. Display the rest of the gear. Maybe I dye it all red. Ooh, you're ready. You look ready. Janankat, where you found Kaliana's crystals, and Sri Lakshmi. Follow me. Looks like we're on the eve of a primal. She said follow her, and then I don't know where she ran off to. This way. pray literally. When I was still working like quite a few hours at my like regular job and then also streaming like as much as I could, it was burning me out so fast. I'm really glad that I cut back on my like real life job. I think I went the wrong way. I think it's this way. Terra was dead. I was, dude. There are some days where I'd be streaming and I was just like so out of it because I was so tired and burnt out. It was not okay. What in the fluffy? The Sergi Gambison of Castings bounty. Can you G-pose on your mount? Is that a thing? You can! Cool. I actually didn't know that. Janankat, the path leads to an entrance above. Within is an aetheryte. You must use it to enter. Understood. With me, everyone. Me too. Is that an elephant? Is that Elephant the elephant? It's Elephant the elephant. See him blow? I don't remember the commercial. Ether current! I need that. I need that. That's for me. You have Elephant the elephant? No way. Right in the nostalgia. Got it for the girl you babysit. Oh my god. Hitting me right in the nostalgia. This is a pretty aetheryte. Oh, she pretty. Oh, she's so pretty.
Why, mistress? Why does my Anamika slumber still?
She's a zombie.
Look thee on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered. Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. Breath stolen filleth her breast. But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She's silent. And
she's a husk.
Only the vessel may be remade, not so the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
Alize just charging right in.
Do you see her promises for what they are?
Alize, have you gone mad?
Literally.
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
Also miss 24-hour grocery stores. Dude, so many of the things that were open 24 hours are no longer.
Sacred ground. Imperials, thirsting for blood.
Breast and bosoms.
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray.
Honestly, the saddest thing to come from COVID is those 24-hour stores no longer being 24 hours. It was so convenient at like 3 a.m. to go and get chips.
I do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you still couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too well.
Right, Echo?
But I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
A worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise. Naught else.
I really like her
You tempt them
design.
with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. No illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
Let's go, Alizé. Mommy? Sorry, a little bit. I'm really loving Alizé's character.
For every prayer that primal answers, it'll demand payment in kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
She's wrong! We hate the Empire as much as you, if you just listen!
She's a sage. She has the floating guns.
Misguided children. I would spare you the torments of this cruel and misshapen world. Come, bask in my radiance. Let it fill your hearts and free you from your burdens.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy! Did he just tackle her into the flames?
Abide in misery then, fools. The Ananta are more deserving of my blessing. Leave these lands and my dreamers be. I will not warn you a second time.
She attempted to temper us, didn't she? Tempering balls. Yeah, she attempted. That's what that was, right? I mean, we can't be tempered, but I think literally all the other three can be tempered. Because they don't have the echo? Not today, Satan. Yo, Big B! Big B, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, we shielded them. Let's go! Welcome in, Raiders! If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week with horror streams, drinking streams, and everything in between. Hello, hello. How was your stream? You're playing Tarkov. How'd you do? How was everything? Whew. Welcome in, gamers. Did a giveaway tonight. It was awesome. What were you giving away? A copy of the game? Question mark? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Let me just catch up with chat. She tried to temper you. Only people with the echo cannot be tempered. Right. So we shielded the others. Got it, got it, got it. Had fun. Thanks for asking. Merch. Let's go. Glad you had a blast. A hoodie? Yo, that's so cool. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Tara, give me a party so I can invite rando. There you go. I got you. I got you. Ah, Resdy won the merch.
Day.
Congrats, Congrats, Resdy. Hi, Big B. Boom, 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 boom. Buckma must figure out food. Buckma, see you later. Bum, 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 bum. Is it just us three for the trial?
I love you, bitch.
I love you too, Big B. I think it's just us three. We're good to go. Good day, you attractive human. How are you today? I'm really good. I'm really good. We've gotten a lot of progress done in the story. I actually don't even know what quests we're on. Is there a way for me to see quest log? I think so. Level 67. We're schmoving. Once we're at level 70, we then are going to enter post Stormblood, and then we'll slowly be moving into Shadowbringers, and I cannot wait. Gonna head to bed. Bigby, thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you have a fantastic sleep. Those two are at the same point as you. They were around when we did Doma Castle. Oh no. Are they DPSs? Are they trapped forever here? In DPS queue? Oh. They're trapped forever here. We will far surpass them. Oh, I have to uncheck that one. Trial. Pool of Tribute. Smashing some 14 lately? Yes, I love it. I really love it. The story has been so good. Yeah. Did I queue for the wrong thing? We might have queued for the wrong thing. I don't think the Pool of Tribute is right. Yeah, it's not right. Yeah, I just realized, right? Whoopsies. Let's withdraw from that. And let's go here. There we go. Let's see if him, Quinby, and SR Peaceful are in this. Because wouldn't that be cute? Pool of Tribute is Susanoo. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing that fight again. That fight was kind of amazing. Glad you're enjoying it. I've been sick, so I've been playing lots of Temtem. Temtem looks so good, Bevel. I've been watching, why am I drawing a blank on their name? Marcus. I can't remember their stream name. I'm drawing a blank. But I've been watching Marcus play it, and it looks great. Pixel Manta. Why did that take me so long? Pixel Manta is their stream name. You're about to ask Pixel Manta? Yeah, I don't know why I drew such a blank all of a sudden. Dude, her design is so cool.
Open your heart.
What is this? Viral. Use the etheric residue lingering in your body to temporarily disguise yourself as one of Lakshmi's fellow dreamers? Uh-oh, I don't know when to use this bubble thing. Temtem looks so good, Bubble, genuinely. Yo, what is the music though? Oh. I think we have an AFK. They're just kind of standing there. Miss Ocelot is just vibing there. It's really not that different from Pokemon in such a good way. Temtem. Hand of Beauty she's casting.
Rest your weary souls in my bosom.
Ooh, not the bosoms. Alright, I'm resting in the bosom. Oh, she beat Mommy? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Hello? Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Into the bosom. Who's going in there? Somebody wasn't bubbled. Oh, those two.
I shall free you from your hate.
Oh, I tried to raise them. I don't know if I got it. That was so cool. Definitely use Viril versus Booba. That was so cool. I need to Viril. Okay.
Surrender to bliss. Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Oh, help. Okay, I'm okay. Dude, the further we get into this game, things are just getting cooler and cooler. I didn't realize there wasn't an edge to the arena. Thank you, Rando. Oh, I'm gonna wait until after this attack. I didn't realize there wasn't an edge. That's one way to take the AoE away from the party. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, I'm getting up.
Your souls are stained.
Oh, that's so funny, dude. Oh, not again. I'm not gonna move as much the next time I get this kind of AoE, because that's how I killed myself. Oh, somebody else is dead. This one. I'm gonna raise them. I got you. Oh, somebody else has got them. Wait, do I not have
I shall
raise?
free you from your hate.
I don't have the MP. Oh! Thank you. I'm lucid dreaming now. Ouch! Well, I need to lucid dream again when I get back up. Oh, one of our tanks is dead as well. Hey, Miss Ocelot is back. I'm going to use a ether if I can. I'm scared to res. I'm taking it. Okay, thank God. Whew. Okay, lucid dreaming. Oh my goodness.
To bliss.
Everyone's alive, everyone's good.
Your souls are stained.
My soul is certainly stained. I've died many times. Okay, perfect. Why would you take that bubble from me, you crazy person? Okay, I got a bubble. This fight was very chaotic. Anyone disagreeing?
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
What is this advanced geography we have to play? Did I get killed by her boobs? No. I got killed by other things. I did not get boobed, despite my wish to. What a cool fight. The more they add those crisscrossing AoEs that plant on people though, the more chaotic it gets. There was some advanced geography at that last one. The other tank fell off the platform every time she did knockback. I was wondering how the tank kept dying. Do. Love a non-traditional black mage tank. Oh man. That was chaos. That was chaos. He got killed by taking an AoE too far away from the party and from yeah, I ran off the edge. I ran off the edge with an AoE. I was like, I gotta save the people, so I killed myself.
I just wish I could have been more help.
I didn't realize there wasn't like a wall on the arena, so I just fucking...
So, it looks like the Inanta did have a mountain of crystals after all.
Yeah, they did.
Like every other tribe.
Yeah, that was my other problem.
Slaves to our weaknesses.
So I died once because I ran off the edge because I didn't know there wasn't a border. And the second time, I'm just so used to when I see a stack marker, you just run up to the boss because I'm used to like there being melee people. But I think all of our DPS were casters and ranged. So I went close to the boss being like, yeah, we're going to stack up. And then everyone else got walled off by an AoE and I was like, okay. And then I died.
You slew our mistress! She was our hope, our salvation! Is there no end to your cruelty?
We saved you, dude.
Listen to me, please. I know that you're only trying to protect yourselves because you feel frightened and alone.
Sprout running from stack marker classic. No, I was trying to, and then use Core with the stack marker. Yeah. Exactly, right, exactly.
But that's how we all feel.
There was like 3 people behind me,
see?
but I didn't know if it would be enough.
If we could just turn to each other for help instead of the gods, I'm sure we could find a way to live in peace. Your crystals are important to you, aren't they? Reflections of your souls, right? Well, you shouldn't have to sacrifice something so precious to a primal.
I should have displacement right back when I realized.
Our choice? You who fight without fear. We wish only to live in peace. And if this be the price we must pay, then so be it!
I know there's nothing I can say to convince you. But I hope that one day you look back and see we only ever wanted the same thing.
Is that the second time that Lise has like delivered a line that fast? I know there's no way to convince you. I feel like she's delivered another line like that she just like spat out like really quickly.
Begone, damn you! Spare me your hollow words and leave me to mourn.
I'll go. But it doesn't mean I'm giving up. Girabania is our home too. And one way or another, we're going to have to learn to live together. Come on. Alphino and Alize are waiting.
I mean, it sounds like they just want to be left alone to their crystals. So, I mean, is that really such a bad thing? I mean, it would be better if they fought with us, yes, but meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo, she actually went back to Xenos. You gonna be in trouble, Fordola. You gonna be in trouble. Pray, thanks for hydrate.
Ah, the savage returns, and with her tail firmly between her legs, beaten by beastmen, I hear.
It was a shameful display, by all accounts. She may have curried the Viceroy's favor with her bold promises, but in the end, she's just another plodding bungler like the rest of her kind.
Not a bungler, dude. Not a bungler.
Strange. You would think him a better judge of character. Then again, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion.
I thought she rose through the ranks rather quickly, but no longer. If only she had been content with her lot.
Oh, I'm gonna kill them.
Lived to see the morrow.
Oh, I'm gonna kill them? How dare they? We don't even like her, but still, how dare they? Now, does Xenos kill her? Probably not.
Fordola Rem Lupus. Commander of the Crania Lupi, reporting as ordered.
Why do you tremble, sir? Could it be that the Empire's butcher is afraid? That she who walks with death is terrified of her own?
I'm terrified of dying having achieved naught. Gladly would I give my life to win a great victory on the battlefield, had I but the strength.
Alas, you do not. Indeed, you are weak. And born of this weakness is a blind fervor, a raging inferno which threatens to consume not only you, but everyone around you.
Yes, my lord.
You were defeated by the Resistance on several occasions. You misjudged the Ananta and spurred them into summoning an icon. Have you anything to say?
I do not, my lord. My failures are my own.
The Xenos voice actor is very good, Ray. Oh crap, I clicked to something.
And that is very admirable. However, I've had enough of this dumb show. Give voice to that hunger I see in your eyes, or I will pluck them from your head.
Huh?
I want... I want to make them pay! All of them! Everyone who ever mocked or looked down on me! I want the power to make them pay!
Something bad about to happen.
Very well. Then I shall give you a chance. A chance to transcend your mortal limits. Assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power.
Genkai o koeru.
Transcend, my lord.
Go past your limits.
I came here prepared to die. Tell me what I must do.
Whom? Scientist? Maybe the one that did things to Grinwald? You can tell he's a scientist because he has all those, like, monocle thingies that scientists have. I wish we could have left on better terms, but that was never going to happen. It could be a problem if they get their hands on any more crystals, though. Never mind. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Luke Allengale is also on Cameo for the record. Don't tell me that. Do not give me this cursed information. A shore log? What? Why do I get a kebab? Why am I being given a kebab? You have done us a great service this day. Long shall my sisters sing the praises of the Icon Slayer. Let us bear word to them of Sri Lakshmi's passing. Come, friends, to Vira Nilia. Whoa! What happened? You're amazing. You're amazing. You've saved me on this day. I can now remove the red dye from my... Wait, dye? Hat? Ah, there we go. Dye. Eh. Oh. Oh, another Dalamid red. Thank you. Hi, Lyria. Welcome in. How you doing? How do I... Ah, this one. Hey, there we go. Now we're matching. I mean, we're not looking very red magey, but honestly, the whole outfit's kind of cute. And this is just from questing, right? He's kind of cute though. I'm okay with it for now. I may dye it red later, but you know what? We got a vibe like this. This is all right. I like the little shoulder pad. I like the little cape. He's nice. He's nice. Thank you for bringing me Telebrynth. Thank you for bringing me dye remover. You've saved my life. You've saved me on this day. The indignity of having a red hat and nothing else red. I need to get to a market board ASAP and buy a whole bunch more Dalamid red. How do you, there's a way to dye preview, right? I don't remember how. If I was on my home server, I could make you a bunch. Oh, can crafters make it? Ah, the winds whispered of your success, but your eyes confirmed their testimony. The Lady of Bliss is no longer holds our Kalyana sisters and her thrall. For this, we thank you. Sir did the deed. We were there but to witness his heroism. However, I fear this is only the beginning. There is no cure for that which drives the desperate to beseech the gods for salvation. Should they wish to use their crystals to summon Sri Lakshmi again, naught can be done to stop them. We ignore our sisters' plight at our peril. This we know. We shall endeavor to show them another path, so the day you speak of never comes. We're all in this together. Alamegans and Ananta. We understand that. Hopefully in time they will too. You and yours will ever be friends with Vera. On that you have my word. You should be getting back to the Peering Stones. Thank you again, Sarisha, for everything. Another primal defeated. We good. Dalamid red is craftable. Ah, I see. Crap. I could gather the pigments, implying I have gathering. I really want to dive into crafting at some point, but I've just been so engrossed by the story. It's hard to like, it's hard to slow down. Oh, I could ether right up there, couldn't I? Oh, I could. Is that an Okami wolf? It looks like the wolf from Okami. Probably not intentionally, or like somewhat intentionally. Dude, those sage blades look really cool. Or sage guns, I should say. It's from the extreme version of the primal I just killed. I would really like to have it. I would really like to own the Okami dog. I would very much like this. Welcome back. Conrad and Marshal Terrapin came to render aid, but I hear that won't be necessary. It won't. Sri Lakshmi's gone. Ah, but I should probably start at the beginning. Job's done. The most important thing is that it plays her theme music. Her theme music was so interesting. Like, I think I was trying to say, but kept getting stifled, that her music was so unique from most of the music that we've heard already. And that just further wows me at this game's soundtrack, in that it still manages to surprise me. It's not all the same sounding. It's all unique and good. Incredible. I don't know what to say. If you hadn't been there to stop her, who knows where it would have ended. You've saved a lot of lives, sir. Take pride in that. It must be said that this is something of an unprecedented situation. Previous summonings were, to my knowledge, planned well in advance by a tribe as a whole. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. In any event, the Kaliana's supply of crystals must remain limited for the foreseeable future, and ambient ether levels closely observed. Understood. The Alliance will consult with the Resistance and the Vera on how best to enforce said restrictions. Thank you, Vice Marshal. To other matters, then, what news of the Imperials? None, which itself is troubling. It seems as though the Skulls and the remainder of the garrison have fully withdrawn into the peaks. We've seen neither a hide nor hair of them since Veladina. Regardless of their reasons, our path is clear. Father has decided that it is time to advance east. Finally! He was also most empathetic that you'd be spared further duties for the present. You are to rest. It would not do for the warrior light to collapse from exhaustion during the march. We may not be as strong or as quick as him, but we are soldiers nonetheless. We can deal with the Imperials. Aye, you've earned this respite, so enjoy it. And the same goes for you, Monago. You've been away from your family too long, don't deny it. As you say, sir. Thank you. We'll make the most of our time here. You're being ordered to rest again? We were just resting. I'm tired of getting benched. Looks like it's up to you. It looks up to me and mine to give you a proper welcome. My mother prepared a special meal for this occasion, and I have it on good authority that hers is the finest cooking this side of Veladina. Your phone is finally dying, Prey. No! Have a great night and great rest of stream, Terra. Love you. Love you too, Prey. I hope the rest of the work goes quickly and peacefully and easily. Honored guests, I pray you partake of our humble offerings as we give thanks for your many valiant deeds. Ooh, low poly chickens? Don't mind if I do. Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. We are honored to break bread with you and your family. Come, come. Eat your fill of our food and drink deep of our spirits. There is more than enough for all. Well, when you put it that way, don't mind if I do. It will not go quickly, but it will be easy. 45-minute travel time to job. 8 trucks, 500 tons. Ugh. Bleh. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother could cook. You know, seeing her with her family, I can't help thinking of my own. I don't know where they came from, as I've seen exactly one chicken in this entire game. It's a character in a series of side quests. Low poly chickens! Delicious. How my father would come home from a hunt with dinner on his shoulder, and Ida would prepare it with herbs and spices. Our mother died when I was little, so she did most of the cooking. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough for me. But they wouldn't let us even have that. Theodoric, Gaius, of course Father and Ida had to fight. I would have too, if I'd have been older, but they didn't have to die. Also, that chicken is green. But how many herbs and spices? 11. Wait, no, what is KFC? Is it 11? It never ends, does it? They call us beasts. They treat us like them. They push and they push and they... until someone pushes back. Until someone takes up arms or summons a god, a false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak, when people fight and die, and nothing gets better, and it just goes on and on and on? There is no justice, just us. I know, that's why we're here, isn't it? Thanks for listening. I know I was just rambling, but I feel better somehow. Who knows what the answers are, or if there even are any. Either way, life goes on and we've got to go with it. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. I must be getting tired. Time to turn in, I think. Tomorrow's another day, eh? Let's see what it brings. Sleep well, sir. That was a cute little scene. Bitch. That was cute. Oh, Mac is go bitch too. Mac, I love you. Mac, have good sleep. There's something to be said for home-cooked meal, is there not? We must cherish these moments, fleeting as they are. The fight will always be there, waiting for us to return. Different earrings, hey? And how do they look? They kind of look like little dream catchers. That's cute. I miss our sword earrings, but we'll glam over them eventually. The first of many. I trust you are well rested and refreshed, yes? Then let us return to the front. The greater part of the Alliance forces should have advanced into the peaks by now, but I expect we will pass many of our comrades on the road east. There is a checkpoint along the way, as I recall, but we will need only to identify ourselves to the soldiers in order to pass. Aye. Don't let him stream till 2 a.m., please. You're not my real parental guardian, Mac. You can't control me. Ah! What happened? A second Dalamud Red. Oh, 20 Dalamud Reds. Thank you so much. We can become Red Mage again. Let's do it quick. Die. Dye it red. I see a lot of clothing. I want to dye it red. I want to dye all the clothing so I can be red. Do we want red pants? Maybe not red pants. We'll see. And maybe not red boots. Maybe not even the gloves. Hang on. Can I cancel this? Let's start with the hat. Yes. And this. Took a quick jaunt over to Eastern Thanalan, gathered a bunch of red pigment. I appreciate you. How's it look? Oh, the hat didn't die. I thought I was like selecting multiple to die. The gloves need to become red, I think. Yeah, look at us. Woo! What a schnazzy little boy we are. I love the red dyes in this game. I use Roland Berry in my scholar sets. So red is not even close to my favorite color, but we are a red mage and I have to look like a red mage. And I'm coming around. It's looking great. It's definitely pushing me to try like aesthetics that I otherwise wouldn't have tried before. So I really like it. This one? It's almost like a deep, like a wine red. Roland Berry. I really like that one. It's like a deeper version of what I'm using. That's a really nice red. It looks nice too. I'm very happy with this actually. This getup here? For questing armor? Like, this looks very nice. Red is also not my favorite, but I use Dalamud Red on so many things. I think that's another thing. This shade of red in particular looks great. What are you banging over here on? What are you doing? Ow, my face. Dude, I need to get into crafting. It genuinely looks so fun. Is it like a mini game or how does it work? Because you're hammering away there. Okay, where are we going? Oh! You jump scared me. Wine? There's literally a wine red? Thank you. Wine red. Wait, there's literally a wine red. We gotta look real close at it. So this is what we're currently using. And then this is what we were given. Oh, it's like a deep, deep, deep shade of red. Select another item. You know what? Even this looks great. Huh. Oh no, I like them both. Okay, next glam we're gonna dye wine red. I like them both. I can't pick. Oh, you're on NA. For some reason I thought your server was you. Yeah, it's NA. Adamant Toys Ether. Huh? Thank you for all the dyes, you sweet soul. I appreciate you. You understand that fashion is very important to me, and it warms my heart. Where are we going? Just before the fringes? Oh, just before the fringes. Okay. Whoop. Whoop. Love you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Ah! I don't know if it happens to anyone else. It happens a lot in MMOs. Whenever I jump off of a high location, my stomach flips. I really hate it. I get like real life vertigo from in-game falling, and I don't like. I just wish there were more purples. Purple's my favorite color. I'm not really a fan of the purple dyes. Let me see the purples. I didn't actually look. Oh, even already just by the previews, none of these are fantastic. There's no like rich purple. And this is pink. I mean, regal purple is okay. Grape is so dark. Currant is so dark. The only one that's okay is regal, and it's kind of like pinky. It happens to you too? Same? Okay, I'm glad it's not just me, because I always feel so silly. Because I'll jump off of a ledge and not think anything of it, and while I'm in the middle of the air, I'm like, ugh. But flying doesn't bug me. It's only when I'm falling. And I think it's maybe because I know that fall damage is coming, and so I don't know, it does something to my brain. Also get uneasy whenever I swim in oceans in games. I do if there's something large in the water with me. Even if it's a passive creature, it like makes my stomach turn. It's a weird sensation, right? Scions, a pleasure to have you with us again. You'll be happy to hear we've taken Alagiri and have already begun fortifying it as our new base of operations in the peaks. Give a shout to the lads as you pass, eh? Falling is usually is the problem, not the flying, the falling. We talked about how falling in game makes your stomach flip. Yep, me and Hollow Knight, even though I know fall damage doesn't exist, it still does it. It still does it. I get hit by it the most in 3D games, but it affects me in a lot of different kinds of games. We're so cute. I'm actually really liking this glam.
I remember how they laughed.
I really like this.
Alliance and resistance soldiers.
And it's not even a glam, technically.
Trading jokes as we marched east towards the peaks. Beyond this last line of defenses lay the locks and the city. Breaching it would be no small feat.
But breach it we shall.
But we beat the Imperials back, just like that. And we liberated a village.
Hey!
The first of many.
Let's go! Are we done talking? Yeah, okay. I don't even get that drop sensation on roller coasters anymore, but falling from a great height in games? Really, Soma? I've only been on one roller coaster in my life, and I really, really want to go on more. It was in Japan, and there was like this little, God, what would you even call it? It was like a little walk-in amusement park where you didn't need a pass to get in, and you could just pay individually like to go on the rides. And so we did that, and we just went on a roller coaster because my partner at the time was like, you've never been on a roller coaster? It's zero commitment and like $6 or something. It was like cheap. And he was like, we could go on a roller coaster right now. Like a little carnival, exactly. And I was like, okay. And so I did it, and it was so much fun. And it was just like a little baby roller coaster. But I had a blast, and I want to go on bigger ones. I love that mount, by the way, Rando. As you can see, this part of the peaks is much higher than the northern reaches, hence why the Imperials built Specula Imperatoris where they did. See those 3 towers to the east? That's her. Wait. Those ones? Yeah. That's her. Sits right on the edge of a cliff, so attacking from the north is a fool's errand. From the south, on the other hand, she's no different from any other Imperial installation. You see now why Veladina was important, eh? Right then. Come along, they're waiting for us in Aligiri. It's not even a glam, and I'm vibing on it so hard. I'm kind of obsessed. It looks great. It looks great. I might use this coat, maybe the hat as well, in future glams. I really like the little scarf on it. It's nice as heck. It's nice as heck is what it is. Where are we going? Down there? Okay. You're rolling around at the speed of sound. Oh, I should be checking for ether currents. 127 yalms to the north. Wait, which way is north? This way. Aha! Sneaky little ether current, I see you there. I kind of want Shiva background music. Whenever it's a decently length run, I want Shiva. This is a very useful place if you decide to play Blue Mage later. I think it would be fun to level, but it's too bad that it's not like a fully fleshed out class. Because I vaguely understand how Blue Mage works. You need to like fight creatures to learn their abilities, right? Because that's how it worked in like old Final Fantasies. The Kongamato Yorubai gives you half of the insta-kill combo. Insta-kill? What the? It works like traditional Final Fantasy. That's so cool. It's too bad they couldn't make it work as like a traditional DPS. It would have been so hard to balance though. Here we are, the new base of operations for the Alliance and the Resistance. Ah, there you are. Greetings, General. I see you have been quite busy in our absence. Less than you may imagine, the Imperials fled at our coming and took the village without a fight. Your timing is impeccable. We were about to discuss our strategy to seize Specula Imperatoris. Though we are fresh from the road, we should be glad to attend. Good. Take a moment to gather yourselves and join us when you are ready. It's an AoE insta-kill? Oh my gosh. You can show me after the cutscene? Yeah, absolutely. AoE insta-kill. Is it like percentage-based things, or like how does it work? Aw, one of them leashed. Just watch Rando? Oh? Huh? Deep freeze, and then what was the second one? Deep freeze. Ultra vibration instantly kills any frozen enemies. That is so cool. Oh my god. Too bad it couldn't be a whole fleshed out class. Dude, what a shame. That's so cool. Really quickly, I just want to tune here before I forget. Also, independent mender. Do I need to mend anything? Hi, can you fix my things, please? Thank you. And my other things, thank you. And these ones too. Very kind of you, thank you, thank you. A shame you have others' animations set to low, or you'd be getting a hell of a light show. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I wanted to reduce the clutter for like the viewer's sake, because during certain dungeons and stuff, it's already a lot to look at. And then add in all the extra, and it's a bit overloading. Boom, boom, boom. My non-Final Fantasy viewers are like, I have no clue what's going on, even regularly. Blue is V-flashy. It seems like leveling blue is kind of like a little mini game you do just for fun. Well, you heard the flame, General. Looks like we've got a meeting to attend. My brain is still thinking of the Heavensward quest noise. Stormblood loves its war tables, huh? Everywhere we've been going now. If you just want to level blue, once you get to Shadowbringers, there's Blue Mage Beach? Huh? Huh? That everyone, then let us begin. Aligiri is ours, and for our mercy we took it without losing a single man, but we dare not grow complacent. Specula Imperatoris will not be so easily won. If I may, General, should we not pause to consider the Imperial's motivations? For Xenos to surrender a fortified settlement of strategic importance without so much as firing a shot is inexplicable. Don't need to wait for Blue Beach when you're almost to Toad Road. Wahoo! We searched the village and found no traps or other signs of sabotage. Suspicious though it may be, I will not refuse this gift from our enemy. The path to Alamigo is through the east, through Specula Imperatoris and Castra Mabania. It bears repeating, however, that the latter is home to a massive cannon with unparalleled range and destructive power. Which means that we will need to strike Specula Imperatoris quickly, both to limit their ability to locate our forces in the field and to utilize the installation as a shield against attack, as they would doubtless not risk damaging the towers. I see. Then we have no choice but to accept what we have been given. Aye, that's the way of it. I have no doubt that Xenos has got something planned, but we'll just have to deal with that when the time comes. To the assault then. The main host will commence a direct assault on Specula Imperatoris. During this time, I would hold the Scions in reverse at Aligiri to deal with any Imperial forces that may be dispatched in response. Understood. Wait a minute, we should be fighting with you in the Resistance. I understand you don't want to rely too much on Sir after what he's been through, but at least let the rest of us do our part. If she wants to fight, I say let her fight. I knew it. Thanks, I knew you would understand. Mayhap it would be best if I accompanied you. Alizé could stay with Sir. Oh, go if you must. The two of us can take care of ourselves. You have your orders. Dismissed. Out of curiosity, other than trials and and dungeons and whatnot, could you feasibly quest as a blue mage? Could you do main scenario as a blue mage? Meanwhile, deep within an Imperial research facility. Oh boy, what are they doing to Fordola? Oh, it doesn't let you turn in the quests. Ah, it's too bad. That could have been fun. Oh no, Kryl.
Oh, my head.
Oh, I didn't notice all the body bags. Only the capsules.
Let us see. So, she lives. Impressive. Or merely lucky, though that too may prove a useful trait.
My lord, what have you done to me?
When it pans out again, I'll see them, Kay. I'll be looking for them.
Though we Guardians are intellectually and physiologically superior in almost all respects, we lack the hereditary traits required for the reliable manipulation of ether, hence our unique inability to wield magics.
And that's why they only use Magitech. How did I not know that?
For want of a better word, saw us subjected to decades of oppression by the lesser races, and we were eventually driven to seek shelter in the cold northern reaches of Ilsabard. Fortunately, said region was replete with vast deposits of ceruleum, which proved instrumental in the development of Magitech, a revolutionary technology conceived to compensate for our disadvantage.
Huh.
It was with Magitech that we grew strong, that our nation became an empire.
Of course it is, Rando.
Yet,
of course it is.
Ultimately, this was an extrinsic solution to an intrinsic problem. What I wanted was not a crude device to be used in lieu of magic. Through modification of the Garlean genome, I argued that it might be possible to enhance a subject's ability to manipulate ether, effectively empowering them to wield magics. Alas, my theories were met with consternation in the Imperial Court. Only Lord Xenos, with commendable foresight and wisdom, deigned to support my research.
You gave me this treatment, but I'm not Garlean.
Alamegan, through and through. What you have been granted is far greater than mere magic. Before that lesser light, it is as a second sun.
I am informed that Alagiri was recently occupied by the Resistance, and that an attack
He's
on
a scientist,
Specula
right now.
Imperatoris is considered imminent. This could provide an ideal opportunity to test her performance in the field.
He's the one that did the procedure on Grinwald? I had thought so.
Your skulls, was it? They have joined the garrison at the Watchtower.
Oh, he didn't do it personally, but he showed them how.
Yes, my lord. By your leave, I would rendezvous with them and lead a counterattack against the insurgents.
No. Even were you to leave now, you would not arrive in time. There is another duty I would entrust to you.
Another duty. Oh, are these all just littering the floor? Body bags?
Found you.
Oh my god. They're just sitting over here, Randall, just lounging. Just lounging, are we? What other sitting poses do I have on chairs? There's a little leg kicking one. This is Thancred. That was Thancred. The little leg kicking is too much for me. Okay. Alize, it's just you and me. So full of fire and eager, weren't they? Well, I wouldn't... What? What's happened to my camera? Okay. I wouldn't worry too much. They're strong and they have each other. At least he spared me the trouble of having to speak up. I wasn't about to let Lise go alone. No clothing there. Oh, don't give me a new chess piece already. I don't know if I like it. I don't think I like it. No, it's not very nice. I'll just glam over it with this one. This is what glamour is for, exactly. We have a fair bit of ground to cover, so we should split up. If you come across any Imperial soldiers, you know what to do. Oh, and so you know, I sent word to Arenvold's squadron. They're already searching other nearby areas, so we have allies in the event we encounter anything beyond our means. Okay, Alize, love you. Arenvold's such a good boy, yes. Yes, he is. I really don't want this coat. I feel like it could maybe work in a certain glam, but like... What if we enable die preview? Nah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I would much rather use my little scarf coat. This little scarf coat, way cuter. With the little shoulder pad. Macaroni. With the chicken strip. Oh. Up! What even kind of fate is this? It looks like a slippery little snake. I've never seen that icon on a fate before. Oh, that's an escort. I see. It also had very dramatic music. Oh, it's like the opposite of an escort. It patrols and you're supposed to stop it. I see. I guess maybe stopping it before it reaches its destination. It's a moving fate. It's very cursed. Any ether currents nearby? 601 yalms away. We will get it later then. How'd you fare, Alize? Give me a moment, sir. Say that again, if you would. No, maintain your distance for now. Understood. Keep me apprised of any developments. That was Arenvold. The pair that was spying on us in the fringes has followed us here. What about you, sir? Any trouble? Yeah, a couple Imperials. And there I was thinking we might be due for some peace and quiet. Glad to hear you dealt with them. I hope the assault on Specula Imperatoris is going well. Hi, Aren. Ooh. Oh, it's a full-blown assault. Why did I? What? I didn't realize this was happening already. I know they were talking about striking while the iron's hot, but like, I didn't know they were just going straight for it. Wacky beetles. Oh. Yay, Pippin!
Huh. You've improved, lad.
Come now, father. You lured the fool onto my blade, and do not try to deny it.
Our work here is all but done.
Me too, Degris. This game had me by the heart mid Heavensward,
The
and it
skulls have
hasn't
offered
let me
fierce
go.
resistance thus far. but Conrad seems to believe he can convince them to lay down their arms.
Then we will tend to the stragglers down below. With me!
This is a great cutscene. It's so high energy. I didn't know they were going to assault, like, right now. Uh-oh. I have anxiety. Pippin is such a good nugget. He really is.
Report.
So what did they do to Fordola?
Enemy forces have overrun the lower facilities and appear to be mounting an assault on the main tower. We have already received a request for reinforcements.
Fordorka.
A legionary has been mustered and is ready to depart. They await your orders, Commander.
Oh, jeez, that scared me. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in officially.
Stand down.
Commander?
Tell them to stand down.
Commander, if I may,
will handle this
our
myself.
People, your people are still in there. They will be slaughtered.
You think I don't know that? I want nothing more than to help them. To lead
Oh,
the bloody
never mind.
charge. But I have my orders.
Right. Xenos wanted her to do
Xenos
something
sent
else.
no reinforcements. He would have us use the main cannon to destroy the installation.
Oh God, no, 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 no.
What? Kill our own soldiers? You must be mistaken.
Do not.
Mayhap you'd like to ask Lord Xenos yourself.
Do not, dude.
I thought not. Initiate the firing sequence. Wars are won on the backs of the dead. Theirs and ours. There is no truth but this. We must remain firm and resolute and always, always do our duty. Now, give the order.
Exactly, Ray. Exactly. Panic indeed, Soma.
Initiate firing sequence.
Oh my God, they're doing it. I have stress.
Aye, aye. Initiating firing sequence. Release safety locks. Deploy main cannon.
I'm stressed. There are so many people in there. Lise went with them.
Ransford, Rudolph, Hamlet. For us. For our people. For our future.
I'm starting to sympathize.
I
with
need you to
Fordola.
confirm the target, Commander.
Specula Imperatoris, main tower. Fire when ready.
Literally rando. I'm so stressed out. I'm so stressed out. I'm panicking. I'm freaking out, man. It seemed like she had the echo, Rando. Because I did catch that, because she did the and she grabbed her head. But she can't be given the echo. Like, they can't just give her Heidelin's blessing. It doesn't work like that. Holy shnikes. I don't know what that word is.
What in the seven hells?
Oh God.
Long-range artillery.
Run, 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 run.
Those treacherous bastards. Their people were still
Full
fighting.
retreat, thank God.
Full retreat! Now! Relay the orders!
Understood. All forces retreat! I repeat, all forces retreat!
Run! Oh boy. Run, Pippin! Oh. I don't trust this game. Barza 12, did you see that? The main tower just collapsed. You heard it too, didn't you? It must have been the cannon at Castrum Abania. But that was an Imperial installation, and their troops were still... Damn it, no one's responding. I don't know if the shell's being jammed or... We have to go right now. They need our help. The fear in Alize's eyes is unlike anything you have ever seen before. This way, there's no time to lose. Ooh, nice griffin. Hello? Wow, that's such a snazzy griffin. I want the snazzy griffin. Oh, Heavensward Collector's Edition. RIP. It's worse than it looks. He probably wasn't even... Pull yourself together. The gate. This is our way inside. We need to find my brother right now. Oh, Alize. She's a concerned sister! The locks on this massive gate appear to have been disabled. You need to only prise them open to pass through. I can still upgrade. Ah! So it's a $20 griffin, basically. I see Pippin, I see Roban, I see generic Eorzean Alliance people. I do not see Alphino or Lise. I'm glad you're here, sir. In case it isn't obvious, the Imperials fired on us, on Specula Imperatoris. I didn't think they had it in them to kill their own men just to kill us. Gods damn them all. Where's my brother? Tell me where he is. I want to see him. He was in the tower when it was struck, but that need not mean anything. Our forces are still evacuating, and many remain unaccounted for. Alize, listen. There are soldiers wounded and dying all around us. Soldiers with families, just like you and me. They need our help. Do you understand? He's right. I'll take the north, you take the east. Search for wounded soldiers in need of assistance. Okay. None of these look like Alphino. None of these people look like Alphino. Thank you. I think I can manage on my own. For a moment there, I thought I was bound for Thal's Great Hall. Ye gods, what were the Imperials thinking? I still don't see Alphino. Or Lise, for that matter. Just give me a moment to let the world stop spinning, would you? There, Alighieri's not far. I'll make it. Oh, this one's dead for sure. Look how dead. Him look kind of like Thancred. Good night, Spaz. Love you. Oh, he's not dead. Oh, everything hurts. I think I was struck by debris from the tower. Wait, I know you. Sir Terrabellum, Ward of House Fortom. We fought together on the steps of faith. You saved my life back then. And now. I can walk. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you. Conrad, can you... Lise! Can you hear me? Nago, put him down over there. So that's Lys, Nago, and Conrad accounted for. Still missing Alpha. Oh, okay. Hello, buddy. Hello, I missed you. Full glad am I to see you. Wait, where's my sister? She's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We can go lay down. Night, night, friends. Echo, have good sleep.
Conrad! Conrad, speak to me!
He's alive. He's breathing.
It was all so sudden. Conrad had just convinced the last few skulls to surrender when we heard the bang and everything started to shake.
Love you.
We carried the survivors to safety, but Conrad's... We have done what we can for
Cade
him.
photo in Discord. Okay.
All that remains is to pray.
Conrad?
Is that you, Lys? I can't see a damn thing. Well, that's that then. Time's up.
No, sir.
What are you talking about? You'll be on your feet before you know it.
It's all right, Lys. I've lived long enough. But listen, I want you to lead the resistance in my stead.
I forgot this was his plan.
Don't say another word. You'll recover. We'll recover. We'll bring freedom to Alamigo together. We're not going to stop here.
No, you won't. Everything we've built, everyone we've brought together, I know you'll show them the way. You've got it in you, Lys. Not because you're Curtis's daughter or Ida's sister, but because you're you.
Conrad.
Lead them to victory. To freedom.
I will, Conrad. I will. I promise.
Bro, it's so sad. It's so sad. That's not how I imagined him passing the mantle to Lys. They're dropping like flies. Meanwhile, in the chaos of Castra Mabania.
Next round, double the charge.
You're gonna fire again? Our boy? Hi, Stini.
Come, Nidhogg. We are needed.
What? Oh my god! Estinian leveled up. He was farming without us.
That's the cerulean pipeline.
Oh my god, Estinian.
Impossible! How can one man... Shoot the bastard! Shoot him!
I'm so sad that he's out of retirement, but at the same time, what an absolute badass. I love him.
My lance has slain far greater beasts.
Okay, I'm
You're
happy he's
welcome.
back. Okay, I'm happy he's back. I'm still mad because you were supposed to stay in retirement.
Notify
but-
all units! I want that intruder found! And get the engineers to fix my bloody cannon!
I'm happy he's back. He's got to look out for his little brother.
The savages are coming!
Xenos? Degris? Oh, I've met Xenos. If that's the blonde boy you're talking about. I love him. He's my favorite kind of villain. I love villains that just want like true foes. Mr. Juicy Cheeks himself. I love him. I promise of these. Somebody in the YouTube comment of my the Vault reaction video told me whenever something happens, talk to nearby NPCs and it's just extra emotional damage. So now I'm always curious. Aww. Oh, Monago. I'm not gonna talk to extra NPCs anymore. It's gonna hurt so bad. We could have killed them. We could have walked away. But instead we tried to convince them to lay down their arms. We tried to seek a peaceful resolution. We showed them mercy, and this was their response. Fire and blood. This was their answer. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. They must not. God's is my witness, there will be a reckoning. Every quest has the potential to change the gossip text. I should see if after accepting this, if they change what they're saying. Xenos is my favorite character in the whole game. I love him. So, in the not Persona, that's not the word I'm looking for. In the Phantasy Star series, namely Phantasy Star Online is the only one that I've really experienced. There's a boss, one of the Dark Fowls, I don't remember which ones, but all he wants is a powerful opponent. That's all he cares about, is a great fight, a great battle. And those are my favorite villains. Ones that just want an amazing battle. Welcome back, Waffle. How was your nap? Forgive me, now is not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control. The Imperials have demonstrated a willingness to fire on their own. So long as we remain here, we are in danger. We three will see to the Commander Kemp's body, find my sister, and return to Aligiri. Oh, their dialogue did change. She said, I promised last time. We'll look after him, you should go. Wow! They put so much into this? It might have even been Darkfell's elder, Izagi. On the subject of dialogue changing with each quest step, the Trails series has a truly ludicrous amount of it. Trails series? There, that should suffice for now. Go and join the others. It was Elder, yeah, Golsuf knows. Tell me you found Alphino. Tell me he's alright. Xenos is like Buddha to me. Funds out all things are hollow. Buddha seeks enlightenment out of the Bodhi tree. Xenos through the blade. He spent time mastering the blade. I like how he has his golf bag of katanas as well. I love him. He's such a good character. I can't even I think we're supposed to hate him, but I can't hate him because he's so well designed. I love it. I'll thank the 12. I don't know what I would have done, though saying that, what will the Resistance do without Commander Kemp? Sorry, not here, not now. We should return to Aligiri. Keep an eye out for any wounded who need our help on the way. Golf bag of katanas. Somebody said it, and now it's all I can see every time he's lugging it around. Mount action? Wait, do mounts have mount actions? How do you mount action? How do you do that? Some do, okay. How do you do it? Oh, usually it'll override your 1 bar. Oh. So, none of mine have a mount action yet then. Puppy! Does Puppy let you bark? Oh my god, my heart. Oh my god, my heart. You can get mount actions on the magic armor with a quest. Oh, that's cool. Hello, Wounded Imperial. Can Tokyo drift on Puppy 2? That's so cool. It wasn't long ago I was trying to kill you and yours. I half expected you were about to slit my throat. To hell's with this. I should be back home in Ilsabard instead of taking fire from my so-called comrades. Hey, let's go. Tara, this doesn't look very spoopy. So actually funny about that, Morg, is I'll probably do a poll in the Discord to decide, but Friday is usually my horror streams, right? I was thinking Saturday we might do a second horror stream this week. I was thinking of doubling up on horror, but I'm not sure. So I'll put it to a poll. We might do Slime Rancher again, because that was so cozy. Or I don't know what else. I'll throw up a few options in the Discord and we can vote for it. Spoopy now with the stabby stabby. I mean, I'm being shot by people in Magitex. That's pretty scary. Thanks, friend. Bloody tourniquet came loose and I was having trouble getting it back on. I should be fine the rest of the way. Phasmo's new update? So, Waffle, I don't know if you've heard the... I don't even know what to call it. Horrible things going on with Phasmo's dev team. I'm not going to get into it because it's like serious stuff. But if you go on Twitter and just search Phasmophobia, I'm sure you'll see the absolute shitstorm. How long have I been streaming for? What was the most recent resub? 22 months? Something like that? I've been streaming for a hot minute. Or if you mean today, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Almost 2 years, so close, yeah. I wonder what I should do for my 2-year anniversary. I don't know. It's around Christmas time, because that's when I hit affiliate. Oh, bless you, kind... Wait, is that you, sir? I didn't recognize you at first. Been feeling a bit dizzy. Must have lost a lot of blood. I can keep going. Is that a warp? Oh yeah, that's a warp, all right. Stop sneezing on me! I want to play, do you guys remember when I played The Closing Shift? That's a Chilla's art game, and they have a new one called The Bathhouse, and I kind of want to play that one. We might do that on Saturday. Again, I'll put up a poll in the Discord and we can decide together what we want to do on Saturday. Sir, we have given over Commander Kemp's remains for safekeeping. Later, I have no idea when, rites must needs be performed. For now, however, we must carry on. We must press forward. We must not give in to despair. The bathhouse sounds very TOS. Listen, it's not that kind of bathhouse, Morg. It's not that kind of bathhouse. Bathhouses are normal in Asia, okay? They're not like that. All Alliance and Resistance units have now withdrawn from Specula Imperatoris. It is time we spoke with General Alden. These deaths weigh heavy on my soul. Commander Kemp's most of all. He was a wise leader, he was a patriot, but above all else, he was a good man who will be sorely missed. One of many lost this day. I ask for a moment's silence to pray for the souls of the departed. Oh, not Monago crying still. We have suffered a grievous defeat, but we cannot and will not renounce this cause. The die has been cast. Hold tight to this grief, this anger, and let it drive you forward. Let it be your strength and your shield when next you face the enemy. You will carry us far, General. Of that I have no doubt. Ere we take another step towards Alamigo, however, we must first address the question of how to deal with Castor Mabania's cannon. If the Imperials are willing to employ the weapon without thought for their own soldiers' safety, we may struggle to approach them. A frontal assault is out of the question. We'd lose countless men before we even reach the walls. Would we? Recall that the Imperials could have obliterated our forces had they kept firing, but neglected to do so. They had no strategic reason to cease fire, which begs the question, why did they? You suspect they were unable to fire the cannon again, mayhap due to a malfunction. Or one of their officers found his conscience after the first barrage, or a heretofore unknown resistance faction chose that moment to disable it. There are many possibilities, but the fact remains that they stopped when logic dictated they continue. Then I'll just have to go and see for myself if the cannon is still operational. Are you mad? Conrad put you in charge of the resistance. We can't risk losing another commander so soon. I know how you feel, Nago, I do, but I need you to understand. It wasn't long after Papalimo and I arrived at Rogler's Reach that Conrad first asked me to join the resistance, and then he kept on asking. Every time I said no, I told myself it was because of the Scions, but even then, I knew deep down that it was an excuse, that I was afraid of following my heart, because I couldn't be sure if it was for me or for Yida. But then I met someone on the other side of the world who had struggled with the same worries, and as we traveled and fought together, I saw him grow and become the leader his people needed him to be. Oh, she's talking about Ian. And now it's my turn to do the same. There's not a lot of us left, and the ones that are, many are still wounded. We have to make do with what we've got, and I'm the best qualified. It's as simple as that, but don't worry, Nago. I'll come back, I promise. Character development. While I acknowledge Commander Hext's right to carry out this mission, I see no reason why she should do so alone. Sir, would you go with her? Would have done it even if you hadn't asked. The Lalafell point is so cute. Then it is settled. We will await your return. Not you guys sitting in the background. Sorry to drag you into this, sir. It may not be the decision Conrad would have made, but I'm not Conrad. I will never be. I don't know what kind of leader he was hoping for, but right now, all I can do is be myself. Above the churning waters. If you don't mind, I'd rather not wait around and have people try to talk me out of it. Let's get moving. I know a good vantage point overlooking the castrum. Njunkrep's Hope. The ship's stranded on the rocks to the east of here. It shouldn't take us long to get there. Oh, but there might be some ancient golems guarding it. Or that might be an old wives' tale. Either way, it's worth the risk. Lys, Commander, I pray you proceed with all due caution. Do not hesitate to call upon us if needed. Is it wrong to assume that MSQ and Joy is automatically much more likely to above average IQ? I'll take the compliment. Thank you. I'll take the compliment. I'm also deeply offended when I see people skipping dialogue in the MSQ. Because like I've watched some people that are like not as far as I am because I want to see their reactions to things. And then they're just like smashing through dialogue that isn't voiced. And I'm like, you're missing so much content. You're missing so much, you know? Because not every meaningful thing is voiced in the MSQ. To reach the ship, we'll have to scale the cliff face. I'll get some climbing gear and meet you there, all right? It hurts my soul. It hurts my soul. And then there are those that have outright skipped cutscenes, and that's like straight to my heart. Don't you dare uptime me. How could you? How could this happen? Oh my god, you scared me, Rando. The council. Me, I'm those people. Morg! Shame on you. As long as you're enjoying living vicariously through me, it's fine. I saw you online in game and was like, wait, I wonder if he's still streaming. Just had raid night. How'd it go? Also, hi Gray, welcome in. The cutscenes. Sometimes, I mean, not always. I will reinforce that statement by saying if you skip some of A Realm Reborn stuff and then like watch a video summarizing it, I won't be that mad at you. A Realm Reborn is very dry. I say it's like a rite of passage. Because it needs to set up a lot of important plot points, but ooh, it's very dry. You need a tall glass of water to go with that. are you not dead? What did Morg do? Morg said sometimes they skip cutscenes. We cleared P5s and did some prog and P6s, which is to say it went pretty good. Yo, progressing? Let's hecking go. I must be sleeping now, so happy to found your stream. Thank you, hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Yo, Tigers! If you're here for 14 content, it is my main game right now. I play it Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I usually start 4 p.m. Central. Had a good time with A Realm Reborn, but listen, I understand why people don't like it. That's me too. I actually had fun with A Realm Reborn, but I 100% get why some people are like, ugh, because it is quite dry. But it's important. Dry and important. Fry is cool too. Catch you around, Tigers. Why is there always illegal accusation in game devs nowadays? There's so much, like, remember when I always say that humans in general are just terrible? People suck. People are terrible. P5S. The S is for savage. It's not P5s. It's P5S. Oh. Oh my god. Oh no. Whenever people talked about progressing and said like, oh, I thought the P was like part 5 or something. Like they were doing part 5s, like multiple fights in the part 5 of the rating. What does the P stand for? If the S stands for savage, what does the P stand for? I should clarify more. It depends on the game. Okay, this is the game where you would absolutely not skip. Or the story is so good. Pandemonium 5 Savage. Ah, got you. Becky, thank you for pets. Or Panda for short. Pandemonium is this particular rating, and that's the newest content, right? Cleared the tier last week, so we did re-clears yesterday. And now I have not much to do in game. I miss progging raids. Because it's like it's something to overcome, right, Gulsif? And then once you've overcome it, it's like, oh, now it's just re-clears. It's not the struggle to beat it. The first letter always stands for the raid tier. Got you. Okay. I love pandas. Me too, Becky. Sorry to keep you waiting. I see you've met the golems. Looks like the old stories were true, eh? In a way, I'm glad. Right, then, time to climb. I love this outfit. This outfit is great. I might even, like, when we outgrow the gear, I might even shove it all in my glamour closet and use it like as a glam. It's very cute. Look at this. Look how cute. Cute boy. Cute little potato in his little feather hat. Alright, are you sleepy? Whew. Took a bit more out of me than I expected. So Heavensward A, Stormblood O, Shadowbringers E. Area of effect AOE. And here she is. Nyunkreps. I can't say that. Boat's Hope. The ark that one man made to save countless others from the flood during the 6th Umbral era. They have a Noah's Ark in Final Fantasy XIV? Bro. Alexander, redacted, and redacted. Got you, okay. Yeah, we're pretty casual, so we might not even be able to beat Pandemonium 8 Savage, but the struggle is the point. Yes, that's totally the point. It's not Noah anymore, it's Noah. It's Noah to me. I'm just gonna read it as Noah, I'm sorry. That's a short lesbian's dream height lady. And by short lesbian, I mean me. Morg, I love you so much. 6th Umbral Calamity was a flood, and Noah saved everyone. Bless Noah. It's comforting to think that there have always been people who cared this much about their fellow man, who accomplished such great feats that people couldn't help thinking they must be made up. But the proof's right here, isn't it? Noah Krempfs. It's too many consonants. It's too many consonants crunched together. Why does it MPF? How do you even say that? My last 2 brain cells are fighting for 3rd place. Literally. Send help. I am dying. I don't just mean the ship, you know. I mean you. Long before anyone started calling you a hero, you were there for those in need. You did things for people when you didn't have to. Sometimes even when they didn't want you to. It can't have been easy staying true to yourself, but we're all better for it, me included. This outfit's so cute! I love it so much. I'll never be a leader like Conrad or Hien or my father. You'll be a healer. You'll be a leader like you, Lise. That's what matters. You'll lead in your own way. But I can be a friend to you all, and I can fight by your side. I can be me, and that'll just have to be enough, eh? I swear she's Canadian. She says "eh" all the time. God, I'm so happy for Lisa's growth through this X-Pack. She was so shaky and awkward when it started. Well, I'm confident in myself as a raider. I joined a casual group for a reason, so you could take it easy, right? Well, while still trying to clear the raid, you could still relax and be like, oh, it's okay. It's okay if you wipe. It's part of it. Monkey puppet looking at camera and then looking away meme. I love that meme. Kind of steampunk vibes. You mean Lisa's outfit? Because you're not wrong. That's not what she was shaky. Morg, what were you doing? Strange to think back on it. If we'd been standing in different places, or if the shell had struck the tower differently, it would have been me instead of Conrad. Or maybe both of us. What kind of monster murders their own? Is that smoke from Castromabania? Wait, it's coming from the cannon! I can't tell what happened from here, but I can tell it won't be giving us any trouble in the immediate future. This is our chance, sir, to avenge Conrad and and all the others who died in the tower, friend and foe. To take Castromabania and bring the bastards who gave the order to fire to justice. It won't be easy after the losses we took, but I know everyone's champing at the bit to strike back. With the right plan, I'm certain we can do it. We have to tell the others. Come on. And your outfit, Terra. This one. I need more turtleneck. Especially as we drift into fall weather. Means I can wear my comfy clothing again. Boom, 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 boom. This mount is so cute. Easier down than up, eh? Though not necessarily safer. Anyway, no time to rest. We need to convince the others to... What is the mount that you're hanging from an owl? What is this? You're literally clinging for dear life to an owl. What is this thing? What is this thing? Anyway, no time to rest. We need to convince the others to strike now before the Imperials have time to fix their cannon. It's cursed. It's nightmare fuel. It's nightmare fuel. That's a piazza. Give you a piazza my mind, Izagi. It's like a monkey. It's flapping its arms. What is this thing? In its eyes, it looks like kill me. Kill me. Tell me it doesn't look like it wants to die. I don't like it. It's so weird. Oh my god. There's no time to lose, sir. General Alden needs to know what we saw. Aye, aye. Send it back. It's half-baked. Put it back in the oven. Is he making chirpy noises? He's doing his best. What's up, Flavor? He's absolutely doing his best. It came from the weird side of Oz. It's one of the Dr. Seuss's failed attempts at genetic engineering. I would buy it. It's making little chirpy noises though. It's kind of cute. It's like terrifying, but I do find it cute, and it like bounces around. It's terrifying cute. Kieran gang! Oh, they're leaving me. Oh, they can fly? Well, fuck you then. Flying piece of shit. I'll be there one day. I gotta collect my ether currents first. That being said, I feel like this is an okay place to end. I think this is an okay place to end. We were about to storm the next Castrum like already, and I bet you it's probably a dungeon. So this is probably a wise place to call it for today and pick it back up on Tuesday. My effects being off makes it unable to see the babies. Oh no, there's babies? How do I turn the effects back on? System configuration. Where's it under character? I think it's under character. jeez, there's a way to do this. I no longer want to watch Gremlins tonight. In bed now. Filters, character. Ah, here we go. Party show all, others show all. Show me the babies. Show me the babies. Oh! How did you make babies? How did you make the baby? Oh no, they left. I wanted to sit down in them. I need new babies. They're my babies. I sit here. Hello, baby. Ah, they vanished! It's so sad. It's so sad. You missed! You put it around Sadu. What is that? Is that Blue Mage? Oh, it is Blue Mage. Oh my god. Kicking them babies. No! They're only little. You cannot. Oh my god. Oh my god? Blue Mage very flashy. Blue Mage very flashy? Holy cow. That's crazy. The kicks are a blue spell from Redacted Primal in post Stormblood. Got it. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Back to limited with you flashy fricks. Okay, man. I wish I had more time to play more Final Fantasy. Tuesday, Thursday feels like not enough. I need more! I need more! Okay, we'll end here. We'll end here. It kind of feels like a little bit of a cliffhanger because we're going straight into another assault. I think. Like right away. So it feels a little bad to end here, but alas. What can you do? Let's raid out. I feel like all the people I usually love to raid on Thursdays are at TwitchCon or traveling to TwitchCon, so I have no idea where to send you guys, so give me a hot minute. I'm sure people are still on, right? I'm not the only person streaming today. You don't have to only do Tuesday, Thursday. Tuesday, Thursdays are the easiest to commit to 14. I just wish I could squeeze in one more day. I wish I could have one more day. Flashy Frick is your name on 14? No way. That's a fire name. That's 10 out of 10. Longy's doing Hades. Hades is good vibes. Jax is doing Grounded. I love Jax. Thank God there's still people on. God, Hades is such good vibes. I'm gonna send you guys to Hades, okay? I don't think we've ever rated Bizarro Longy before, but he has like really good vibes. I spelled his name wrong. Send help. Have we ever rated them before? I actually don't know. I've been following them for a while, and I hang out in their stream sometimes. I never talk because I'm socially awkward and I don't know how to talk to humans other than when I'm streaming. So yeah, glad I caught you for a minute. We'll be back to 14 Tuesday. We will be back tomorrow for our horror stream. We're either going to play Dark Pictures Anthology, Man of Medan, because that was gifted to us by the wonderful and amazing Zatras, or we might play The Bathhouse, the new Chilla's Art game. I kind of want to buy the whole Chilla's Art pack and just like slowly go through them because they're terrifying. Could always change Saturday to a 14 stream. Since I'm trying to lean away from drinking on Saturdays, trust me, I've been tempted, Ray. I've been thinking about it, but we'll get there when we get there. But I'm sending you guys off to Bizarro Longy. They're very good vibes. You'll have a great time. They're also playing Hades, and Hades is immaculate vibes. It's a roguelike with Greek gods, and they're all attractive as literal fuck. They're all so attractive. It's Panic. It's by Panic the game, okay? Horror stream? I wasn't expecting to watch my Facebook posts from 8 years ago. Oh no. That is the true horror. The true abject horror is Facebook. Anyways, I love you guys so much. Please drink water if you haven't been. Eat food if it's something you need to do. And please take your meds if you've forgotten to. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for the spooky stream. Goodbye forever. I love you. Mwah. Bye.